Yo, what's good? I had to get my situation situated, y'all. I apologize. What's happening? Happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Sorry. That's why I got the whole lives up for you, Dietrich. You can always spin the block. They just as good on the. They just as good on the back end when you grab on the reach around. When you spin the block on them, they still be funny. They still be entertaining. Let me wipe this shit down. Oh, yes, sir, ski. Clean up my little area. Make sure we nice and disinfected today. You know, when the kids be at school, you got to stay on your disinfectant. Stay on top of your disinfectant game when your babies is in school. What's good, man? What's good? What's good? How's everybody doing today? Yeah. Thanks, Catherine. Morning, morning, morning. We are here. Yeah. What's good? What's good? Got a lot to get into today. What's my topic today? I thought it says my topic on the way in this mug. Am I tripping? When women hate men versus when men hate women. That's the topic. We're gonna discuss the differences. We got it. We got to talk. We're gonna talk about it. What up, Jay? Yeah, we're gonna talk about the differences. Uh-huh. We're gonna find out about it. We're gonna find out about it today. Let's get into it, man. Let's like up. Let's keep liking up the live. Um, some interesting takes, hopefully on the way. Oh, what up, the prototype? The prototype then slid over to the YouTubes, huh? That's what's up, family.
Let's start with mine. What's up?
What's up? What's up, Shan?
You said some interesting takes on the way. Let's start. No, I had to come early because I don't have much time. I got to go back to work. But yeah, this one this is a good one, and I hope that the men come and I hope they talk. They want to talk about it because this is something that they complain a lot about, and they say that the misandry is rampant and it's real, and they hear it every day, and it's such a major issue. So I'm really interested in just listening to how misandry has affected their lives. Because I genuinely want to know.
Well, from women, because misandry exists, but it's mainly from man to man. Like men hate men for sure, and
well, yeah,
but not from. I
want to hear how women hating them has negatively impacted their life in such a major way. Yeah, I really want to hear about that.
Me too. I'm really interested. The more I have this conversation with men, and the longer the conversation goes, the more interesting the responses are. Because I'm like, what?
Yeah, because I think they miss the fact that even a lot of the women that say they hate men, they don't even really hate men. Like it's more of a defense mechanism because of to keep themselves safe because of the harm that men have done, whether to them or to people they know, whether they've experienced it or witnessed it. When a lot of women who say that, it's more of a defense mechanism. Like I need to just like cut off all emotions, from these people to protect myself so that I'm not open to, falling in love again and potentially putting myself in danger. Mm-hmm. But, they skip over that and they just, because it's all about their feelings and their bruised egos. They don't ever stop to ask, why do these women hate men? Or why are these women saying that they hate men? What have men done to them or other women that they know to where they would feel like that? So, but y'all completely understand why men would hate women. Y'all, because that's just misogyny, right? Like, we have a whole term around men hating women that's been around for forever. It's called misogyny. And y'all completely understand and excuse that. but you can't possibly understand why a woman would hate men.
And in my conversation, they're like, yeah, I understand. But then what they try to do is, I think they say that just to like get to the point, get back to like but let's talk about these women hating men. You know what I mean? Like they'll say they understand it. Like, no, I get that. Yeah, no, that's a real thing. I never denied the patriarchy. Like that's what the conversation that I was having yesterday was, a lot of that going on. Yeah, no, I understand. No, the patriarchy is real, but women, and I'm like, that's a weird place to put a butt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's similar to a conversation I heard earlier where they were talking about Diddy being arrested, and they kept saying, yeah, no, nobody's saying he's right for that, but let's talk about Cassie. Like literally, it's the same thing.
That's like, crazy.
But she's not right either. She's not innocent either. But let's talk about Cat. Like it's like they'll acknowledge the wrong that the man did just so they can get to the more important conversation and longer conversation about the women.
Mm-hmm. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same tactics men use in relationships, and that's why when I'm hearing it right now from men, I'll tell y'all this until it's not true anymore. It really makes me ashamed of my behavior in the past, because y'all will, and when I say, I mean us, whatever you want to say, the way that we do it is, the issue right now is men hating women and how that affects women. That's the problem, right? Okay, cool. And in a relationship, it'll be the issue that she's bringing up, like infidelity, or you not contributing around the house, or you not being intimate, or some serious shit. And then the response will be, yeah, no, I could do better. But the way you came at me, and the conversation is all about how she came at you now.
Oh, you giving them too much credit. That, yeah, no, I can do better part never happens. It's, I hear you, but what about you did this last week, or I don't like the way you talking to me about blah, blah, like, but them acknowledging they're wrong in those conversations almost never happens.
That's
like,
facts.
We don't even get to, like, yeah, you're right, I messed up.
That's facts. You're right. How do you say your name?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Miss Action Jackson. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. I just sort of kind of joined, but I have been watching you for the last few days, and I just want to say thank you very much for your support with Black women. And I also wanted to just briefly say that I've recently, in the last year, have given up on dating men. I'm not even interested. I'm not even turned on anymore. The thought of a guy touching me makes me want to spit. And I am not even interested in women at all. I don't ever want to date a woman. I'm slowly learning that community is best. Women can supporting each other. I'm happy being alone. And when I look at the future, I don't cringe of thinking that I'm going to be alone. It's okay, because I'm happier. And I do have 2 dogs and a cat, and they don't give me any trouble whatsoever, and I'm good with that. Now, if there's a man that's in trouble, I see him getting hurt or beaten, or he's sick, and I will be there. I will make sure that man is safe if I can. If I have that possibility of making that man safe, I will do it. But a relationship makes me sick. And I think the reason it does is because of all my experiences of me not being enough somehow, whether it's my weight, whether it's my hair, whether it's anything. If you listen to my voice, it's soft, but it's strong. I have been told that my voice is too aggressive. I've been told, that, just so many things about me. And I can't do it anymore. And I spent most of my life saying to myself, because I wanted a relationship so bad, I blamed myself thinking I wasn't enough. I allowed relationships, or the lack thereof, determine my worth. That was my mistake, because I didn't know any better. And I realized that it's not the opinion of a man that makes me who I am. It's who I see myself as, not a guy. So I don't have any. I don't care if the guy is gorgeous. She could be hot. She could be 6'4", whatever the requirements that women have for men, whatever that is. He could be gorgeous. But the minute I see him, I say, "Oh wow, he's handsome." But another part of me say, "Yeah, but he's trouble." And then I go from not even being interested to saying, maybe one of my girlfriends will like him, because I got plenty of girlfriends who haven't given up on men. And so I shift him off to the next person because I already know what I'm gonna get.
Is that your, like, are you saying like that is like your version of you hating men?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's hate. Yeah, I think it's hate.
You can call it hate. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
I like to say the word disdain, but maybe that's
disdain is fine too. We'll use it. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with either one. I should have put that up there, the hate or disdain, but it's easier just to put hate.
It's easier. You're right.
And that's just like
save his life though. I mean, if he's in trouble, I'm not gonna just let somebody rot. I mean, if I could find a way to help someone, I will do it, but I don't have to be connected to that person. So humanity, I love.
Yeah.
It's humanity. But as far as man, no.
Like men as a class, yeah. No, I totally understand. Hey, I appreciate you coming up, Miss Action Jackson. Thanks, Jackson. I appreciate you coming up. Thanks for the support. All right. All right. Yeah, no, I hear that's and if you listen to what she's saying she has a disdain for men, but guess what she's doing? Avoiding them. her disdain for,
help them if they were in trouble.
And she would help them if they were in trouble. But she has a disdain for men. That's and I believe her. I have no reason not to believe her. Why would she offer that information up, right? Like, I totally believe that she would help a man out if he needed help, but at the same time, like, as soon as she's done rescuing him from the fire, he gonna be like, let me get your number. She's gonna be like, absolutely not. I respect that. I think that's perfectly okay. C Day, what's good, man? What was going on in them comments, family?
Oh man, just battling with the women in the comments. I think they get their daily dose of male bashing. I think it's an off form, but
male bashing, interesting.
Male bashing, they get off on it. I think hate. Anytime anyone hates someone, I think it's toxic. It can affect anybody, especially depending on the relationship that you have with this person. Your mother hates you, that's going to affect the man. If your, auntie, sister, female counterparts, all those people, if they hate men, that's going to affect you.
How?
I don't care how strong a man is.
How
strong males are, that they
how does women hating men affect men?
Well, in a bunch of ways. So when you say hate, that means they have absolutely no consideration, they don't like. In some forms of hate, you wish bad things upon a person. I think, like you said, maybe disdain may be a better word, but if we're using hate, if my mother hates me, do you see how that could affect the male child? Or do I have to go into? You
tell me. Don't make me do the labor.
Okay, so if my mother hates me as a man, is going to persuade my views on women, is going to feel the lack of love from someone who they feel they should be loved by. It can have emotional, psychological damage. If you add physical damage into that, we already know what the ramifications of.
Can you talk about from a man to a woman and not a mother to a child?
I'm talking about a woman to a man.
I know. I'm saying so. Your mother doesn't physically harm you as a man. You're okay. They're not going to abuse you. They can't abuse you anymore, really, to be honest with you, because you could just leave. So
okay, so we're talking about men. Okay, so
yeah, how does women abuse, hating men?
So physical abuse, so physical abuse in relationships, emotional abuse, psychological abuse in a relationship. If you are a woman who hates a man, I say leave men alone. Right, because that damage can be very, very bad. We know what emotional and psychological abuse can cause. It can cause long-term trauma. It can cause depression. It can cause a whole bunch of things that are detrimental to men. So if you hate men and you are doing these things, these type of abusive behaviors, that's harming men, along with physical abuse as well. So.
And these things are typical.
What? Yes, these are typical things.
These are typical things.
Yes, typical meaning it happens often. Yes.
Yeah. So women are often abusing men.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's so unserious. I can't even not laugh at it.
What do you think okay, let me ask you this. What do you consider often? Like what percent? If you had to put a percentage on it, what would you say would be often?
I think, I don't know, 10% of women are abusing men. I think 10% of men are in abusive relationships where the woman is abusing him.
So you and you laugh at me. So again, what would you consider to be often then? That's the question I asked.
I don't know. I mean, more. It would have
20%, 30%, 40, 50.
I mean, to me, I usually speak for the majority, right? But I'll even take like close to the majority. So yeah, 40% of the time.
So 40%
35% of the time. I don't know. 1 out of 3.
When we talk about reported domestic violence, would you be surprised that women commit domestic violence at the same rate as men?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. That's not do most men abuse women domestically?
No.
Okay. What percentage of men abuse women domestically?
What percentage of men?
Yeah.
Probably less than 10%.
Okay. Then what the fuck are we talking about? If it's even less for women, then what are you talking about? Can we talk about something else that actually affects a large portion of people, like a good? Hold on. See Dave. See how this works? I let you brought up DV, right? I said, okay. And I asked you about men specifically because I wanted to see what you would say, because I knew you wouldn't be able to say, well, yeah, most men abuse women, because that, that's not true, right? And y'all hang y'all hat on that shit. So you had to admit, yeah, well, 10% of men do it. Okay, cool. Then why are we talking about women abusing men when women abuse men less than men do? Less than men abuse women.
Well, that's not true, but
that is true.
Your question was not what the rate was. Your question said specifically, how does women hating men affect men?
Mm-hmm.
And I said that physical abuse affects men. Do you agree? And then and your rebuttal can't be, well, it doesn't happen that much. That's not your question. Your question was, how does women hating men affect men? So whether it happens 1% or 40%, physical abuse, would you agree that physical abuse upon anybody affects the other person?
Yep.
Okay. So again, let's use your logic. Let's say 5% of women, right? They physically abuse women. That affects men. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. Now we talk about emotional and psychological abuse. Do you think those things affect the other person?
Yep.
So do you believe that women do that as well?
Yeah, very little though.
Okay, fine. You say very little. But the fact is that these things happen, and these are examples that I just given you that affect men. And then you always retort to, you always want to use the numbers when it's beneficial to you. But that's not your question.
I always want to use the numbers, though.
If we want to get into the numbers, we can get into the numbers, but you don't like numbers anyway.
I don't like numbers?
No, you don't.
That's not true. Jawan Williams said $5 for drop for $5 drop for the cop who needs to be investigated. God damn.
Investigated.
See Dave. So
if you could tell me who that was, I'll DM them my information and they can go investigate it.
Nah, they can find you if they want to.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
You're a public servant.
It's really easy to find.
Yeah. So I think that the issue is when we have this conversation, what I'm trying to get to is, do you think that when women hate men, it has similar effects to when men hate women?
Similar in what do you mean?
I mean, in the amount,
emotional,
in the amount of damage.
I think it has similar effects. I think when men hate women, I think our effects are more physical. But I believe that the women's effects are more emotional and psychological.
That's stupid. I don't know. I'm sorry. That was a bad response. That doesn't make sense, because physical is also emotional and all of that other. Like, you don't separate the two.
Yeah, it can be.
No, it always is. It always is. Anytime physical harm is done, the body remembers. The body keeps score.
Right.
So it's all the mind. Look, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Anytime physical abuse happens, emotional abuse happens simultaneously. You cannot separate the two.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Nobody is physically abused, but then in their mind, they're like, oh, I'm okay. Like, no, your mind is damaged every single time. So when men try to act like women actually do more emotional abuse, the reason why you like to do that is because you know you can never make the case that women cause more physical harm than men, right? So you try to play this game of like, well, you know, women, their tongues are just as sharp as a man knife and like stupid shit like that. And it's like, no, actually they're not. And men are more physically and emotionally abusive. Even if you remove the physical part, men are more emotionally abusive than women, because men emotionally abuse women from beginning to end. They emotionally abuse women from beginning to end.
What do you consider emotional abuse?
Lying, cheating, manipulating, gaslighting, invalidating.
Right. So
yeah.
You think that men do that more?
I know men do that more.
You don't know that.
You do it more online.
100,000% men lie more than women do. They lie more. Men lie to women more than women lie to men to get each other. Not even fucking debatable. What are you talking about? It's not even close. What the fuck does a woman have to lie to get with you for, C. Dave? You would take anybody. And I ain't saying right now as a married man. I'm saying as a man in the world, we've already done this exercise 10,000 times. But the average woman walking up to the average man and being like, hey, I want you, he gonna fold 99 out of 100 times. But flip that shit around, it ain't gonna happen.
You bring up one scenario.
No, I'm bringing.
Is that men lie to get women, or so on and so forth, right?
If you lie to get a woman, C. Dave, hold on, C. Dave. Let's follow the logic. If you have to lie to get a woman, then don't you have to lie to keep a woman? Because once you get her, you can't stop lying, right?
Right. So most men are not lying to get women.
Of course they are.
How so?
How so, or why?
How so?
Why or how?
How are they lying?
They lie about they lie about a bunch of shit. They lie. Men lie all the time. They lie that they don't, I'm not seeing anybody else. Dude, I can't even, it's so many fucking lies. How much he gets paid, how good he is at his job, how good he was in high school at sports. Like, men lie about shit. Men lie when the truth will do all the time. Like, I don't even want to get it. Like, that's, to me, that's inconsequential. Hold on, T-Dave. It's not the what men lie about. For me, it's why men lie. That's more important. That shows how much men actually lie. You see what I'm saying? If you understand the why, then you can't refute it. There's no logical reasoning that you can come up with to refute the point that men lie to get with women constantly. We are told we have to lie to get with. That's baked into manhood at this point. Is you got to lie to get a woman. You got to lie a little bit. You got to run game. You got to. That's par for the course for most men. So and so what I'm saying is if you have to lie to get a woman, then you have to lie to keep a woman. So men lie from beginning to end. When does the lying stop for men? If you lied in the beginning, you just stopped in the middle? Probably not. You're probably still lying.
Yeah, y'all are more gaslighting and manipulative in these conversations online. So to think that y'all don't do that more in y'all's relationships, like, see, Dave, you are the emotionally abusive person. Like, you, not to pick on you, but you come up here lying, gaslighting, flipping things to make it fit your narrative, completely making shit up all the time, in real time, in 4K. I know you're doing that to the person that you're in a relationship with, because you don't even have to care about us, and you still find a reason to lie.
Right, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, see, right, this is probably what she does in her relationship. She's manipulative, gaslighting. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. This is a lie. This is an
you
example.
Literally just took what I said and said, not being you.
That's top flight gaslighting.
Hold on, I'll let you finish your rhetoric.
Go ahead.
So, again, she lies. She's lying right now.
Okay.
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
And the purpose of me coming up, really, I was in the comments chatting with them, but excuse me, I was in the comments chatting with them, but I don't have to lie, and I don't think that most men sit up here and lie day in and day out. Right? Are there some lies men told? Absolutely. Do women lie? Yeah, they do. And to act like that women in these relationships or when it comes to men are just the most innocent people who have no wrong is the part that you fail to realize.
That's not what I'm doing, though.
A lot of these men have came up here and told you time and time again.
Lied and lied again. Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Men have came up and told you time and time again how these things work out for them. And the first thing that you and your crew does is invalidate everything that they're saying.
No, we don't.
Oh, that doesn't happen. You're lying.
No, we don't. We don't do that. I don't do that. I'm not gonna speak for nobody else. I don't do that. The first thing I do is investigate. Nope. I do what you're supposed to do as a police officer, which is what? Investigate. Ask qualifying questions, right? That's what I do. I don't just say that don't happen. Unless you just say some stupid, you know what I'm saying? Unless you just say some stupid shit. But I'm saying, like, if you say something happened to you, like specifically, like this happened to me, then I'm going to ask questions. Oh, when did it happen? Why did it happen? Where did it happen? Who did it happen with? How many times did it happen? I want to see if it's true. And typically what ends up happening is, and I got scores and scores of videos of this, men, I catch them lying constantly. It just happened. Shan did it the other night. We caught a motherfucker lying in 4K. In 4K, men be lying for no reason. Like, y'all lie when y'all come up here. You said one thing. Like, y'all will lie and I might be saying you lie about shit that happened to you. You will lie in the conversation. Like, you will say something right now. 2 minutes later, I'll say, well, you just said da 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 da, right? And I'll clock it. And the thing you just said contradicts the thing you said earlier. And instead of you going, instead of you acknowledging that, you will double down and be like, no, I didn't say that. That's just what you heard. Like, it just starts saying a bunch of stupid shit. And I'm like, wait, I got it recorded, bro. Like you said it, bro. Like, I heard you say it. Everybody, the whole chat will light up and be like, no, you said that, C. Dave. You said it. No, you said it. No, I didn't. See, here they go lying on me. And then you got to pivot and start saying some stupid, like, that shit happens I promise you, it's going. What'd you say? Shan?
They'll say some shit like, of course y'all would say that. Y'all hate men.
Exactly. Like, it's wild, bro. So I'm sorry I'm sorry. I apologize beforehand to any man that comes up here and tells the truth and I don't believe him. You got to understand, though, it's hard for me to believe men because men lie constantly about anything and everything. Anything and everything. They lie because the first person y'all lie to is yourself. So why the fuck would I believe you? You lying to yourself. Why would I believe you when you can't be real with yourself? That's red flag number one. I'm like, oh, they up here lying to themselves. Okay, here we go. So it's hard. It's just hard. It's hard for me to trust you. See that if you a cop, you don't trust nobody either. You know. What up, AJ?
I think that's like very applicable to women, though, and I think that's where a lot of people gripes be because you'll say the first person you lie to for men is the first person you lie to is yourself. Women constantly do that. Like I think it's applicable both men and women, and I think a lot of the time for women it's at a larger rate because you'll set up. Like, we talk about how shitty men are, which is very much true. Men are pieces of shit a lot of the times. Can't disagree with it. But these women will also follow behind these same men because they have a type or because they want, something, and they're lying to themselves a lot.
How does that hurt men? How does that hurt men? How does that hurt men? Listen to what you're saying. So there are terrible men who are abusive to women. And you're saying that based on attraction, these women are still tracking down these men. How does them lying to themselves hurt men? Mm-hmm. Because the men are hurting them. We know that. So how is them lying to themselves hurting men? Because when you say it happens equally, I think that it's hilarious and disingenuous and dismissive. So what are you talking about? Because her following after a toxic man, that's her bad. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. That is her bad. But that's not, she's not doing anything wrong. She's not wronging anybody in that process. She's suffering, don't get me wrong, but she's not a bad person. Whereas that man is. That man's actions is actually affecting her and him, whoever else it is, the kids, whoever, right? So yeah, talk about that. Don't come up here saying stuff like, women do it. I think it's the same. I think it goes both ways. Because what is the implication there? What are you really trying to say?
Well, when women are lying to themselves and they put them in positions to be hurt, they then proceed to trauma dump all of that on the next man and the next man and the next man. And
that's not what trauma dumping is.
That comes on. When they open up and tell them, hey, this guy cheated on me, and then, hey, this guy cheated on me too.
Most women aren't even doing that. Most women aren't doing that.
What?
Most women aren't trauma. AJ, I promise you.
They don't become vulnerable with their next partner and tell them everything that happened in their life and how they don't want to be treated like that ever again?
Sir.
Yeah, they do.
Sir, stop. Most women are not trauma dumping on their fucking men. That is projection. That's what men do to women. Men trauma dump. Women telling a man, look, the reason why I have, an apprehension to X, Y, and Z is because of my past experiences. It's not them trauma dumping. That's not what trauma dumping is. Y'all got to really start. That's what I said. The worst thing we could have did as a community is give you niggas psych words. Like them psych words, y'all be using them motherfuckers all out of context.
So what would you decide to describe
how men
no, the actual definition, not how.
No. I'm saying.
You want to? I don't want an example. What's the exact?
Now you want to know the definition. Now you want to know the definition.
You're telling me I'm wrong with the definition, and
he doesn't know.
I do. He wants the actual definition, so I'm gonna look it up. See, Dave? Is that fair?
Please.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, women do trauma dump.
Okay, hold on. Y'all want the real definition? Okay.
Yes.
Trauma dumping is oversharing your emotions in a way that becomes harmful to the other person. So like I said, nope, I don't. I don't think a woman.
You don't think a woman over explaining how much she was hurt by every single man in her life to manipulate you into acting a certain way so that she's never hurt again. You don't think that's
she's not trying to manipulate you. That's stupid. See what I'm saying? You see how you got to throw that word in there?
How is that stupid?
That's dumb.
That's stupid.
She's not trying to manipulate you. She's telling you, hey, the reason I act this way, the reason why I'm like this is because I was in a relationship prior to you, AJ. I was with this dude named Public, and he used to cheat on me, and he used to gaslight me, and he was very emotionally abusive to me. And I spotted some red flags in you, right? And I don't like that. Like, don't do that to me. Don't hide your phone from me. Whatever it is, right? That's not them oversharing. That's not them trauma dumping. That's them giving you a clear and concise history and reason for their actions. So you don't wonder why. Why is she acting like that? Right? Because maybe.
Hey, I know I'm flipping out. Hey, I know I'm insecure. Hey, I know I'm going through your phone. Hey, I know I'm accusing you of cheating, but it's because of my past. And you're kind of exhibiting a couple of things. And I don't want you to do that. And I want you to act this way so that I can feel comfortable in my safe.
Nothing you're saying sounds bad to me so far. Except for I might be insecure, but also insecurities usually come from the behaviors of their partner. If you don't give a person a reason to be insecure, typically, if you don't, it is true when you talk about.
That's not all the time true.
I didn't say all the time. I didn't. Hold on, AJ.
Not even
See,
the majority of the time.
You see what I'm saying? The majority of the time, it is true. The majority of the time, if you don't give a woman a reason to be insecure, she won't be insecure. She won't be.
That's not true, bro. That's not true. Insecurity comes from the inside.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
What in the fuck are we talking, bro? Yes, it does.
Sir, if you weren't, hold on, AJ. Hold on, AJ. Okay. You're not insecure today in 2020. I'm not saying you aren't, but I'm saying you're not insecure today, 2024. You get with a woman, you trust her, you put all your faith in her, you believe in her, you're treating 2 years later, you find out she's been cheating on you since day one. Yes. Right? That's not going to create an insecurity.
Of course it is.
Then that didn't come from inside, mother. Woo!
What I'm saying is in a new situation. That's why I need you to listen. In a new situation, not every time your partner that you just started talking to has to give you reasons to be insecure. You can be insecure from a previous instance, which means you need to work through that shit before you start talking to somebody else.
Or they ain't do shit. You could become insecure just by having.
What are we talking about?
The need to be perfectionist, the need to live up to this standard. It doesn't always come from your partner. So yes, what you displaying public is one.
Where did that come from? What I'm just saying. First of all, I'm just talking. Hold on, wait.
again.
Hold on.
If
No.
a woman
The need to go ahead.
If a woman is insecure about the way she looks or her body or something like that, and she's never met me, right? When she comes into the relationship and she's projecting her insecurities on me, I didn't create that, right? Other men didn't create that. That came from her outwardly look on how she thinks she's supposed to look, and now she's insecure. That had nothing to do with that. That's
how do you know other men didn't create that? How do you know other men didn't make her feel insecure about her body?
Even if another man created it, if she brings that into a new relationship, that's not the other person's fault. She has that insecurity.
But that's hold on, wait, y'all. But wait.
She's not comparing her. She's not comparing her.
But wait, y'all. But wait. But that's wait. But wait. That's but you guys are acting like that's not how life works, as if that's not how everybody functions in life, and that is a survival mechanism. Saying basically, essentially, what you guys are saying to me, and it doesn't make any sense. You're saying every single time you get into a new relationship, you're supposed to start brand new with that person. You're not supposed like none of your past experiences should affect or impact the new relationship. You should just cut that clean off and start all over again. That's like that is what you're. But sir, okay, then say what you're saying. Then make it make sense.
What I'm saying is the insecurities that a person can come into in a new relationship, that new person should not be
subject to them. Absolutely, you should.
I shouldn't be. I don't want to use the word punish.
I said subject to them. That's the right word. Yeah, you definitely should be subject to her past, sir. Let me tell you something right now. You 1,000%, and as long as they're not abusing you, you 1,000% should be subject to their past experiences. That is a contract that we hold between human beings. That should be a common understanding. But I think since men grapple with the concept and the idea, two ideas, A, of accountability, and B, of empathy. But in this one, I'm talking more about the empathy. You can't understand that, right? You don't understand how a person's history would affect their present being, right? So what the fuck? I'm not understanding how when you would sit up here, AJ, when you would sit up here, and I guarantee you would cape for some nigga who would talk about some experience he had in fucking high school, and me and C Dave age. Some nigga talking about all the girls, they just want the basketball players and the dope dealers, which we've all heard 10,000 times. You'd be like, what? How old were you when that happened? Oh, I was 16. So, and you won't never say, well, like, sir, that was too long ago. Why are you bringing that into your new relationship? Why are you acting like that right now? You never say that shit to them. But when the women rationally take their past relationships and their past experiences and they bring it into a new relationship, they don't abuse the man with it. They just say, hey, man, hold on. They just say, AJ, you cannot exhibit these feet. You cannot exhibit these characteristics or these tendencies or these habits. If you do, it will make me feel like this because of this. And you're saying that's not fair. That is completely fair.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
And if you would take 2 seconds to stop talking and listen, what I'm saying is, and you can go back to the first example I gave. If you have to go through my phone, if you have to disrespect my boundaries, that is not okay for your insecurities to be reassured, or you should not do that. That's what I was talking about. I don't give a fuck if you have insecurities and your man wants to say, hey baby, you don't have anything insecure. You can have everybody has insecurity. But if you gotta go through somebody's phone, that's harmful. If you're disrespecting
how is that harmful?
Boundaries,
hold on. How is that harmful?
Just don't go through my shit. That's not your
How is that harmful though?
Because don't go through my shit.
How is that harmful? Can you guys articulate how that's harmful?
It's harmful because you're disrespecting my boundaries.
How is it harmful? How does it harm you? That's not harmful. Tell me how it's harmful. How does her going through your phone harm you? That's the question.
Because it's hurting my feelings, the fact that you're letting your insecurities affect your viewpoint of me, even though I've done nothing wrong to you.
Okay, so that didn't explain it, but I will say this.
What the fuck?
That doesn't explain it, but I will say this. If that happens, right, you got two choices. If a woman goes to your phone and you feel like she violated your trust, leave her. That's one choice. Or a woman goes to your phone and you can say, hey, I'm saying without your knowledge, because sometimes they'll ask to go through your phone, and I, if my wife asks, she don't got to ask to go through my phone, but if my wife asks to go through my phone, give it to her, right?
Right, absolutely.
So, but if she doesn't ask and she just goes through it, hey, and if you're not gonna leave her, hey, you know what I'm saying? I would appreciate you not to do that, but what made you do that? Let's get to the bottom of it. Oh, it's because of da 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 da. Okay, that's fair. And then have I done anything to make you feel like, no, I just wanted to check. Okay. Like, to me, it's like, if you don't have anything to hide, how did it harm you? I don't understand how it harmed you.
But it's still, there's a level of trust that you would like for your partner to have in you, and all you had to do was ask. You don't have to sneak around and, do anything that can harm someone emotionally. That can be emotionally, and God forbid the motherfucker's been through something prior to, and he's like, man, that's a fucking trigger for me.
Then leave. And leave. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's easy.
But we're not talking about leaving. We're just talking about the action and the harm that it can do. We're not talking about the conclusion of the aftermath. We're just talking about the action and the harm that it can do. That's it. Yeah. Period, point blank. We can talk about the rest afterwards.
Okay. I want to read these super chats and cash apps real quick. Erica said, "We're not your ex, AJ. Calm the fuck down." Miss Chrissy, baby. Or I'm sorry, D Motley, you said goodbye. Who was that? Who was that on, D Motley? I'm sorry. Miss Chrissy Baby says, I think he's missing the point. Women are tired and don't want to deal with men. They want to leave men alone and want to be left alone by men. So how can they can they abuse? I think he's missing the point. Me too. Miss Chrissy Baby said, it's the man following you in a store. Is the inappropriate uncle as a child. It's not always relationships, guys. It's what we face daily from child to woman. 20 on C Day, so that's 25 on C Day. I don't know if that 20, I don't know who that 20 was on though. D Motley, go ahead. Go ahead, Champagne. Oh, go ahead, C Dave, and then Champagne.
Yeah, so I was going to say, do you think that violating someone's boundaries is appropriate in a relationship? And it is harmful if you constantly violate someone's boundaries.
Constantly? No.
Is that abusive behavior?
It can be.
Right. So the point we're making is that in this particular point, if someone is violating your boundary, whether it be a phone going through your phone, that is abusive behavior.
Just leave.
Huh?
Just leave.
Right. Okay. Again, but abusive behavior is, going back to the topic, is harmful to the person.
If some, hold on, wait. You do realize you can just switch that though, right? Like, and because that's one of those things. This isn't a thing where you get to hide behind. This is abusive. Y'all like to use, once again, I'm gonna say it again. I know you're saying violating somebody's boundaries is abusive. I said it can be. In this particular case, I don't think it is. You're talking about going through a person's phone? No. I don't give a fuck how many times you go through a person's phone. I don't think it is fucking abusive. And you can easily just leave, or you can just say, hey, you can go through my phone anytime you want.
See, this is the stuff I'm talking about. This is the stuff that
I think is very controlling. I think it's very manipulative. I think a lot of things that it can be considered. But
see, Dave, you don't let your wife go through your phone?
She can. Mm-hmm. But to say that
because I think what you guys are missing. I think what you guys are missing in all of this is the action of going through a person's phone is not harmful. It's not. So now the abuse, the only way the abuse persists, or the only way the abuse exists, is if you create it, like in your mind. Like if you go, this is harmful. If you believe it, then yeah, okay, cool. It's harming you, but you can just let go. That's all you got to do. You can just let go of the abuse.
In situations that if a man says, hey, I don't want you wearing that outside, a woman making it in her head that that's controlling and that's abusive, it shouldn't be looked as that.
Once again, if a man tells a woman, I don't like you wearing that, right? I think that's I won't say he has the right to do that, but that's his preference. He could say that I feel uncomfortable when you wear that. I think that's fair in a relationship. I don't care. I think that's fair. My wife has told me when I put on some shit, she was like, I feel uncomfortable with you wearing that. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, that's fair. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's like, controlling or whatever the case may be. He may just be uncomfortable with you wearing that out in public. Fine. Now, the woman can say, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to wear it out. right? And then the man can say, okay, I don't like it, I'm gonna leave. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not like, the boundary is for you. The boundary isn't for the other person, right? So if they infringe on your boundary, now it's on you to react, to respond to it. You can either adjust the boundary or you can just fucking leave. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't, now if you threaten her with violence, if you threaten her with some like well, if you keep wearing that, I'm not gonna cook dinner at, like, some stupid shit like that, you know, whatever the fuck it is. Now that becomes a whole different thing. But if you handle it like an adult, which is either to adjust the boundary or to accept it, I'm saying, or to leave, then there you go. Where's the abuse happening at? It's the same thing. I agree, it's the same thing. I would not say a man asking a woman to dress a certain way or saying I'm uncomfortable with you dressing this way is on the same. I would say it's the same level as a woman going through your phone, because the action in and of itself isn't harmful. It isn't emotionally damaging or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? If you're respectful.
Yeah. So at what point? So what do you classify? What's under the umbrella of harmful action-wise for you?
Lying, cheating, manipulating, yelling, berating, invalidating, yeah, like
all of those,
chronically.
All of those things you think, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying like chronically. Oh, ignoring. Yeah, ignoring.
Yeah. So you think all of those things you think men do at a much higher rate than women?
Exponentially higher than women.
Lying, cheating. I'll give you cheating, because men cheat like a motherfucker.
And lying, because that will be a part of cheating.
And lying. But I think we both agree that women lie better.
I don't think women lie better. I think men. I don't think women do anything better in this regards than men. I think men don't pay attention to women. That's why we don't catch women lying. If you listen to women the way that women listen to us, because women listen to us, if you listen to women better than men if you listen to women like women listen to men, you would be able to catch women in lies too. If they lie so much, if you listen to them, you would be able to clock their shit too, right? But you don't listen to them, so you miss out. Yo, bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly.
But then. So, okay, let's go back down the list. So lying and cheating, I'll give you both of those. Then you have, I think you said invalidating.
Yep.
You have, go back down the list.
Invalidating, ignoring. Yelling, berating, yep. Yep.
It's hard for me to see a scenario that men, it would depend. I guess it would have to depend, because arguments, depending on where the argument stems from, depending on the type of person, it's so many different variables that go into it. But it's just hard for me to see like a scenario where women don't verbally and emotionally abuse men more than men, unless you lump in the physical aspect, because I do agree that with the physical comes the emotional, comes the, everything like that. But just from like arguments, men probably edge it out maybe 60 to 40, maybe 65 to 35. It's tricky for me.
Nah.
It's tricky for me. I feel like women definitely, because again, if
you struggling, brother. Let it go, AJ.
I'm not struggling.
You are, man, because you can just acknowledge that men abuse women significantly more. And it's true.
Men abuse women physically way more than women.
In every way, shape, or form. There's no way that women. Hold on. There's no way that men don't abuse women more. There's no example that you can give me where I would be like, yeah, women do that more. Not one. And I mean, in most cases, it's like, some cases it's like women almost never do that, and men do that shit constantly.
It's a situation where you'll never know, because men don't fucking talk about it.
Men talk about it all the time.
Men don't talk about it. Men don't talk about when that girl from 2019 fucking abused them for
yes, they do. Niggas won't let it go. That's what I just told you. Men will bring up the shit from high school and be harboring that. What are you talking about? Dude, men love to tell us when women hurt them.
How long did it take for him to open up and say that?
He been saying it since it happened.
But if we're talking about a situation from a guy in high school, and he's just now joining your panel and saying, hey, man, I had this situation where my baby mom just spit in my face. How long ago was that? Shit, about 15 years ago?
No, we just talking about it in 2024. Men don't.
So at what point did he actually finally open up and say, hey, yo, and then a lot of the times men don't even consider certain stuff abusive because they just, like some stuff like, oh, she yelled at me. Men don't understand how to acknowledge the fact that yelling at them is abusive. Men don't understand how. I think men because she didn't want to talk to me. He don't know that that's abusive.
I think what happens with men is this. A lot of times men won't talk about stuff like this because, especially in a space like mine, because they know I'm gonna ask questions, right? If you get in a room full of C Daves and AJs, they'll open up. But if you come in my room, you know, if you say some shit like that, I'm gonna ask you some questions, right? And y'all know that once you start pressing men on like, okay, she yelled at you, what happened before that? Oh, well, you know, well, look, I stayed out till 4 a.m. I didn't call her. But wait, there's always some shit like, it's like, nigga, it's all like, when, huh?
Does that matter?
Yes.
Even if he didn't stay out late.
Yes.
So you believe, let me ask you, is yelling abusive?
It can be.
So you believe that if a person stays out too late, it's appropriate to use abusive behavior?
It can be abusive. I don't think yelling is abusive in and of itself. I think it is a human reaction.
Cool. So yelling. So then when does yelling become abusive?
When you do it all the fucking time, what are you yelling at the person? Right.
So you believe that yelling is sometimes abusive. What about a slap? Is slap abusive?
Slaps are always abusive.
So if a man comes home late and his woman slaps him, that's abusive.
That's abusive behavior.
Okay, so now we identified that. So we know.
See how you move the goalpost to something that don't fucking happen to 99% of, like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, you trying to pivot because you just asked me a line of questions. You thought, see that what you thought was. Go ahead. You just pivoted. You asked the question. I answered all your questions, and now you just moving the goalpost. But keep going. Keep moving it back further.
So again, if we understand that those things are abusive, and you come up here and say, well, was he late or was he?
We didn't understand that. You just no. You gotta stop. Hold on. You gotta stop. No, sir. No, sir. I didn't say that. See?
You just said that.
I didn't. Hey, AJ, watch it. It's happening right now. See, he's lying. Literally right now. So I'll repeat verbatim what just happened. You asked me, is yelling abuse? And I said, it can be. And then I gave the examples in which it could be abusive, right? I was like, you said, but so when is it abusive? I said, when they're yelling all the time, and it depends on what they're yelling, like the words they're using, and also why are they yelling? You know what I'm saying? All these things matter, right? Okay. And then since that was a valid answer, you pivoted and moved the goalpost and said, is a slap abuse? Of course, physical violence is always abusive. So I said, yeah, a slap is definitely abuse. And then you said, okay. And then you lump those two things in together and just said, well, see, you just said those things are abusive when I didn't. I didn't. I just said, yeah, if you slap somebody, it is abusive. But if yelling isn't always abusive.
There is, outside of stopping someone from committing a dangerous act, like yelling at someone that's about to get run over by a vehicle, when is yelling not abusive? Like
when you stay out till 4 a.m. without calling and you come home and she's irate and she fucking yell. Hold on, time out. Especially because the yelling typically ensues when the person comes home. She asked the man, where were you? And that motherfucker start lying, or he start hemming and hawing, and he not being forthcoming. He not even coming in the door he not even coming in. See that he not coming in the door apologetic. He not coming in the door like I'm fucking tripping. I fell asleep. Like, it ain't even that. He coming in the door on some like trying to sneak in, and she catch him, and then she like, where were you? And then he's like, I was out with the boys. Where were you with the boys? Oh, we was at Craig and them house. All right, who is in them? And then by the fucking 5th question, she mad. She flipping over the table. Oh, see, you yelling, you an abuser. That's the type of shit you be on. That's gaslighting.
So let me block this dangerous behavior. Like
Dangerous behavior, please.
This is very dangerous behavior. What you're saying.
Get the fuck out of here.
If you cannot.
They got 40 on C. Dave head, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to be. I'm on my lunch break. My lunch break about to be over. If you can't address your partner in a respectful, intelligent manner, other than yelling, then you need to check yourself. That is abusive behavior. If your reaction to your partner doing something wrong is to yell and curse and do all and belittle, that's abusive. Like you just said, if you don't like it, then leave. Right? She can leave. But you don't get to just yell and curse out and think that that is okay.
Yeah, you do.
Wrong.
Yeah, you do.
Okay,
it ain't wrong.
And
that's not dangerous.
And that's what.
That's not dangerous, C. Dave. Where is the threat of danger?
Because you're preaching toxic behavior.
No,
right?
where is yelling? Hold on, C. Dave. C. Dave, you don't know shit about therapy. C. Dave, we already clocked you. You don't know shit about therapy. So here's the thing. Hold on, C. Dave. Hold on, wait. How is yelling dangerous?
Oh my God, we gotta explain everything. So when you yell at somebody, when you belittle them, when you curse them out, you are belittling them, right? You are attacking their sanity, you are attacking their humanity, you are attacking their confidence, you're doing all of that stuff. When you're yelling, your partner typically doesn't get a chance to react or even talk to you or engage with you. You're not having meaningful conversation. You're dominating the conversation in that case. And then you get two people yelling. If two people are yelling at each other, there is no communication going. So you're not communicating.
Where is the danger?
That is dangerous in a relationship.
How is that dangerous?
How is not communicating dangerous?
They kicked you, C. Dave. That was crazy. That can't be y'all hero. That motherfucker, he stay trying to gaslight us. It be I'm like, damn, how do y'all come up here and prove my point? Like, I want for one day y'all to come up here and not actually prove my point. Yelling is dangerous now. Going through your phone is harmful and toxic. Like, shut the fuck. Ugh. God damn. I'm happy I'm a man. And not for the reason y'all think. I'm happy I'm a man because I don't got to deal with men. I'll be honest with you. I choose to deal with men, right? But I can step away anytime I want to. I choose to deal with men. I don't have to deal with men, though, in all honesty. I really don't. I don't got to deal with men. I'm so fucking happy I don't got to deal with men because that type of shit, man, yeah, that type of shit right there drive anybody fucking crazy. Anybody crazy. That's nuts. I don't understand that type of shit at all. Go ahead, Champagne.
Man, it's crazy how he was yelling at you too.
He was yelling at me. It's not okay to yell. I was like, oh, okay. You got it.
But AJ, I was confused. I was gonna ask you a question if you're still there. I was wondering why don't you want to hear her insecurities in her past relationship?
No, I never said that. I didn't want to hear it.
So I don't
want her insecurities and her past relationships to be used as an excuse to try to manipulate me and or abuse or go past boundaries that I've already set or that I'm not.
AJ, you said you didn't want to hear that shit, by the way. That's what he's responding to.
When did I say
you said it when you were going off. You said, oh, you did. You said, I don't want to hear that shit. That's what you said.
Nobody.
See, it's happening again. You said it. I promise you. You can say you forgot you said it. You can say you didn't mean to say it. That's fine.
If I said it was under the context of I don't want to hear it, if that's going to be your excuse for abusing me or disrespecting my boundaries.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Okay, but you said it though. Okay. Let me read this cash. I got you. Let me read this cash out. Gal said, y'all don't even see women as human beings for real, which is true. Marsha said, bye, C Dave. Easy breathe. Why is that dumb?
Because how do you not see another human being as a human being?
Slavery.
Okay.
Yeah. It happens all the time. That's crazy that you don't. Like, what? Happens every day. Parents abusing their kids.
Define abusing.
Hitting them.
Okay. Like rearing them, like spanking.
Hitting them in any way, shape, or form. If slapping your man in the face when he comes home at 4 a.m. is abusive, then slapping your child on the hand or butt because they did some shit a kid is supposed to do that's more abusive. Because they're, first of all, they're a child, and second of all, they kids are naturally inquisitive. They didn't go out of their way to harm you or disrespect you. They just being kids. They're doing what kids do, normal behavior, and you're hitting them. It's even worse. They can't defend themselves. They don't have anywhere to go. You're their lifeline.
Behavior.
Huh?
What would be considered normal behavior? Because
trying to touch a hot stove, playing with the light socket, going in the pantry and fucking shit up. Normal behavior, kid behavior, curious behavior.
One time, okay, that's a little bit excessive, but if it's continuous, like disruptive or bad behavior,
is slapping. If your woman slaps you in the face one time, is that abusive or not?
Yes.
Okay, then it's the same thing for a child. It doesn't. Why does it? It's because you don't see kids as human beings. You're proving it in real time. You claim you see women as human beings. Okay, cool, right? So you can fully acknowledge slapping a woman in the face is abusive, and a woman slapping you in the face.
But I'm not slapping a baby in the face.
Slapping a baby in. Okay, if a man, I'll rephrase it since we want to play games. If a woman slaps you in the chest, if a woman slaps you punches you, anything, is that abusive or not? I'm saying out of anger, by the way. Out of anger, I'm saying.
Out of anger, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Cool. So if you do it to a child, how is it not? How does it instantly not become abusive if it's not for the sole purpose that you don't see children as human beings?
Were you slapping them out of anger? Were you popping them on the hand out of anger?
Yes.
That's not usually when parents pop their child out of anger. It's not out of.
It is out of anger.
They don't have control over their emotions.
100% is out of anger, sir. That's why you hit your child. It's out of anger. Why would you think you would be in control when you hit somebody? Unless you boxing, unless you getting paid to do it. You doing it for free, you out of control.
That's not out of anger. When
hey, AJ, do you have kids? Do you have kids?
I don't.
Have you ever? I mean, you ain't got a hat, but this is crazy though, bro.
Don't have none.
Leave them babies alone.
Typically, when a parent is popping their child on the hand or on the bottom, and they're about to do something that is destructive to themselves, it's to give them attention to, hey, no, that's not okay. Don't touch that hot stove. Don't touch this fucking light socket that can electrocute you.
Make the child pause. The same energy you took to quickly pop them, why can't you take that same energy to grab their hand, get down on their level, and say, hey, don't touch that?
Because usually
this is coming from a former spanker.
Mm-hmm.
The energy that it took you to whack that child is the same energy it can take to get down at eye level and say, hey, you stick your finger in that, you're going to hurt yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You touch that. My daughter did it the other day. She touched the back of an iron after my mama said, don't touch it. And she did. And she, oh my God, my fingers. I went and got her ice and I said, that's why we don't touch hot stuff. She ain't touched that iron since.
Natural consequences. I don't know.
I didn't hit her, but I didn't pop her and say, why would you do that?
And that's why I preferenced it with continuous disruptive or destructive behavior. That's why I said continuous.
Being hit one time is abusive, though, AJ. We just acknowledged that. What I'm saying
is, if they're not learning from the initial, hey, don't do that.
If they're not learning, it's your fault. Or they might have a learning disability, but it's probably your fault as a parent. You can't convey it, right? So it's probably your fault. You're probably doing it wrong, not them. They're kids. They're okay. Kids are malleable. I mean, so you're talking to the people who are the easiest to teach when you think about it, right? Because kids are sponges. Everybody knows that 1 through 5, they're sponges. It's a time when they're the most receptive to everything, right? So you're saying that that group of people, you can't get through to them. It's your fault. You're fucking up.
But it's also the most curious beings on the planet. Sometimes that curiosity, no pun intended, unalives the cat. So they their curiosity supersedes sometimes what their parent is saying. So that continuous need for trying to know and figure out.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If whoopings worked, then why do people need to continuously whoop their kids for the same thing?
What do you mean? As far as
if whoopings worked, right? Because you're saying that the reason why you want to do that is so that you could thwart the behavior, right? So if whoopings worked, then why would you need to do it repeatedly? Wouldn't one whooping suffice?
It would.
Okay, so they don't work. So why are you whooping your kid? Because it's abusive, right? I'm just pointing out the fact that the only reason we're having this conversation, though, AJ, is because you don't see children as human beings. I just want to let you know. So the same way that you don't.
To me, is such a dumb state. I see children as human beings.
No, you don't. You see them as children.
Beings. They're alive and they're breathing. They're human beings, just like
dogs are alive and breathing too. You don't see them as human beings.
Yes, they are. But I said just like me, walking around on 2 feet, like me, born like me, from a human being like me. I understand that children are human beings. So let's not continue that whole you don't see it.
You could try to make it sound dumb all you want to. It's not dumb. It's actually rational. What's the other explanation for it then? For if you can acknowledge that slapping a child in the face, hold on. But it doesn't stop the behavior. So that's stupid. You see what I'm saying?
But it can stop.
But talking to them can too.
It can 100%.
So talk to them. Hold on.
But it's just like you just said in the inverse. If talking to the kids work, then why do you keep having to talk to your kids about the same shit? Hold on. You're missing the point,
because you said that if you have to do it repeatedly, then it's abusive, right? But you do have to whoop repeatedly because you don't get to whoop one time. You gotta whoop repeatedly. So yes, you do.
I said if the kid is continuously doing the same action,
yes,
and then it leads to finally the parent popping them.
And then they don't listen.
They have already tried.
Cool. So I'm saying, so in that scenario, they don't listen. They don't listen. They do it again. Now what are you gonna do?
Right. You pop them.
You pop them again. That's 2 pops. That's repeated.
I'm
saying you popped them one time.
So after the first pop,
you already popped them. Now what do you do when they do it again? Because they will do it again. Now what do you do?
Figure out if you want to figure out something different, or if you want to pop them again. That's your.
No, I'm saying now what do you do?
What do I do?
Mm-hmm. You already popped them once.
I don't have kids.
Now you evading the question. I thought it was stupid.
I'm not.
I thought this was so dumb.
It's very fucking stupid, but
it's so stupid that you can't answer it.
If I was a parent who,
it's so dumb you can't answer it. It's crazy.
I can't answer it.
You can't answer it honestly. I know. That's what I'm saying. You can't answer it honestly.
I can't answer it honestly. I've answered everything you've ever asked me honestly.
It's not true.
But
AJ,
okay.
You know the difference between your girlfriend slapping you and you slapping your girlfriend versus you hitting a child? It's the power dynamic. Most times, the reason why you're able to beat on a child is because first, you don't see them as a human being, but second, you know they can't do anything about it.
When you were weird.
So, wait a second. When you have that sort of power dynamic, is that not? You don't see nothing wrong with that?
I do.
A defenseless child.
I do if you're full on wailing on your kid. When you were
now it's oh my god.
Oh my god.
All right, man. I'm sorry, bro.
When you were rearing your children and spanking your children, were you hitting them full fucking force on the hand or on the ass?
You know, it doesn't matter.
People do. You don't have kids, so you can't. So how about this?
I don't. AJ, hold on. It's pointless. It doesn't matter. When you hit them, their body doesn't recognize the difference. It just knows you hit them and you cause them pain. You got to hit them hard enough to inflict pain. I know that. So whether you're hitting them as hard as you can or softer, you still got to inflict pain. And once you do that, once you do that, the damage is done. Right? It's abusive in their mind. It literally shows up as abuse in their mind every time you hit them. When you talk to them, it never shows abuse. When you hit them, it always shows up as abuse. Every time. That's not an opinion. That's science. That is scientifically proven. When babies are hit, when children are hit, it manifests itself in the mind as abuse and in the body, right? As abuse. Mm-hmm. They don't know, the body and the mind don't know the difference. Like, oh, well, this is for my own good. The body and the mind don't give a fuck. Because in reality, it is abuse. So it knows, right? So when you hit a child, that's how it processes it. It doesn't matter if you hit them like this or like this. It's still painful to them. And so it's going to be the same thing. So you trying to do this stupid ass shit of like, did you hit him? You trying to do the, what's the fucking Faison Love shit when in Money Talks when he was like, did he hug you like this or like this? Nobody gives a fuck, bro. Hitting a child is wrong. What the fuck are you talking about?
You can get your child's attention without hitting them full fucking force. I know that.
You can get their attention without hitting them at all. I'm moving on though. This is pointless. 100%. I know this is pointless. AJ, men only open to rebuttal women's claims. I think she's saying that men only open up to rebuttal women's claims, which is true most of the time. Cecilia said, now we're gaslighting child abuse. Yeah, these motherfuckers are gaslight anything.
How is that gaslighting child abuse, yo? What the fuck? And Joe, going back to your point of I hate the fact that we've given people these little clickbait ass zing words to use. Half of the people in here don't know what the fuck gaslighting means.
I don't know. It sounded like she was using it right because you're trying to gaslight us into thinking that abusing your child isn't actually abuse. That's the part that's gaslighting. But
rearing and discipline.
Talking about, did you hit him like this or did you hit him like this? That's gaslighting.
It isn't always.
You're not qualified.
It's always abuse.
Conversation. This is above your pay grade. So how about we talk about the topic?
Saying someone is unqualified because they don't have children.
Well, it's not. You're not qualified because you haven't done any studying on it and you don't have children. So either way, you wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I know. Brianna said that. So if a man continuously doesn't listen, we can hit them according to this guy.
You see how people take things and just stay stupid fucking.
That's not stupid. Based on what you said, that's the same logic.
It's actually dumb.
Why is it dumb? Because he's an adult?
Stupid. Because that's completely two different situations.
How?
Because you're not trying to teach your partner to do anything.
Yes, you are. What? Yes, you are.
If you have to continuously tell your partner how to treat you, why are you trying to teach your partner how to treat you?
Because
as a basic human being.
Women do that all the time. That's the whole point. That's what we're talking about.
Leave. Like you say all the time, then leave.
Okay. Bet. But they do
Simple.
it. But they do it.
And that's on them.
Okay, this Jackie is a point. Who gave him a
point? Because every time you have an argument, it can easily be retorted right back to the same situation. You want somebody to not deal with a situation and fucking leave. Well, if you don't want to teach your partner shit or you feel like you're teaching your partner how to treat you, then fucking leave. Correct? Or am I wrong?
Yep, you got it, man. You got us.
That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess AJ is giving advice to the women. He's saying if you got to tell your partner anything, then leave. Keep that in. I want all the bros. Hold on, wait. I want all the bros to keep that shit in mind. Don't give AJ is saying don't give these men no grace. If you have to teach him anything, just leave. Because why would you have to teach your partner how to treat you at all?
Kids can't leave, AJ.
If that's how you took that, then that says way more about your comprehension skills than
fucking trying to gaslight me again. My comprehension skills are way better than yours, nigga. Way better. I just told you what you just said. You said that if a woman, I'm telling you, if you have to, if a person, but we're talking about women, if a person has to teach their partner how to treat them, right? Then, because you were trying to say, why would you have to hit a person? And because people are saying, so we got to go back to the question. The question was, is it okay for a woman to hit a man if she has to constantly, tell the man what to do or teach him what to do or whatever the case may be? And then you said that's fucking dumb, because if you have to constantly teach a man how to treat you, what was
as a human being, and as a human being on the end of that.
Yeah, as a human being, then what do you? Hold on, it's not common sense. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait, AJ. I'll use your scenario and show you why what you're saying it doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, so when you brought up the whole like women dressing a certain way and going outside and all of that stuff.
Yes.
Okay. I'll have you know that I don't give a fuck what my wife wears. Right? Okay, but some men do.
Correct.
Right? Okay, cool. So how the fuck would she know what to not what bothers me if I don't tell her, if I don't teach her?
That's not Jesus. That's not if I say, hey, that right there, I don't really like that. You're letting them know that's not teaching. Teaching is a repeated form of continuously having to tell somebody something over and over.
That's not what teaching is. That's a lie. That's not what you're trying to, sir, that's not what teaching is. You can tell somebody something one time and you taught them. You can show somebody how to tie their shoelace one time and you taught them. You don't have to keep showing them for it to be teaching. What are you talking about?
So when you treat somebody something,
I think he's trying to justify the abuse that his parents inflicted upon him. Like, if he can make it okay that it's okay to hit kids, then he can make what his parents did to him okay. I think we're dealing with a trauma response.
You want to know why that's a dumb fucking response? Because I was never abused as a child. Because I was never spanked as a child.
Okay. That's interesting that you were never spanked, but you up here advocating for spankings. But anyways, Brianna Sharper said he can't even comprehend what he's saying. That's why he keeps pivoting and gaslighting. AJ, hold on, wait. I'm reading. So Nigel said, I agree with AJ. We should leave him alone forever.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the question? I'm sorry, I missed it beforehand.
I didn't ask anything.
Oh, okay. So I think to get back on topic, I'm still trying to figure out, how does women hating men affect men negatively, and how does men hating women affect women negatively? Like, can we compare the two? Are you asking? Yeah, I can ask you that. Yeah, I can ask you that, AJ.
Does anybody else want to answer?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Champagne. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Champagne.
I don't think it's comparable. I think when men express hate, perpetuate hate towards women, I feel as if women feel it a lot more than men do.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I say this is because there are more women out there that can give you a negative experience with their past relationship, right, than men.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of women have realized that there are more men out there that will do them wrong than treat them right. And so, like, the quality of men out there, it's very slim for women. But opposed to men, right, say this woman did him wrong, he doesn't really, most of the time they don't really care, because they realize there are more quality women out there for him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I take it. This is how I believe it.
I agree. You want to respond, Kay?
Yes. I just wanted to know where that comprehension that AJ said he had went when he couldn't answer this question, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. So why
did you spend all that energy to make that statement when you could have just answered the question directly? Like,
I'm gonna do both, because I can multitask. Why? Because I'm a woman and we can do everything. How about that?
I'm very
Come on up, Coach Vic.
Thank you for the demonstration.
We're gonna mute Coach Vic for a little while. You can come up though and get unmuted, Coach Vic. I got you, brother. Go ahead.
Long story short, when a woman hates a man, his ego is bruised, right? He loses access to that woman. Mm-hmm. But when a man hates a woman, she could possibly lose her life.
Mm-hmm. She could lose her life savings. She could lose her.
Right. Yeah.
There's so many levels to a man hating a woman before the life shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't got to go there. Let's just stick with the normal shit that happens when a man. She can lose years off her life because a motherfucker just making her life hard. Like, it's just a bunch of things that I see constantly when men hate women, how it actually manifests itself. It's not like I see so many examples of how when men hate women, how it shows up in relationships and day-to-day life. It don't even got to be in relationships, by the way. It doesn't have to be in relationships. It could be outside of relationships. We can talk about jobs, opportunities for women, all that stuff. But in this particular context, I do want to stick to more like relationship based stuff, right? You just see it show up in so many ways in relationships, from things like I said, men like manipulating women, cheating on them, abusing, neglecting them, making them, gaslighting them to the point to where they feel crazy. They don't know which way is up and down and left and right, and what I'm saying, they think backwards is forwards and night is day and all of that shit. Like, that shit is crazy. That's
unsafe X practices, giving those women STDs while they're pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, AJ, you can answer the question. It's on you, brother.
I don't think it's close, especially due to the physical violence that men perform against women. I just think so. I think for women, when they hate men, it definitely does open the door for more abuse towards them. And I think
when the women hate men, you said?
Which way?
You were saying when women hate men?
Other way around. Yeah.
When women hate men, got you.
It opens the door for more abuse towards them.
How?
So when women hate men, if it's known by the man, then I think men's reaction, men's rebuttals to that, physically, emotionally, mentally, all of that, is like amplified because they don't know how to handle that. They don't know how to deal with that. When men hate women, I think it can be outward, but I think a lot of the time it's inward, and sometimes it's not as noticeable. Like they'll always say that's like your biggest hater is your man.
Definitely. I say your biggest hater is a man, but for women, your biggest hater probably is your man, right? But I do think your biggest hater is a man more than likely.
I think a lot of the times men will kind of like if they do hate you, it'll be more under wraps more so than it is outward. Now, of course, you'll have a good percentage that's outward where they're just like, physically abusing you verbally.
Are you talking about you talking about like if a man hates a woman, the women won't notice it?
No, sometimes. I think a lot of the times it can be I think a lot of the times it could be like that inward hatred where it's just like subtle things. It's not necessarily just straight to physically abusing, but like...
Well, not physical though. So this is what I want you to do for this exercise. Think about other ways outside of physical abuse, right? Like think about more common ways that men abuse women. Financially, ignoring them, you know what I'm saying? Abandoning them, things of that nature, right? Like think more like that. Because when you think about abuse in that regard, then you will start to see how abusive men are. Maybe even yourself, quiet as kept. You really will. If you really examine abuse and you really sat down with that shit and you wasn't lying to yourself and you just examined it and then cross-reference that shit with the things that women have said about you, like how you've treated them, I guarantee you almost every man is gonna walk away going, damn, I've done that before. Yeah, damn, okay.
I think a lot of the times, whether it be intentional or unintentional, like sometimes it's just how like men can be. So like whether it be like being unattentive, whether it be bad, being bad partners, financially abusive, like their reaction to certain things that kind of comes out.
What are they reacting to?
Just like that deep-rooted misogyny, they sometimes they just can't even like help it.
But I get what you're saying though. I respect that too, because you're saying like it's rooted in misogyny, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's rooted in the hatred of women, and they actually do see it and feel it. That was the point I wanted to get to. The women do see it and feel it. They do.
Right. Yeah.
You think
but not like I'm not saying that they don't feel it, but I don't think it's like it's not something that they're trying to, they can intentionally harm, like verbally abuse. They're trying to hurt them. Mm-hmm. But then there are scenarios where they do it just they don't even realize that they're doing it, or they're doing it and it's like it's almost involuntarily. Like they dislike this person so much that it's just involuntary. They don't even realize
we're not aware. Yeah. I agree.
Exactly.
They put 5 on 6 head, by the way. They put 5 on 6 head when he first came up here. I just want to put that out there. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the common issue with a lot of men.
Holy shit.
So I think AJ, I think we're getting somewhere though. So if the men, my point is, it is the hatred of women is ingrained into men. Like you're talking about. It's damn near in our DNA, which it probably is at this point. It's damn near in our DNA, right? Like our misogyny is we definitely got a predisposition to being misogynistic. Okay. Women don't. Women don't have a predisposition of hatred towards men. Mm-hmm. Right? That's one thing. Mm-hmm. So earlier when I was talking about the prevalence of said hate, right? That's we started talking about women and I was saying like I don't even like comparing the hatred of women to comparing it to the hatred of the hatred of men to women or women to men. I don't like comparing the two because they're not comparable. A woman hating a man, like I said, results typically in women just leaving us the fuck alone. 99% of the time, like they just leave. Women who hate men leave men the fuck alone. They just stay away from men. Men who hate women seek women out to harm them. Not to be better, not to grow. They seek women out like for the sole purpose of harming them. They like have their eye, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's different. 6, how was that lies?
Hold up, I need 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, 2 minutes actually.
Okay. How I don't understand how that's a lie. Like, that's what men do. Men don't like women. They turn into pickup artists. All pickup artists hate women. Every single one. The whole concept behind pickup artistry is rooted in the disdain for women. They're punishing women. That's the whole point of it, is to manipulate women so you could oh, see, I got you. And then they other men say, oh, I see. They'll use those examples and say, I see what women do, so I don't listen to what they say. And I'm like, but you do know that the way that man, I don't care what these pickup artists are telling you. When you pick up women in a short period of time, like if anybody up here has ever had men or women, if you guys have ever had like a fling or a one night stand scenario, like where you met the person that day, that night, whatever, and y'all was, getting busy within the first few hours, that I'll speak from the male perspective. You're not like, I never got there by treating a woman I never got there by being an asshole to that woman. That's what pickup artists will say. Like, see, you just got to treat them like assholes and da 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 da. And they'll, that's a lot of their literature. They like those dark triad traits and all that bullshit. I'm like, nah. Usually when you know what I'm saying, when that shit happened with me, it was organic or whatever. I didn't seek it out, but like it typically was like we just had a good conversation and the drinks was flowing, and you know what I'm saying, and like it was the vibes were good, and, you know what I'm saying. It was very, very few times it was like I had to manipulate them, or I had to like nag them, or like I never had to do that. Like I never had to play those games. It was just like, yeah, you just you know what I'm saying, you in Vegas, you at you had a dope spot in Vegas, y'all drinking, it's 3 a.m, y'all gonna walk back to the hotel room. She like, you want to come up? You like, yep, let's come up. Like I don't know. Like that's what happened for me. Now I don't know, but granted, I didn't go into these situations going, I gotta pick up a girl tonight. Like that's not where my mind was. I was literally like, I'm just going to the club to have some fun. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, we doing our thing. Like it never was like, oh man, I gotta tell her I used to play for the Yankees. Oh man, I gotta tell her I got $1 million contract. Like I never had to do weird shit like that. And maybe that's just me. So I always take that shit with a grain of salt. Maybe that was just me. Maybe that's my experience. Maybe I'm projecting on me, whatever the case may be. But I've never bought into the idea that you had to like treat women poorly to get them. But a lot of men do have to lie to get, which is ultimately treat women poorly. But you know what I'm saying? You don't have to like nag women. You don't have to be negative to women. They don't like, I don't know. Maybe that's the case. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Kay, you can let me know if that's true. Like women respond positively to men nagging them, and you know what I'm saying? Like, is that a thing or?
Hell no. A lot of the time, even when we thought that was okay when we were younger, that was only because we were conditioned to say, if a boy is being mean to you, he likes you. Mm-hmm. Which is some backwards ass shit. Like that don't even make sense. Mm-hmm. But insecure. But yeah, somebody's an insecure women do. I would say a woman who doesn't know her value or self-worth would think that a guy ignoring her or playing hard to get or him being toxic is a turn on. Like, but again, it's
Yeah, that's what it stems from, because a lot of the times they'll tell you, oh, if you're too clingy with a woman, or if you're up a girl's ass, she's not gonna fuck with you like that, so you gotta like play it cool, keep it P type shit. But I again, like you said, I've never experienced having to be, you never have to be a dickhead to a girl to, get with them, or even just be yourself. Like sometimes men and women don't really know how to just be themselves.
So why were you a dick to me up here on this panel?
I'm sorry. When was I a dick to you?
Earlier.
Well, also, I'm not trying to get with you, so that's one.
Why you not trying to get with her? She not your type?
I'm good.
I'm just fucking. I'm just fucking with you.
No, but I'm just saying, like, you were very, very rude and aggressive towards me.
So you had made a sly comment, and I took it personally. I shouldn't have, but I ain't, because I felt like you ain't have to. But you're a woman, you're allowed to do what you want to do. You can make whatever comment you want to. It's on me to how I take it.
Yeah.
But in that instant, I was already kind of irritated. So you had made that little sly comment. I was just like, yeah.
Hold on. Nah. I like this question. Say said, why you only nice to women you trying to get with?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm nice to everyone who's nice to me.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm nice to everybody who's nice to me.
Okay.
The next time I see you, I'm gonna cuss you the fuck out.
I got you.
Tia said, white men age faster in loveless, hateful relationships. I don't know where that came from, but that's funny as shit. 6. It's been more than 2 minutes.
Yo.
All right, what was you yapping about, man?
To be honest, I was forced to come up here because your cruddy Luxie is abusing her power in the comments.
Not my cruddy.
Not your cruddy.
You cheesing, fam. Mm-hmm.
Tell her stop abusing her power in the comments.
Nah, man. Nah, we don't tone police. We don't tone police the mods over here.
Innocent. She's just getting mad in her feelings and muting me and shit.
You've been saying something.
Ask her what I said. I want to know too.
Hold on, she right here. Hold on. We gonna get to the bottom of this. What's up, Lux? What this man say? What this man say? What this man say?
I'm so sorry, I'm screaming. She called me a crony, I'm screaming.
Crony always gonna be diabolical in my book. I don't give a fuck.
Public cronies. We gotta put
no.
on a t-shirt.
Hold on. Did you say crony or crony?
He said cronies.
Cronies, yeah. He didn't say crony. Yeah. Yeah. He said crony. I thought he was talking that Toronto shit, man. That's why I said he cheesing, fam. Go ahead, Lux.
He was probably saying, I don't know. I muted a couple people. He was probably saying something. I think he said, what did he say? He said, I think something about something that you said about the abuse thing with children. He said that was cap, and I was like, that was a weird comment to make, so I brought him up here.
6 ain't got no babies.
Can't y'all click on the thing? Y'all can't do the click thing no more?
I be forgetting how to do it, man, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't even know how to do that.
To see people's messages.
He was saying something about the abuse thing. He was basically saying that she was capping because some of the comments that she made, and I thought that was sus as hell when we're talking about abuse of children and men and women and interpersonal abuse. Like, that was a wild comment to make. So
yeah, spanking your kid's not abusive.
That is. They put 5 on 6, so he got 10 on his head. They said for being a tattletale.
I'm not even saying nothing, bro.
They said you came up here. They said you came up here tattletaling. They said you came up here tattletaling, which is true.
Her power. She did it like the day before yesterday also.
She's not abusing her power. We're moderators.
Yeah,
that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to moderate the conversation.
Yeah, but I'm not breaking the rules.
You are.
That's not.
Hold on. Here's the rules. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I bring you up.
Yeah.
I didn't ban you from the live, sir. I brought you up so you could speak your piece. So why are you upset that I gave you the right to speak? That's wild.
Yeah.
All right. All I gotta say is spanking your kids is not abusive.
All right.
Give them 3 strikes. Talk to them 3 times. If it doesn't work, they have to feel.
Go right upside their motherfucking head, huh?
Nah,
like a real man.
Not all that. That's too much.
Yep.
Spanking, not a beating.
Same thing. So you can end up in jail like Adrian Peterson. Y'all niggas want to be AP so bad. Y'all need to stop that shit, man. I could never.
Some kids, they don't hear. They have to feel.
They put 13 on 6 head.
But why y'all think y'all kids don't be liking and respecting y'all and hating to see y'all coming, and the mom ends up being the default parent because the kids don't trust you, because the first thing y'all jump to is physical violence instead of actually taking time to teach
or yelling
and raise your kids.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Six. This even for me. I don't hit my kids, right? But even my wife be clocking me. I told y'all this before, but like, I took a microwave approach to parenting too, which hitting your kid is a microwave approach to parenting, right? It's a shortcut, and it don't work, by the way.
It's only a shortcut if it's the first decision. It can't be your first decision.
No, any decision. It's always a shortcut. So but like my shortcut was when my kids, when my younger son, when he be like going, he be having little anxiety and shit like that, I be on some like, man, get over it. Like, you good, man? Oh, man, it's just a bee. Oh, man, like when we out and he see bugs and shit, he be tripping. He got a lot of anxiety about bugs. That's not, because it causes more anxiety and he shuts down. See what I'm saying? You would know that if you had kids. So when I did it and I saw his reaction to that, I was like, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? And my wife was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to like calm down. You got to talk to him.
Okay, look at this. Let me ask you a question. If your son is with his friends in the playground and he sees a bee and he's like, oh my God, you don't think the other kids are gonna start bullying him?
What does he say?
Oh my God, you get scared of shit.
That shit sounded real Canadian. Oh my God, eh? All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
The other kids are gonna start bullying him and shit. So you have to get him used to it.
No. So you want to be his bully?
You don't get on your baby.
Look, you're not gonna be able to check all the children.
Fuck them kids.
I think it's a very thin line between trying to toughen up your kid and abusing them. And I think, especially with somebody who has anxiety, like I deal with a lot of people. Well, I have a lot of friends. I've grown up with a lot of people, including myself, who have had anxiety, and it's tough because it comes in waves. Like, you don't know when it's gonna happen. You don't know, and certain things will trigger you. So it's I don't think you should bully them, but I don't think you meant it in a malicious way when you told them, hey, like, it's good, get over it, type shit. Like, I don't think.
No, I did. It was malicious though. It wasn't my intention to be malicious, but it was very dismissive of the outcome was malicious. So I didn't consider his feelings, his emotions. I was just like, it was just look. It was hot. We was hiking. It was like 13 people, and my baby was like freaking out. And we was in fucking the middle of nature, and it was a bunch of bugs, and we was all getting bit up and shit like that. And he was just like he was like, oh man, it was it. And I got tired of it. And I was like, nigga, tighten up, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just overstimulated.
That's great parenting.
No,
it wasn't. He ended up, bro. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me tell you what ended up happening because of that. He ended up crying. We had to stop. He didn't just react like to me, like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like just what I said. It was just like that didn't help, and it added to it, right? He ended up crying. We had to stop. He didn't want to walk anymore. Then we had to talk to him. Then I had to pick his ass up and put him on my back and carry him for I don't know how many fucking miles. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause he just was like over it at that point. It was like, well, if you want me to go, you're gonna have to carry me. And I was like, oh fuck, what do you do? So you got to pick your kid up and like,
nah, bro, you gotta tell him tighten up.
Yeah, no, I ain't doing that shit.
I've never been around children. You can tell like his reactions. Like you listen. Even as someone who I don't even got kids, but I've been around kids so much. I could tell when you've never been around a child by the reactions that you have.
I've been around children.
No, because you really think for some weird reason people that don't have, they think there's this weird thing where it's like, I'm gonna run my kid. My kid's not gonna run. Try again, babes. Try.
I got a perfect example of when men hating women also coincides with men hating kids. And this is a perfect example of what we're talking about.
Hating kids is insane.
Huh?
Hating kids is insane.
But you hate them. You want to hit them. You want to hit them.
It's a tough time.
I don't want to.
It's not insane. It's regular shit.
You hate them, Six. You literally want any excuse and opportunity to strike children, so you hate them. That's
No,
what
I said, what did I say?
Pursue women that they don't like, want to be able to creep up on them in the middle of the night and knock their heads between washers and dryers. You the same dude.
Wow.
Where's the confusion?
Oh my gosh, that's a heavy accusation.
Where's the confusion?
Hey, arguing to hit children though, gotta be the most diabolical shit on the docket this week.
What did I say?
Gotta be top flight diabolicalism. Top flight, like that shit is high up there, bro.
Hey, look, I said, first tell them don't do that.
I heard what you said. I don't give a fuck.
Don't make it be the force resort, but
arguing to.
We didn't miss it.
We heard it. Y'all, the craziest shit ever be thinking y'all repeating the thing is gonna be the thing that make us go, oh, okay. So hitting your kid, okay.
Properly disciplining your children. I'm gonna be honest, that's a white tactic, and that's why there's school hitters.
Let me address this.
Hold on, wait, Six. Hold on, I got you, Champagne. Six. White tea people are the ones who started abusing. And we got it from white tea people.
Let's think about way back to West Africa days. You don't think they were hitting the children?
No, there's no evidence of it.
You're crazy.
There's no evidence of it. There's no evidence of people. There's no evidence. There's no evidence of our ancestors hitting their kids. There's no evidence of that. That is a European thing, bro. They introduced that shit. Now we do it. That shit is crazy.
As a community where certain behaviors come from, Six, and one of those behaviors, which is striking your child, was not found in the communities that you're talking about in West Africa or any other parts of Africa. So you are wrong. So please stop repeating stuff that you have no idea or never read about. You've never seen anyone say that that's true. You never studied it. So please stop.
You guys think Africans who are currently eating people today?
What?
Their kids? You're insane.
Oh, this motherfucker. Oh, this motherfucker one. Oh, you one of them. Oh, you one of them. Okay. You one of them. Okay. Okay. Clock it. Clock it. You one of them. I didn't know. My fault. I didn't know. My fault. You one of them. Thank you. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
At the end of the day, it's the truth. I don't believe that. Hold on. I don't believe the dog and cat.
Okay, but Six. Here, what you have
to
realize.
Hold on. You don't believe? What don't you believe?
I don't believe the dog and cat shit.
You don't believe people eating dogs and cats?
So you believe that, but you don't believe they're eating people?
I
I see it on Twitter.
seen it on Twitter. Oh my God, dude.
What do you mean? I see that
What?
like 4K.
You seen people eat people in real life?
Yo, there's videos of patients eating freaking other people.
You know what? There's not. No, there certainly are not videos of that.
I actually had something substantial to say to him, just for educational purposes.
I can send videos, but okay.
Okay.
This is wicked work, by the way.
So I'm pretty sure Luxton probably already said this. My baby was crying a little bit, so I couldn't really hear. But you do realize that the reason why slaves started beating their kids is to prevent the master from beating their kids. Because if they beat them first, oh no, don't you?
I got him.
I beat them.
I got. What you doing in master's crops? I got him, master, and then you go beat him or whatever, so he don't whoop him 10 times harder.
Beat them, and they would beat them to their satisfaction, to the master's satisfaction. Just like the overseers, most of them were black. I forgot all about that damn bacon in the air fryer. I ain't gonna hold you. You can reheat it. It might be good.
Give it up. I eat it cold. Tell Phil to hand it to me. I eat it cold. Is that your mama, Phil? Tell him to give it to me. I eat it cold.
Public. I put it in there yesterday evening.
It's cool because it's all. See, the thing about bacon is it can last for up to 72 hours because it's already been cured. So it's dried out. It's cool. Yeah, I eat it. You from Canada? Y'all eat Canadian bacon. Y'all don't eat bacon.
But you know what? Also, is disgusting. Is how I felt after when I stopped popping my kid. She flinched one day when I reached to hug her. That's what's fucking disgusting. Yeah, don't beat your kids, man.
That shit there, breaking nigga heart. Hey, AK, I jumped at my son one time just to see what he would do, and that nigga didn't even move. I just did that shit. He didn't even flinch.
I want to show y'all to what Kay is saying is right. We went to the doctor's office one day, and this woman put her hand up. Real quick. She put her hand up, and her kid flinched like a motherfucker. And when I tell you all the nurses behind the station, like when the mom got
I'm on the phone.
Room, they was all like, "Hey, did y'all see when she put her hand up how hard he flinched? That woman beat her child at home." Everybody.
Police.
They
Help.
all clocked it. They was like, the way that woman reacted, she beat that kid at home. People are clocking this shit, Six. Like, this is insidious.
I'm definitely on the phone. 2 minutes later. Hey, It's a lady over here.
CPS. Knowing them, they probably did report that shit afterwards.
And here's the thing: it's not taking it too far. It's simply like Public said. When you pop, when someone is abused, it changes their brain chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, the act of popping, the pain that you inflict. So even if popping a light on her behind, or yelling, like I was on all that type of shit because that's what I knew.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I realized that again, just because you are conditioned a certain way does not mean that you can't change. And I'm a living witness. How long has been Public? It's been about almost a year.
Yeah. Hey,
since I popped her.
Hey, y'all be beating y'all kids based on attraction, and I hate that shit for y'all.
Based on attraction is a nasty word.
Y'all be out here whipping y'all kids based on attraction, and I hate that for y'all, man. Y'all gonna have to get that tightened up. Go ahead, Champagne.
I think to me it's I don't know. This is why I find parenting to be difficult. Is like, how do you, because we know kids are going to be kids. Kids are going to be very curious. It's just, how do we teach them, explain to them how that curiosity can lead to a very dangerous consequence without sheltering them. And I think what parents do is, because the other day, my niece, she's 8 years old. Her parents told her not to play out into the road because she wanted to go play with her friend, right? The sidewalk is right there, and then there's the road. They told her, do not run out to the road, right? So she was outside playing with her ball. They were monitoring her. And then I guess the ball ran out it just went onto the road. And she ran out on the road, and the car almost hit her. Thank God it didn't. Yes, thank God it didn't. They ran out to go get her. And the parent, I was talking with my brother about this, and my brother was like, he was upset that his daughter disobeyed her, but at the same time, he couldn't be angry at his daughter because he didn't know how to explain to her how what she just did could have lost her life because she's 8 years old. And at the same time, she couldn't be mad at the people that was driving onto the road because technically you can't just walk out onto the road with no crosswalk. So it was very difficult. He didn't spank her or anything, but he said he found it very challenging. He doesn't know how to educate her, to let her know that what she did was wrong. Because you can tell her, hey, you disobeyed me, it was wrong. But at the same time, they're going to be curious as to why what I did was bad. Right? And I don't think parents nowadays I don't think a parent's going to tell a child that if you do this action, you're going to lose your life. Well, what is the child's gonna ask, what is losing my life? And you're gonna have to dive in and explain to them. I don't think a child at that age can comprehend that.
Oh, you definitely they can. At 8,
where parents resort to spanking.
8, definitely they can comprehend losing your life. Like my son is 8, trust me, he knows. But when that stuff happens, I let my son curse. I don't give a fuck about curse words. Never have. So my son can curse. He's been cursing for years. And we gave him explicit rules like you cannot curse around other kids, you can't curse around adults. You know, you can only curse in the house when you want to. He was like, cool. Kids would come over, he started cursing. Took away his privileges. You can't curse for a month. Bet. Boy didn't curse for a month. He was going on again. He cursed. I think he might have, something happened. He didn't get in trouble. My son has never been in trouble at school, but something happened at school. I don't remember, but he cursed. Something came out that he cursed. So he took away his privileges again for like another, whatever it was, 2 weeks or whatever it was, right? Cool. That second time, this was at the beginning of summer. He's been incident free since then. So it took 2 times of just taking away his privileges of cursing. We talked to him before that. When he cursed out of bounds, we didn't just like, oh, you cursed, snatch it away. Like he did it, he fucked up. We was like, dude, you can't do that. Watch it. He did it, he fucked up. We was like, bro, next time you do it, you know what I'm saying? He did it. Hey, no more cursing. You're done. We're taking it away for 2 weeks or whatever it was. We did that, whatever. Long story short, after that second time, I think he's good. I think he'll be fine for the rest of his life. I think he learned his lesson. You know what I'm saying? Like if he was outside and that shit happened, I would just bring his ass in the house and be like, you can't go outside unless I'm outside, unless I'm sitting right there. You can't go anywhere near the street. You got to play right here until I feel like you have the awareness enough to, do that. Bet. That's how this shit work. Like, I don't need to hit. I don't need to yell. I be talking to my son just like this. I talk to that boy like we just have regular. Even when I'm upset, I just have like a regular conversation with him, like normal. I be mad as fuck. I be talking to him exactly the same. And he gets it in the moment. He may forget because he's a fucking kid, and he'll do, you know what I'm saying? But you just I don't be understanding why is it so hard to understand that you got to treat your kids the same way you treat adults, but even you have to be even more patient with your kids. You see what I'm saying? You got to be even more patient. So whatever patience you exhibit with an adult, you have to have more patience for a child. That's the thing that I don't understand. That's the shit that I don't get. If you wouldn't haul off and punch somebody in their face because you disagree with them or because they did something you don't want them to do, then why would you slap a kid? You ain't got to hit them in the face, but why would you hit them at all? If you wouldn't yell at a kid, if you wouldn't yell at your coworker, why do you yell at your kid? If you wouldn't berate your coworker, why would you berate your child? If you wouldn't yell at your wife, why would you? You see what I mean? Like, I'm not understanding. It should be even more. Kids should be even more protected than adults because kids can't go anywhere.
I'll tell you why. It's because a child, you have to teach the child. You can't talk to an adult. What the heck? That makes no sense.
No, I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason
we can't teach adults. We can't teach adults, Six. Adults.
You're not supposed to be out here teaching adults.
Of course you are.
Children are different.
What?
That's crazy.
Well,
okay.
Okay, my bad. I said that wrong.
Yeah.
You are, but like what I'm talking about is like it's different. Like kids are not getting in trouble for the same thing an adult's getting in trouble for.
Okay, sure. Let me. It's
different.
Yeah, they are. Stealing.
They just are, right?
Hold on. To Nigel said, why abuse your kids for not navigating the world like you do? They don't even be in double digits yet before the parents go oops upside their heads. That's facts. Invincible Summer said, this is for six ignorant xenophobic self. That's 15 on that boy head. Popping girls.
I'm not done yet. Yeah.
Popping girls sends them into early puberty. Damn, I didn't know that. Shoosh. Ugh. Ashley said, I'm Haitian. Nobody eats cats. Nobody eats cats. Play in your mama face.
I already said it. She doesn't listen. I already said I don't believe in the cat stuff. But I seen on Twitter, they're eating people.
Way more people eat cats and dogs than eat people, fam. That's what I was saying.
That's what I don't get. How could you believe that? But when I say this, you're like, nah.
Way more people. Cats and dogs are delicacies in other countries. Not in Haiti, but I'm saying in other countries.
Listen. You're right. But in America, wherever they're at, the Haitians, do you believe they're stealing the cats and eating them? Do you believe that?
No. Of course. What the fuck?
That's
No.
what we're talking about, though. What the hell?
I was just saying that people eat dogs and cats.
Okay, that's not my argument. And
I got you. I wasn't refuting it. I was just saying that there are way more examples of people eating dogs and cats. That was the disconnect. I wasn't saying that Haitians eat dogs and cats.
We're talking about the Haitians in America. That was the whole thing.
Okay, sir.
Do you believe that, yes or no?
No.
What the heck? So you believe that, but when I say people, it's impossible. In Haiti, they're doing that in Haiti. You don't believe that?
No, I don't believe that.
But cats, okay.
I don't believe Haitians are eating cats and what are you talking? What am I missing? What's not?
I'm happy you don't. I don't believe it either. But I just find it weird how you find it shocking that I'm saying this is happening in Haiti. But
I know that there are tribes who practice cannibalism. I know that, but acting like, first of all, acting like Africa is a fucking monolith when it's the most diverse continent on the planet is wild. Secondly, acting like
I said Haiti.
Sir, I'm talking about cannibals now because you said that Africans.
Who that in Haiti? I said that. Oh, all right, you got it.
Africans. Africa is a big ass continent and has a robust history and it has a bunch of different cultures. It's fucking crazy. 25 on his head. So when you said that black people, Africans was eating people, what are you talking about?
Bro, they're not eating people in Haiti? Yes or no?
I don't know.
JD Vance.
So now you don't know, but you're talking so absolute.
I don't know if they. I've never heard that before. Look, bro. Here's what I'm saying.
Do your research.
Hold on. I'm not going to research that. What I'm saying is, I think. Hold on. Cannibalism happens, I think, in every culture. I think cannibalism happens on every continent. I think it has happened on every continent in every country, right? To be fair and to be clear, right? Do I think that cannibalism is a part of Haitian culture? No, not at all. So if it's happened, so fucking what?
I'm gonna leave this all alone.
Who cares? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you need to leave it alone because you don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Saying that they're eating people in they eating people here, bro. What are you talking about? They eat I've never.
Okay. Thank you. Then why did you act shocked when I said they're doing it in Haiti? That's my only question. I
didn't act shocked. I act shocked because you were
acting like I was crazy.
No, you're trying to gaslight me, bro. The thing that you are, listen, the reaction was because you were trying to shut the fuck, sir. Be quiet, seriously. The reaction was was me reacting, and we all reacted to that because we were talking about abusing your kids, and then you were like, oh, they eat people in black countries, so they must be beating their kids. That was what you said, and we were all like, what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? That was the reaction. It wasn't that you just said that cannibalism has happened on the continent of Africa. We all know that. It happened in Europe, happened in Asia, and it's happening in the Americas right now. To this day. So what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody is denying that. We're just saying that how does that justify the abuse, or how does that equate to or prove that there was a history of abuse, of physical abuse of children on the continent of Africa? And you specifically said West Africans. So what West African country was cannibalizing people, by the way?
Okay, let me answer that. I use that as an example because I'm saying if they're going to that extreme, what makes you think they won't spank their children?
Oh my God. Okay.
That was my whole thing.
We heard it, and it was dumb when you said it the first time.
Okay. So I'm gonna make it make sense right now. Yeah, they would eat each other, but spanking their kids, that's where we draw the line. That's what it is.
You just said white people don't spank their kids, sir. White people
don't.
Why
can you ever give me a yes or no answer?
Because that's a dumb. I'm trying to help you understand how stupid your logic is and how inconsistent it is. You said white people, because when we were talking about not hating your kids, you said that's white people shit, right?
We're tying on, to be honest.
You said that's white people shit, right? So let me use that same dumbass argument. White people have dropped atomic bombs on people. You don't think that they would hit their kids? They enslaved the black people. You don't think that they would hit their kids? Like, what are you talking about? That's stupid.
What the fuck? Yo, we're going back and forth wasting time.
Okay. Go ahead. I brought I'm sorry, I don't Katia, or is it, how do you say her name? Is it Katia? I'm sorry. They got 25 on 6 head, by the way.
Yeah. Pronounced Katia, yeah.
Clarice said, mind the business of Canada, sir. She told you to mind your Canadian business. All right, Katia. I brought Katia up here. She said that spanking your kids. She said spanking your kids is necessary. Popping your kids is necessary. I was curious to know why is popping your kids necessary.
Yeah, well, for me, my experience, my daughter, she's 9, she turns 10 next month, and she just talks back a lot to me, and just wants to have her way all the time, and tell not to do it. She does it anyway, so she gets popped for doing it.
They don't understand. They think all kids are the same. Okay, I'll stop it. You told me so.
Y'all got 31 on 6's head, by the way. Keep going. I'm just telling the people where we at with it. Yeah. So your daughter's talking back to you. So you think that justifies?
I give her 3 tries. Mm-hmm. 3 times.
How old is she?
And then she's 9 and she turns 10 next month.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that it could be due to like a lack of communication or something else?
I think with me is I need to start being consistent with her and like not giving her what she wants because she is my only child or whatever. Mm-hmm. And she acts like the only child. She gets what she wants, stuff like that. So now I'm like, I don't do that no more. And she's not used to me saying no to her. So
you're saying you haven't set enough boundaries. Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are you hitting her? It sounds like you're the problem, not her.
Yeah. Well, now I don't hit her as much. I just let her dad deal with her now, and then he doesn't hit her. He doesn't hit her too bad or nothing like that. But I just stopped doing it. I don't do it less for like going out and somewhere, and then she's acting bad. Then I'll pop her a couple times or whatever. But yeah, I let her dad handle it now.
Okay. Not letting her dad do it. I'm sorry. That's okay. That's a different approach. Yeah, it sounds like y'all both need a little help. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to learn some new approaches. If you got to hit your kid, I'm 100% sure it's the parents' fault. That's all I'm saying. So it's I keep your hands off that baby. That's all I'm saying. You and your boyfriend, you and your husband, whoever, keep your hands off that baby. That's crazy. They don't deserve that shit. And you need to learn how to communicate better with your kid, obviously. And just, you gotta learn how to set some boundaries and do what you need to do with her. But that's,
I mean, she listens more to her dad. Like, he doesn't have to pop her too many times unless, she's not listening. She's talking back to him, which she doesn't do that as often as she does it to me. So he doesn't really do it that often.
Have you got to the bottom of why she's talking back?
She just wants to be right all the time, or she wants to prove her point. She loves to prove her point.
And why does she always feel like she has to prove her point?
She don't respect you. Something happened.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I won't even say that. It could be just
because she don't trust her judgment. If she feels like she has to challenge everything she says, there's a distrust in judgment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Something happened. There's a disconnect between you and her, or y'all and her, and she feels like she needs to prove herself all the time. But instead of you addressing that, you just like, I'm just gonna pawn her off on her dad, and he don't hit her as much. Like, see, I don't know. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think you could do better. That's all I'm saying. I think you could do better. That's it.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah. I think it's we got to be careful. We got to be careful hitting on these babies. I think hitting on kids is just a crazy concept to me. It just never. Every time I hear it, I'm just like, how are we still doing this? How is this still allowed in this country? But like, if I hit my brother, they would arrest me. If I hit my wife, they would arrest me. If my wife hit me, they would arrest her. But if I hit a defenseless child, it don't make sense. It don't make sense.
I think for the parents who feel that they need to hit their children, they kind of come from this place like, I need to hold the child accountable. And the problem with that is once you become an adult, who holds the adult accountable? How come the adults are not learning other forms of communication? Why are they not saying to themselves, why do I need to beat my child? Where can I learn better communication? Can I learn another skill?
Yeah, I think a lot of parents don't. I think once we become parents, we think we know everything about parenting. And so we stop learning about, you know what I mean? Like, but as a parent, you got to be, I feel like every 6 months, I got to put a new tool in my utility belt as a parent. Because they get smarter and they get older and they get more, you know what I mean? And there are new issues and new experiences crop up. And I got to learn how to do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's all right, now it's a new set of things we got to learn how to do. Now it's a new set of things we got to learn how to do. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe when they 16, 17, 18, it may not be that much difference, but you know what I'm saying? Now, it seems like every few months, it's like my baby, he gets smarter. He starts to say more things. He starts to do more things. He starts to ask more things. He starts to expect different things. I don't know.
My 4-year-old doing that. I mean, she's about to be 5, but she definitely has questions, or she'll definitely say, see, mommy, I told you. And 9 times out of 10, she'd be right. But the old me would have been like, okay, stop being sassy. That's sassy. But like literally part of them growing and learning is questioning certain things because they're trying to make sense of the world and what's going on around them. So if you're saying certain things to her and then you have contradictory behaviors, a kid is going to be like, a kid going to clock it.
Every time.
The kid be your biggest hater.
They do. Now they be keeping you in check the most. Katia, some submissive wanted to ask, submissive providers wanted to ask, what do you consider talking back?
Like, I tell her to do something, and I say, okay, don't eat in the room, get the stuff out the room. She'll be like, well, you eat in the room.
Oh, shit. So you eat in your room?
But you do it. I'm the adult. She's the child. She don't need to be talking back to me.
Hold on, but wait. Hold on, wait. You be eating in your room, and she can't eat in her room?
I mean, right now, if we share a room right now until we get a bigger space. But yeah, no, she can't eat in the room because she don't know how to clean up after herself. I tell her, eat in the kitchen. So she talks back and says, but not every time she's talking back or she says something I don't like, I'm popping her. It has to be like,
that baby clocked it.
Like that, you know, that's why you got mad. That's why you got mad, because she clocked your hypocrisy.
That baby clocked that you.
That's what you got mad when that baby clocked your hypocrisy, and you was like, up inside her head. Like, what?
Mom says go though, like she's the parent. Like even if you feel like she a hypocrite, so you a kid.
See, you don't see them as human beings. You see how you don't see them as human beings? Because if anybody else called out your hypocrisy, you would be like, oh, you got me. But when a kid does it, it's like, nah, it don't count.
But if you were at your job and you say, hey, boss, you're a hypocrite, you can't do that. That's your boss.
Absolutely, you can. You can't say it like that, but you definitely could call out their hypocrisy. Definitely.
Yeah, you can, but that's at the end of the day what they say goes. That's your
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. That's what they have HR for. That's what they have procedures for. What are you talking about?
No, hold on. Your boss at the end of the day.
I tell my bosses no every day.
I don't know what you talking about, fam.
Your boss at the end of the day is still over you.
No, she's not. I
No.
tell her no every day. If she tells me something that's not in my job description, something I feel like isn't right, something unethical, I'm gonna say no because I have the right to say no. He's not my slave owner. What?
But if we're matching that to what the scenario is, that's not unethical for her to tell her daughter.
That is unethical.
That's the equivalent. No. Her scenario's equivalent is my boss telling me I can't be late to work every day, but my boss shows up 30 minutes late for work every day. That's you can't, as a boss, that's very much so wrong.
Managers can be late. I'll be like, where does it say? Where does it say in the bylaws of the company that managers can be late, but whatever employees can't? Show me that.
It will be the equivalent of telling a student, hey, you can't eat in the teacher's lounge.
No.
Of course you can.
Nope. Not the same. Not the same. Not the same thing. Say that's like you're trying to say, you can't go in the women's locker room because you're a man. Or like, no, of course not. Certain things are off limits, but a parent and a child should be equal in this instance. That's the thing. If you see them as human beings, this is easy.
Unless she makes the rule that you can't eat in your
room.
room.
Don't eat in the room.
What? She didn't say that.
I'm saying that's the rule. The rule is nobody eats in the room.
I'm saying her as a parent says, no, we can't eat. If I'm the parent and I say you can't eat in your room, guess what, love? You're my daughter.
How is you supposed to be the leader, but you're not leading by example?
Crazy work.
Because until you learn how to clean up behind yourself, you can't eat in your room.
How are they going to see that if you never do it?
You see me clean up. I'm your parent. You see me clean up after myself. That's why mommy can eat in the room and you can't, because you don't clean up after yourself properly.
Because she's a child. Like,
children know how to clean up properly behind themselves. That's not a hard thing to do, especially not at 8 years old.
AJ, you have to teach. Like, this is what I'm like. Y'all be quicker to hit them than to teach them.
So now you've pivoted to
we don't teach her daughter. No. We're not pivoting.
No, now you've switched it to whether or not she knows how to teach her daughter how to clean up after herself.
Just like you switched to her being the parent so she could do whatever she wants. Like, sir.
She She's the parent. She makes the rules.
Y'all keep saying that. He's a slave master, okay? What's next?
Y'all are equating slave master to a parent, and they're not
y'all
the same thing.
Hey, it's real. It's real close. Because where can it? Because where can the kids go? Where could the slaves go? Where can the kids go? They can't run anywhere. Kids don't. You are their lifeline. Where can they go? They're trapped the same way slaves are trapped.
I could walk out from a job today, be broke and live homeless, but I could walk away from the job. Kids cannot do that. Kids can't walk away from you being parents.
That's the thing. That's why when Kanye said slavery was a choice, everybody was like, "What?" Because what choice did they have? Unaliving? Like unaliving or slavery? Let me see. Like, yeah, most people go fucking for self-preservation. They gonna slave away.
And a parent aren't the same thing.
Okay.
But you guys are pushing. The point is that y'all are pushing slave owner mentality and tactics onto these children and trying to say that they're different. But you are the ones making them the same, not us.
Whooping your kid is like a slave owner whooping a property, bro. It's the same shit. And you dehumanize the children because you don't see them as human beings, because you would never do that to a person you saw as a human being. Ali said, ripping children's voices away doesn't stop at home, which is fact. Cecilia said, you're teaching her to resolve her issues with violence, Katia. And Submissive Provider says, it's called defending herself. That's what the child is doing. She's defending herself. I'm sorry, y'all, on YouTube. I can't have the cross-pollination. My shit ain't set up for that. I was gonna have some people. I was gonna have y'all up if nobody was coming up over here, but I got too many people up here. I can't have 10 people up here. I can't handle that shit. I apologize.
My take on that is that do as I say, not as I do has never been the best form of teaching anybody, because you don't have to teach your child that. I mean, I guess you can tell them not to talk back, but if you are in a domestic relationship with a man and the man tells you to do something and all you do is talk back, you just taught your child. If you go out into the supermarket and you have conflict and instead of walking away, you decide, oh, this is my moment to end it and crash out. You just taught your child that this is how we resolve problems with violence. You are always going to teach your child the best by being exactly who you want them to be.
But what if they raised, like, you know, she's tried to hit me before. She tried to push me.
That's you prove it. Wait, hold on. Time out.
You proven, yeah, you did just.
Hold on, wait. Wait, so she became physically violent with you?
I wouldn't call it violent.
She tried to hit you? She tried to hit you? Wait. She tried to hit you?
No, she'll push me. She's pushed me before and.
Okay, you know, that's physically. Yeah, she tried to get physically violent with you. I wonder where she got that from.
Violent. I mean, but it's disrespectful though.
Well, technically, okay, I think we have to really establish things sometimes. Just because you aren't hurt by it, just because you're not affected by it, just because you're not physically harmed by it, doesn't mean it's not violence. It could still be violence. It's just she's so small that it doesn't really affect you. That's all.
Yeah, she tried to get physically violent with you. You and whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're an adult. Right, which is another reason why you shouldn't hit your kid, because what the fuck can they do to you? They can't even fight back. And yeah, that I wonder where she got that from.
She's learning it from somewhere.
Ali said, "Go ahead and hand them to oppressors, predators." Yeah, man, this is crazy. But I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Okay. Hold on, let me rotate real quick. Got some people trying to.
And real quick, to that stupid, weird, because I know we're not going to bring it back to that point, to that weird Haitian point y'all was making, I was in an interview that I just passed, which congrats to me, woo-woo. But that was a weird ass statement to be making. Stay in Canada, bro. Relax. Go on and stay in Canada. Go eat your maple syrup in peace. We ain't bother y'all up there. Relax. Leave Haitians and African.
And y'all ham slices that you call Canadian bacon, nigga, that's ham. That's just ham.
That's a slice of ham, sir. That's uncured ham.
That's just ham. That shit boiled meat look like. I hate it. Whoever invented Canadian bacon need to be slapped. Disrespectful. Poutine kind of lit though. I ain't gonna.
No, I know. But I'm just saying.
Hey, poutine kind of lit.
Poutine hit, but just stay over there with it. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You can fuck with poutine every now and again. Trees Top said, this approach to parenting is what makes people susceptible to authoritarian government. Prioritize teaching kids that they have rights and autonomy. Facts. Nigel said, parents want their children to stand up to everyone except them. Say that again. They teaching their kids to fight back except against them. Like, and then when they do, they like
clutching their pearls in surprise. Sir, she learned it from you.
Y'all ain't never heard sometimes parents be their kids' first bullies. They are.
Oh yeah, we know that. That's what whatchamacallit was saying. Go ahead, Kel. You said you wanted to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, for Katia. So I have this. Hi, everybody. First of all, good afternoon. So I have a 7-year-old son who questioned the same thing from my wife and I, right? Like, why can you and mommy eat on the couch, but I'm not allowed? And it was really easy to explain to him that his kids are going to question, right? And we want them to. We want them to think about these things and make good choices and, start teaching them to critically think. And our explanation was just, when we can see that you can eat without making a mess at the table, then you can earn the privilege of eating elsewhere with your food. And then it's not hypocritical. There's a reason why they can't do these things. And I think a lot of times parents don't take the time to just talk to their children and explain why we set things up the way that we do. But if you give them a reason and a goal to work towards, they're more likely to follow directions and not so-called talk back.
Yeah, or be combative.
Conversation. Or be combative, right?
Mm-hmm.
We explain everything to our kids, and the only time that we do the
because I said so.
We need to follow this rule is because we've had conversations already with our kids that we have negotiables and non-negotiables, and our son knows that when I say this is not negotiable, it has to do with either his personal safety or his well-being, or it's not appropriate for his age.
Yeah.
That's the only time I don't give an explanation.
I got to use the non-negotiable shit because I'll be locking the door and my baby trying to come in when we hunching and he be like, why y'all locking the door? And I'll be like, because I want to. That's the only time I tell him because I can't tell him what's going on behind closed doors. So yeah, but you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's a good thing. Like, nah, that's a non-negotiable. I'm gonna have to introduce that. I like that approach.
And we've established like this is what non-negotiable means and this is why. And so he doesn't question it anymore. He's like, oh, okay, that's either for my safety or it's not appropriate for me.
Yeah, definitely is for his safety though. Because I don't want him to see that. It's gonna be unsafe. It'll be a lot of unsafe things going on behind these doors. But here's the thing. Let me read this. Allie said, if she don't stop, she's not talking to you, Kel. She's talking to Katia. She said, if she don't stop, that girl gonna leave and not turn back. That's facts. That's real facts. But hey, on some real shit, I did want to I told y'all we keep circling back to the kid shit. It's real easy to talk about not abusing your kids all day because I know we all care about that.
I got an answer for the prompt.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, how, just to read it back because people were saying, let's go back to the topic. How does women hating on men affect men? How does men hating on women affect women? I know y'all gave a good couple answers before we got on the kids thing, but it's hating on women on the sides of men to women is such a danger that we are starting to, and I don't say we as in community, I'm saying people are starting to put the equivalent of women speaking up or saying something back or responding, I guess I should use the word responding, as an equal thing as abusing women. Like, we are now at the point where we are really having people try to convince us that women either arguing or talking back or whatever, you want to call it, is the equivalent of striking men in the face, hitting them, abusing them, doing all these other things. And it's like, we are at the point where we acknowledge the fact that men abusing women is a thing, but the men have to obfuscate and push off on something else, which is women being loud or women arguing back or women doing all these other things. Like, we have to push back on it by making it, we hit you guys and we beat you guys and femicide is a thing, but you guys are mean and you guys yell and you guys hurt our feelings. Like, that's the point that we are at as a community, because we have to, it always has to be a two-sided thing. Like, we understand that it's not two-sided, but we're at the point that the agreement is it's equivalent, and we public. You look like a middle manager. I'm sorry.
That's my look.
You look like a middle manager. I'll fuck with it. But it's just at the point where we are really, really putting these two things and trying to make them equivalent, and people are actively using these things as arguments, like women being mean, women pushing back is the equivalent of the femicide rate or the infanticide rate or other rates of violence that are going on. Like, nasty work. This is really, really nasty work.
And they're so dramatic to where, like, they equate
Okay, go.
even the concept of decentrary men, they equate that to a form of oppression.
Of violence.
And that's what I actually was going to come up here and talk about. But, you know, let's clock it per usual. Like, why are we even trying to compare the hate? Like, it's nowhere close to being comparable. Like, men don't even be having valid reasons to hate women.
They don't.
Like, none of y'all's reasonings for disliking women, they're not rooted in any type of, like, violence, any type of oppression. There's no systemic systems in place that women are actively oppressing y'all. Y'all just hate women because it's Tuesday. Like, that really be y'all's reasoning. And I remember, like, a conversation that I had came across when it comes to, like, dating. Like, women see, like, when you, like, first meet somebody and y'all are dating, like, men see you as like a zero, and you gotta, like, work your way up to get them to like you, whereas women are already, like, you know, starstruck. We're like, all, like, you know, what's the word? Like, we already be liking this person. So we are, when it comes to men, like, they start at 100, whereas with women, we start at 0. We got to work our way up to get men to like us, because I feel like the default setting is, like, y'all don't really initially like women. Yep. And then you have to, and then y'all's reasonings for disliking women, it's really, y'all hate a woman because she lived by herself. Or y'all hate a woman because she's, like, self-sufficient. You'll hate a woman because she has, like, a college degree. But then y'all try to compare it to, like, you harming a woman because, like, she rejected your romantic advances, and y'all try to compare, like, the two things. Like, I
want to say this real quick to Gemini. Gemini as fuck said, I fear for my life every time I'm around a woman. Gemini, I want you to come up, fam. I can't invite you. I'm just gonna mute you for the live. You can come up if you want to. I would love to hear an explanation as to why you fear for your life every time you're around a man, every time you're around a woman. I want to know.
If anything, he looking like the jump scare. So what he talking about?
I gotta know. Mm-hmm.
Johnny, I agree with you as far as everything that you're saying. And it's funny because I was talking to somebody who I know, like, I just call him an associate. He's not really a friend because his ideology on things are totally whack. And he legit told me today that females try to use their get back. And his example was, yeah, like how your ex-husband's on child support. That's his get back. And I was like, him taking accountability and taking responsibility of his kids, that's get back?
Yeah, they think child support is punishment.
I was like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's what you should do as a parent. And it's not like, and he knows my situation, but it's not like I'm out here, like, having schmecks with a whole bunch of people and got pregnant. And now I'm just like, oh, well, nope, you got me pregnant. Now I'm going to hold you accountable. No, we were in an actual.
Why does that matter?
Marriage.
But
exactly. It doesn't matter.
I was going to say, well, that shit don't matter.
Like, just for that to say, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, regardless of how it is, like, guys just, like, a lot of men cannot take accountability. And when we do hold them accountable, we're trying to get back at them.
Yeah. Every men being held responsible for something equates to retribution in men's mind. It's not just the thing that should be done. You know what I'm saying? It's always like, well, y'all got back at me. Look, we even now. I abused you for 10 years in our relationship, but now you get alimony. See? So that's it's like, nah, bro. No, boy math. Definitely. Man mathics. That shit don't add up. My reasoning, you know, those of you guys who if you guys were in the live yesterday when I was talking to that dude Benny, The men are building whole platforms on this idea that women hating men is harmful to men, right? They're literally building whole platforms on that. Benny, John Cannon or whatever his name is, El Jefe, Drizzle King, Don P, all these motherfuckers, they all building a platform on women hating men is toxic, and we need to stamp it out as a society because it could hurt the boys, because that's who they go to. Yesterday, Benny, in a conversation, I asked him, how does women hating men affect men? And they never can tell you how it hurts men. He pivoted to children. He said, well, it hurts men too, but let's just start with the boys. And I was like, how does it hurt men? And he never answered, and then answered, how does it hurt, or how could it hurt boys? Right. And I was like, okay, that's fair, but how many women hate men? Like, not like the majority of women don't have a disdain for men. The majority of women aren't out here hating on men. The majority of women, even if they do hate men, they're not exercising their hate. They're just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't even know if they didn't tell you. Your wife don't like you. Like, quiet as kept. You know what I'm saying? Like, your wife doesn't like you. So you don't know that woman don't like you. When that woman filed for divorce, men act blindsided all the time. She hated you that whole time. Come to find out. But y'all act blindsided. So obviously when women hate us, we don't even fucking know. We don't even know. There's a clip, and I'm sure you guys saw it. It's that one couple, they have a podcast, white couple, and he was like, how would you feel if I planned a trip to the Dominican Republic with my friends? And she was like, go.
Oh, that comedian.
Yeah, it's the comedian dude. Yeah.
I forgot his name. Yeah, his wife was like, go. And he was shook. Like, he was upset that she wanted him to go. Yeah, he wanted to get a reaction out of her, and she didn't react the way that he wanted to. But that is what, I mean, people say that is. He talks a lot of shit about his wife. I've seen a lot of podcasts that he's been on. He's talking hella shit about that lady. Yeah. But that was her being indifferent. Don't get me wrong. She doesn't hate him, but she's indifferent. And I'm saying she's indifferent, but he hates her. Like, that man. No, I know he hates her constantly. Yeah, he hates her, but she is just, her hate has subsided, and now she's just indifferent, right? Like, she don't give a fuck. She don't even care. So I'm saying that's usually how it looks when women hate men. Like, it when they hate us, that's when they be fighting with us and they be trying to get, you know what I'm saying? They still be arguing or whatever. That's the hate, right? Then when it's like, all right, I don't even, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even care no more. Then they check out. Now they're disconnected, or you know what I mean? They're unresponsive or whatever the case may be. That's like her. That's usually how it manifests itself. It doesn't manifest itself into like abuse. It doesn't manifest itself. And I bet you that woman is still sleeping with that man. I bet you she's still taking care of the motherly duties. I bet you she's still doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't know. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't even know. Yeah, he doesn't even know that she hated him and now is indifferent, right? But when men hate women, women know. Women know the vast majority of the time. They know well before. Look, I'll tell y'all something right now. A lot of women know when men hate. A lot of women clock men hating women before men clock that they hate them. The women, like, he won't even know that that's what it is. He'll just be acting, you know what I'm saying, acting accordingly to his, you know what I'm saying, his feelings for that woman, right? And then and then she'll be like responding to her, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, damn, what the fuck? Da, 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 da. And then, you know, whatever, let's say he's like, yeah, she's like, let's go to therapy or whatever the fuck. And they go to therapy, come to find out you hate that woman. Why do you hate her? Oh, she reminds you of her mother. She reminds you of it, whatever the fuck case may be. But you didn't even know. You didn't even know you had this disdain there. But she knew. She knew something was off. She knew something was wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how the hatred of men, how different it is when we hate women. And this is low level average shit, right? Before we get to like the extreme abuse and the physical and the unaliving, like, I'm not even getting there yet. I'm just talking about the everyday average hate of women that men exhibit in their relationships. And y'all can't sit here and tell me that it goes both ways. It looks the same.
Women do the same thing. I see it like you don't. Because your girl don't like you right now. You don't even fucking know. That's why you online acting like you the shit. Because that woman ain't humbled you yet. That woman ain't told you that woman ain't told you ain't made her come in 10 years. That woman ain't told you she don't think you really funny. She think you corny. Like, if they, like, on some real shit. Like, so you don't know. Y'all just don't be knowing. Like, shit is fucking crazy, man.
But they swear women got so much vitriol for them.
Yeah, they do.
I think they're also, I think another thing to point out, like, they're also fixated. They're so fixated on the word hate because, like you just said, like, they don't really know the difference.
Well, they look at, Shawnee, they look at hate through the lens of them. Like I said, they look at hate like, if I hated a woman, right? If I, you know what I'm saying? This is the way it would look. Like, if I was actively hating a woman, it would look like me trying to unalive her. It would look like me knocking her head between the washer and dryer. That's what they think, right? But when so when you try to talk to them and be like, bro, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there's like 30 steps before you get to that, and they're all bad. But you're acting like, as long as it ain't like they're like, here, they're saying like, this looks like hate to them. It got to be cheating, beating, you know what I'm saying, unaliving, whatever. That's hate. Okay, cool. But then right below that is financial. Right below that is yelling and berating. Right below that is ignoring and, you know, indifference and da. Like, there's so many levels to this shit, and they just but they want to go straight to like, what do you mean? I never hit my wife. Okay. Good job, buddy. You never hit your wife. Cool. Congratulations. Hold on. Let Shawnee go. Lynn. She was, I interrupted her. My fault.
Oh no, she can go.
Okay. Go ahead, Lynn.
I was gonna say, but women have that in our heads too, especially pick-me, they have it badly. Women have been programmed to think that different things that men do is not hate. But that's why it's so easy for me to detach from things, because once you start doing something a little bit iffy to me, like it's hate. I automatically look at you like an op. Like, you don't really care about me if you want to be, if you think I'm a nag.
Yeah.
What? Why do you want to be with me then?
Yeah.
Why do you want to be with me? You don't really like me. And I think relationships should start at like, why don't you like me? If your man, and women like to ignore, if your man thinks that you are a nag or you're annoying, or, you know, he would rather be with his homeboys than you, your man don't like you, sis. He don't like you. That's not normal for a man to
definitely normal
want to be. I mean, it's normal as in it happens, but it's not normal as in
it's not right.
Think about how, what you say?
It's not right, but it's normal as fuck. It's actually, it is the norm. It's just not right.
It's not right, but it is normal.
Yeah.
And in my head, it ain't normal. That's how I.
Yeah.
Like,
you wouldn't act like that. So for you, like, that's not normal behavior for me, but for men, I'm saying as a group, yeah, that's normal shit.
Yeah, no, men be like, oh no, my wife get on my nerves. No, I would rather go out with the boys. Oh, I want to go on a boys trip. Why you don't want to go out with me? Like, that's kind of weird to me that you would rather spend time with your homeboys like than me. Like, I'm looking at you, I'm side-eyeing you. Like, what? You don't like me? You don't like my company? I'm not funny. I'm not smart. I'm not interested. So why you want to be with me, big dog? Go be with somebody else who you enjoy. And women don't see it that way because we've been socialized to think like, oh, that's how men are supposed to think about women. That's how they're supposed to look at them.
I will say that there are certain things I want to I would say like 99% of shit I want to do with my wife, like exclusively. And then there are certain things that I want to do with my friends, like go to like sporting events. I want to go with my homeboys or by myself.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking, because quite possibly your wife doesn't enjoy it
She doesn't.
as much as your homeboy. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
I wouldn't want to do that with my wife. Go do that with your friends. There's certain things that I don't enjoy. But if we don't have things in common that we both like to do together, then what's the point? Like, what's the point? It's no point.
I don't have a desire to go. I don't have a desire to go on a trip without my family. I don't even have a desire. This is what I'm saying. I don't have a desire to go on a trip just with me and my wife. I know a lot of people be like, I got to get away from my kids. Like, I don't even like to spend the night away from my kids. Like, wherever we go, they coming. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll get a big ass hotel room and put them niggas on the other side of the room if we got to. Like, it's all good. I'm not in the headspace. Like, I've never been on some like, I got to get away from my wife. Like, I don't feel like that. Like, I like going everywhere with her. When I don't go with her, it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest with you, it's not worth it. Like I said, the only place I want to go is like, either it's got to be something that I want to do, but she doesn't, like a certain artist. Like, she don't like certain artists that I like. If I want to go see him, then I might be like, I want to go with my cousin or whatever. You know what I mean? But most of the time we go to shows that we both like the artist. You know what I'm saying? Or if I want to go to a movie, I'll go see it by myself, or I'll go take my son with me, because she don't, I like Avatar and shit. She don't like shit like that. She like deeper movies, I guess. And I like those movies too. I'll go watch every movie she watches, but she don't like every movie I like. You know what I mean? So I'll go, but.
And that makes sense. But like, your husband wanted to go on golf trips all the time, but he ain't took you on a vacation in like years. Like, y'all niggas don't like to hunch on vacation. Like, that's what I like to do. Oh, they gonna hunch on vacation though. That's the thing. That's what you missing. Well, no, they gonna hunch on vacation with or without their wife. That's what you missing. Yeah, no, that's what I said. Just not their wife. Okay, yeah. Hey. Like, that's a red flag. That's an alarm to me in my head as a woman who has high self-esteem. I'm gonna be offended. I'm gonna be offended as hell, to the point where you gotta go, baby. I don't want nobody around me who is not deeply in love with me and want to be with me. Not on no like possessive shit, but on some real, think about relationships. Some intimate shit. It's some intimate shit. There ain't no possessive shit. Absolutely. Nikki said, Pub, are you aware at all the lies that got spewed about you after you left Benny Ray's live? Yeah, I was in there. I was listening. We was watching that shit on the Summer Jam screen, cackling. Yeah. Go ahead, Rosemary.
I think to the topic that's on the board about men and women, I don't think one is better than the other, because for every woman that I know that's been cheated on, has been, messed up in every kind of way from a man. I know a man that had a woman pin a baby on him for 20 years and it went.
No, you don't. No, you don't, Rosemary. I'm sorry. I got to call Cap on that. That statement in and of itself was already bullshit.
I know way too many men that have either paid for kids that weren't there, or who women have used their babies to hold it over their head, including my brother. My brother's on the verge of psychosis, but he won't go nowhere because he's like, I'll be damned if I had let another man raise my kid. I'll be damned if a man gonna touch my daughter. There's a lot of shiesty stuff from one side to the other. It's like, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? It don't matter at this point, because the climate of people in general and how hateful they are to one another, we need a reset on people in general, not men or women, just everyone.
It definitely matters, because if we want to statistically speaking, you either are in the rarest of rare scenarios where multiple people that's happened to, or it hasn't happened to that many people and they're lying to you or something like that, because that shit ain't happened that many times. It's your
brother on the verge of psychosis, so his baby mama is keeping the kids away from him. When he having breakdowns, like, make that make sense. How is she keeping his kids away from him? Your brother is not doing what he needs to do to get his kids. Y'all need to be for real.
So for the aspect of the 20 years, it came to find out when the child needed a medical procedure and the father wasn't a match. Mm-hmm. So that's how that one came out. As far as my brother before, he's currently married and he lives at home with his wife. As far as that situation, she knows that his daughter is his end all be all. So he accepts the verbal abuse, he accepts the cheating, he accepts all this kind of stuff from her, and he's losing his mind, which granted, I tell him he should leave, you know what I'm saying, but it's his business, he's an adult, he makes that decision. However, I have seen, and I know multiple men who go through things like that. I was raised with only brothers. Growing up, I was only around boys. So perhaps I'm a little more jaded towards that direction. However, as a woman, I know what I go through as well. I was married myself, and I went through hell and high water as well. So that's why, for me, I don't see the one or the other. I've seen shit on both sides.
I'm not saying that.
I ain't gonna hold y'all, but I told y'all, women that, you know what, never mind. I ain't even gonna say it.
Rosemary, I think that when you say you've seen it on both sides, you've seen extreme abuse on both sides, and you've seen it. You said that you've experienced a lot in your relationship. Did you do that? Did you also dish out a lot of trauma to your ex-husband or your exes?
Absolutely. And half the things that we talked about in this, I was like, at one point I was on the other side. I was like, oh yeah, you got to beat them kids. On the other side of being a child that was beat, I know what it was like to go through. On the same side where they're like, oh, women this, women that. I also know that through my lack of being able to communicate, I was avoidant. I was abusive verbally. Maybe I never put my hands on nobody, but as a woman, and especially in a relationship, you know what gets under your man's skin. You know what you got to say to pull that thing out of him. Because at one point,
breathing, I got to tell you something. Breathing gets under a man's skin, though. So, am I lying?
It's the same thing for women. Sometimes you just
what? What woman? Where are these women at? I've never met these women before. I ain't never met. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is what I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you something. This may be the privilege. Where are these women at? I've never had a woman not want me around them when I didn't do anything wrong to them. Like, I've had women get like that after I've wronged them or something like that, but like simply for existing, never. Whereas men,
I was just watching the video on that the other day. It's like, what are the things that piss off your wife? You know, like those kind of videos, they're out there. So to me, I'm like, yeah,
that's empire, sweetheart.
That shit is made up, Rosemary. Them niggas be lying. Adelia said, my ex paid child support for a kid. That's not his, just to control. Damn, that nigga sick. I would never. Hey, run up them likes, man. Let's get up to 150,000. I'm gonna put the comments on sub only, and I need 3 subs. Make it happen, Captain. Let's go. Yeah, Rosemary, that's a little wild right there. That's a tough one. Have you ever? And if you want to respond, please do. If not, you don't got to. I'm just curious. Because you made a statement, so I'm just curious. Were you ever physically abused by a man?
Physically, like beat? No.
Hit?
Being raised, I was sexually abused. That was
Jesus.
A form of abuse. Yes. So for me, that's why I said I was a woman who grew up and hated men. Mm-hmm. And then in turn, it made me hate women because I'm like, how could you allow this kind of individual into my home and my space? You know what I'm saying? So because of therapy, that's why I can sit there and say that, yeah, I have been on the extreme ends of all these sides. So you know what I'm saying, and in my own way, I have my testimony, but through therapy, I was able to see these things, whereas a lot of people don't like to look at themselves.
So therapy. So, okay. And I don't want to hash this out. I'm just going to ask it. And I don't want to get into it, but so you were SA'd as a young girl and by a man. But I'm going to assume you never SA'd anybody. Right? You didn't
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You didn't grow up to SA people. You got SA, but you didn't SA people when you grew up, right?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. If anything, it made me a huge advocate for children.
Exactly. So when you say it goes both ways, this is an example of what I'm talking about. That man who SA'd you hated women. right? You got SA'd and you hated men, but it turned you into an advocate for children. It turned you into something. You see what I'm saying? It turned you into something positive. It didn't turn you into something negative. You learn from that experience. But when men hate women, they SA women, they abuse women, they beat women. When women hate men, they turn into advocates. They avoid men. They don't turn into abusers. They turn into stay the fuck away from ears. Get the fuck away from me, right? They become disconnected. They like, so when you say, like, I think that is the thing that kind of like makes my head itch. I'm like, I'm not like, nobody is saying women is perfect, Rosemary, and all of that stuff, but to try to equate the harm that was inflicted upon you and other women by men to you talking recklessly to a man is kind of wild, right?
Okay, yeah, I can understand that, and yeah, I can see where I lost that plot, and I can be honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really? But I'm curious. Is it really that common with men, though?
What do you mean? Is what that common? Like abuse?
To be like the perpetuations of hate, like make it their life goal to like destroy women. Like, is that really more common than I'm aware?
Yes.
Do you not know what misogyny is?
Yes.
That's rooted in all of that. Like, I don't know, like, why you don't think it doesn't happen. Like, that's it. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't really think y'all really be hanging around. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I don't think you really be hanging around women, because why would you even act clueless on that?
It's what we were saying earlier, Shawnee, what me and Pup was saying earlier. Like, they're just looking at the large instances. They're looking like, well, men are not walking around, most men, like, smacking the crap out of their wife.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you look at it like this, how many men are cheating on their wives? How many men are being like funny, acting funny over their wife? How many men, and y'all know this is my favorite thing to say, how many men would choose their career and money over their wife?
A lot.
How many men would lie to their wives?
All of them.
How many men would ignore their wives? How many men would do, and say bros over 3 or 4 and put their friends over their wives?
82% of them.
How many? Right. When you look at it like that, you start to see like, oh, that is hate. That's a form of hate. And then
how many? Wait, Lynn, you forgot one. You forgot one. How many of them will get with a vibrant, beautiful woman and try to, hide herself and shrink herself and put herself in a box and shit like that, right? Like, that's also like a part. To me, that's a way bigger example of men hating women that happens. It's happening right now. That shit is happening right now, right? Yeah.
Or look how many women after they pregnant and their husband don't even take into consideration their mental health. They'll make them get up at 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 3 a.m. after they just pushed out a baby, thank you, to deal with the kids on their own.
Mm-hmm.
How many men deny postpartum depression exists? How many men want to have sex and don't care how you feel after you just had a baby? They're expecting sex from you as a woman, even after the 6 weeks. They're pressuring you like, ooh, I deserve this sex. Like,
what's crazy about that? As when my wife had my son, like I'm so I can't handle certain things. So I was like on some like, you sure? Like, you good?
I'm screaming.
God, I needed to know. I'm like, you good? I don't want no surprises. Like, one of them big, hey man, hey, when you married and y'all get it in, you know what I'm saying? It'd be, but y'all, I'll be ready to unalive myself when after I get done and she start that period and that thing, and I see oh my God. Oh my goodness. I'll be ready to jump off a bridge. That shit. It just trimmed me out, man. So I couldn't imagine like rushing after 6 weeks. I'm like, no, take your time. Like, make sure you're good. Make sure you're good, honey. We can wait. We're fine. I ain't gonna hold y'all. That shit, I ain't got the time for it. Y'all can, hey man, y'all can play whatever games you want to.
I came up here specifically to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Shan.
That's the only reason I hit the request button.
Never.
I got 20.
I'm just saying, man. I don't be understanding the men that be rushing to get to nigga. The stitches ain't even healed up yet, brother. Make sure the shit is. Hey, man, take your time.
Have you heard? Like, I remember nurses like telling stories of like the men. They be catching like the man having like sex with the woman right after she like gave birth. Like,
yeah, I seen that in the delivery room.
Like,
yep.
And I'm like, she literally just popped the baby out. Why are you even aroused? Like,
they hate that woman.
And I was gonna point out something. I feel like Rosemary kind of lack awareness on like what's going on with women, and I think a lot of it has to do with like her growing up around predominantly men. Like I've noticed a certain pattern with women that grew up in predominantly like men households. Y'all tend to be very male centered and very y'all be pick me even in adult years. That's why y'all be having that weird like obsession with y'all's brothers too, and it's very like creepy. But y'all are not being allegations, so that's what I wanted to point out.
No, you guys are absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Rosemary.
Oh shit, my bad.
You good?
I am more centered towards males. Like I said, I grew up around boys basically my whole life, and as a woman, I didn't date a whole lot. I did not decide to crash dummy myself, and I'm not saying that a lot of women, that every woman is doing it, but there's a lot of women willing to subject themselves to a lot of things. But for me,
like what, hunching?
Going through what I've been through, like,
I'm saying like what, hunching?
Well, just in general, like dating multiple people at the same time, having sex with multiple people at the same time, whatever people decide to do.
That sounds fun to me.
I'm just saying, like me, I was very sheltered as a right, and to each their own.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I was very sheltered. So I got married really young, and so I had only had one partner. So I didn't see the ins and the outs. I didn't have a lot of woman influence in my life. Like it wasn't it wasn't my life the way that it worked out. So for me, I do, and in my adult years, I'm trying to look out to other women, to learn from other women, because at the end of the day, I am a woman. I'm not a man. So that's what
facts.
I'm opening up about it. And yeah, I'm being real honest about myself.
I salute you, Rosemary.
But this is me looking for other information. So people might judge and talk shit.
No.
But I am actively trying.
I respect it.
I'm not talking shit, but I'm just saying, Rosemary, you gotta open yourself up, because you sound like you are part of the cult of men. Like
she just admitted to it though.
Oh yeah, women crash dummy themselves out. You sound like a man, and that's kind of like, with all due respect, it's kind of gross that you talk about in that way as a woman. Like I would never say that about a woman. You crash dummy yourself out, and y'all be claiming to be the most feminine, the most like this and this and that, but that was a very masculine thing to say. Like you crash dummy yourself out as a woman. Like that's a gross way to speak about other women, and it don't sound like you respect women at all.
Especially ones that be hunching around. But that's why I was asking. I was like, are you just talking about women? What you described didn't sound bad to me. I didn't.
I'm so sorry, guys.
It's all right. We just hey, hold on. This the learning. Hold on, Rosemary. This is the learning lesson right here. We gonna give you a crash course. If you come over here, you gonna get a crash course of this shit.
I'm working on my feminism.
Okay.
I'm working on my vernacular, the way that I talk, because it's not cute.
It ain't cute. See? Hey man, you can't. Come on, y'all. She trying. Come on. Y'all wanna.
Yeah, I appreciate the self-awareness too, personally.
Yeah.
That's the first step in like not being that way anymore. So if you're genuinely like, being self-aware, and that like where you are is not where you need to be, then I can respect that.
Yeah. Like,
I ain't got no beef with that.
I want to be down it. Like that's the thing when we start coming for people who's like, nah, I'm actively trying to unpack the shit, And then we like, you a piece of shit. And it's like, wait, hold on. Give us a second. We, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. We gotta, but if you say you doing the work, then I don't see anything to say you're not doing the work. You know what I mean? Like,
I think it's cap. I think
you think it's cap, Lynn?
Hell yeah, I think it's cap.
Well, she is very male-centered. She said that already.
And it's very manipulative. That's manipulation right there.
To what end, though?
Like, you got on there and giggled. That ain't funny to what you just said about women. That shit wasn't funny or cute. I don't get offended often, but by women who speak like men, you wore that as a badge of honor when you said that. You was like, oh, I don't be out here like having snakes, and I don't have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I hear you. Yeah, I do. Like the chat is saying, I do giggle when I'm nervous. That's for real. But the reason why I laugh is because I've heard that my whole life, and I'm trying, and that's okay, Mama. That's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? I don't hold nothing to it. Everybody's entitled to it, but I'm telling you why I do what I do.
Okay. Nigel said, in the words of the great Glorilla, I do what these niggas do. I don't tolerate no hypocrites. She always says some funny shit.
So much.
Not the great Glorilla. The great Glorilla sound crazy, but I fucks with Glow, so I ain't gonna even argue. I like Glow.
But no, I didn't hear anything Rosemary said. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I didn't really hear any of the things that she was saying before. But like, yeah, you're still gonna be like called out. You're still gonna be clocked when you say certain things that are like, super male centered and harmful and dangerous towards women. You're still gonna be called out for that. But like I said, if you know that, that's where you are and you know it's not right and you can admit to that, then hopefully you can be open when people call you out to learning and doing better.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Rosemary? How did you said earlier that when when that whatever what happened to you in your youth, it turned you against women. How did that manifest itself? Like, what did that look like? Like, what did you do to women? How did you treat women?
I didn't treat women, but I will tell you this. When it came to my mother, I never spoke up about it. That's the truth. You know what I'm saying? So unsubconsciously, the little decisions that my mom made that left me alone, that's what I started as a child to harvest and hate against my mother. So it turned into me not having a good relationship with my mom because I felt like those times where she didn't want to be there, you subjected me to it. You know what I'm saying? But that was just a child way of thinking. Did she know? And working through it, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, she didn't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But that's what I was saying. But as a child, I saw it like, oh, you don't want to be there for me to protect me. And that's how you think as a kid. But as an adult, I knew better. And I developed a relationship with my mother. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to learn that, I was like, the way I used to see it is I wouldn't give grace to my mother for anything she messed up in. Mm-hmm. And I unsubconsciously, I didn't know that I felt that
subconsciously.
Way. I learned it. You know what I'm saying?
Unconsciously or subconsciously?
As to what the other young lady was saying about, I don't know.
No, I was saying, because you were saying unsubconsciously. Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I just felt like I just didn't like my mom. I just felt like I just had this energy with her,
Mm-hmm.
And then it wasn't until I became an adult and went to therapy that I was like, oh shit, this is what I was doing the entire time. But as far as the other young lady who said, that they're gonna check me every time. Listen, I need people to check me. If everybody in my corner told me everything I did was all right, I would never change. I would never do things different. So I'm okay with
you're around all men. They ain't gonna never call out. They're gonna tell you exactly how you are. That's how you supposed to be. You know what I mean? They're not gonna clock it. So yeah, you got to get around some women. And you get around these women, they gonna, you know what I mean? They gonna, yeah, tread at your own.
I just want to say, don't be surprised. Like if women like me. I can't hang around. It's so many women who are like you, and like I'm not
to be passive aggressive because I can't even be passive aggressive. So understand me when I say this. It's hard for me to be around women like you because y'all are dangerous. Y'all are dangerous but I do respect the fact that you are honest about what you went through with your mother and how hard it is for you and how hard it's been with you for you to form relationships with women. A lot of times women are not honest about that and they think that they're just fine with women. And then they come around and they want to be friends with women who are like me or like Shan or like Shani. Look, and then it's difficult because then I have to defend myself for because y'all always put us in bad, precarious situations. So I really like dig deep because a lot of times like y'all write it off with, oh, it's the other women. You're off with men or this and that. Like I respect that. Really work on it and like see like that kind of shit is harmful. Like I was really offended when you laughed and when you said that. Like it was disgusting to me. It was kind of triggering, and I don't get triggered often. But from women talking about women like that is triggering. So understand why women might be apprehensive about hanging around with you. But if you're honest, that can turn it around because then we can have a conversation.
Absolutely, through dialogue, because you on the other side of it, I mean, think about it from my perspective. I just have what males say. Men say women are like right? So then I try to befriend a woman, the first thing she want to do is come up my neck, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, are the men correct? You know what I'm saying?
When did that happen?
For me, it makes me very apprehensive, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't need to hang out with women. Maybe this is not my space, and I'm trying to get into a place. But at the end of the day, I am a woman, so I know that I need the community.
When did you try to defend a woman, and then that happened?
Oh no, not defend. I'm not saying defend. I'm saying like I try to get closer to other women, and women a lot of times can be real catty with me, and I'm just like, bro, like I don't know what I'm doing. That's how come I'm so open to the feedback that I'm getting from you guys, because I don't know where to start. I
think what the example that Lynn gave might be a reason why, like if you're saying stuff like that you don't even think is disrespectful, because in the cult of man, like in the world of men, what you said right there, that flies, right? Like that's because misogyny is so normalized that like especially amongst men, you can get away with pretty much saying anything. Like the rapper that every non-black person thinks is the best rapper, which is Eminem, he made a living on talking about unaliving his baby mama. Right? Like that, like think about what I'm saying. He made a living off of talking about unaliving his baby mama. Like that was one of his like claims to fame, was he had a whole song about wrapping his baby mama up, throwing her in the trunk, doing heinous things to her, and having his little baby daughter like crying in the background throughout the whole song. He's like rapping to the dog, like wild shit, right? That's how normalized misogyny is, right? That's how normalized it is. And if we did that, the equivalent of that, the racist equivalent of that rapper would never have seen the light of day. If he would have done that about black people, he never would have saw the light of day. But he did it about women, and it was like, he's the greatest rapper of all time. Oh my God, how can you not like Eminem? Right? Because people don't understand now. And I'll be telling people Eminem is corny and shit. They be like, "Oh, Eminem corny." I'll be like, "The motherfucker corny." I can't listen to that shit. That his music didn't have staying power. It was corny. I can't listen to much Eminem in 2024 without being like, ugh. Fuck was that about? You know what I'm saying? Because misogyny is so normalized. So when you get around a bunch of men will say shit like that. Men will talk about abusing their women. And I don't mean like they say that they put hands on their women, but they'll be talking about neglecting their women. They'll be making jokes a lot about how much they women be nagging them and women be shopping and all of that corny ass shit, right? And you just like kikiing like, you don't even know, because you just, that's what you live in. Then you come in the real world, you get around people that's doing the work, and you say shit like that, and they be like, "What the fuck? Women be shopping? What does that mean? What you talking about?" It be even just little shit, like people be clocking shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And in the spaces you in, it's normal. So to me, that's what I think is happening with you a lot of times. I think you getting around the women who you need to be around, and they clocking that shit, and they like, "What the fuck?" But the only way, the way you handle it, I think, is the best way to do it. But the only way to handle that shit is to be receptive. You know what I'm saying? Once you become standoffish, then it's over. Now everything Lynn said is justified. I don't trust her. Look at her. I just told her that she was doing X, Y, and Z, and she was like, my daddy told me, my uncle told me.
I don't trust a lot of people, Rosemary, so it's not a dig. But what I'm saying is take your time and hang out and still hang in there, because it might be difficult. I might not trust you, but that don't mean that you can't change and we on the floor. Not saying that you want to or have to, but a lot of times with women like you who act like you, who have been raised by men, y'all don't see it yet. But you're going to have to hang out with women like me, Chandler, Shani, and men like Pub who know the cult of men, so we can point out the behaviors. Because if you hang around with normal women who don't know, like, they don't know like the verbiage, or they don't know like about misogyny or patriarchy, they're not gonna be able to be as empathetic as me. They're gonna feel something's wrong, and yes, I was being kind of empathetic, but I was also triggered. But they're gonna feel something's wrong and off about you, but they're not gonna be able to put their finger on it. Even when you say, "Oh, I was raised by men," they're not gonna be able to understand that. They're gonna be like, "Girl, get out of my face." That's an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
But you were raised by men. I get why you act like that, but again, I'm telling you, you gotta be careful, because like that triggered the heck out of me, girl. It did. Even the last after I was like, hold on, wait, why you talking about women like that? And you came back on and you giggled about it. Like, that's not a giggleable situation. I don't think it's funny to talk about women that way at all.
Mm-hmm. Osa, I got you, Rose. You can respond. Osa said male-centered women are dangerous. Let that go, Rose. Go ahead, Rose.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, I don't mean to offend nobody, you know what I'm saying? And it's nobody knows me personally, and I get that, you know what I'm saying? So my bad. I don't mean to, but I do laugh a lot, and it's I don't know how to do it at the right times. I'm still learning on that too.
I got a cousin like that. He got a nervous laugh. He always giggling when it's unnecessary. Him and his mama. He got it from his mama. Love them both.
I did want to like quickly point out, like, I don't really like when women try to say like it goes both ways, because I don't really think y'all even believe that, like, oh, men are just as bad as like women and vice versa. Like, y'all be letting men talk to y'all crazy, like mad disrespectful, and you don't say nothing to them, but let like a woman just tell you a little thing about like something you're doing that's problematic, and you ready to go off the rails, but y'all don't never have that same energy for men who literally do be putting y'all in harm's way. So to sit there and say that it goes both ways, but then when it comes down to it, like, y'all don't never be having the same energy for men like y'all do with the women, like, that's questionable as well.
Yeah. Rose, Khadijah said, Rose, you are here having the conversation. Good start. Facts. We all got to start somewhere, man.
I got caught slipping at the gas station. Talking about you need a mechanic. Do I look like I need a goddamn mechanic?
What you tell him?
No.
Stop lying. You gave that man your Instagram. And that's okay.
No, I did not.
But that's okay. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's judging you.
Oh, I need you to leave Shannon alone.
I'm just saying, giving out your IG, I don't hold nothing against you for doing that. You know what I'm saying? How old was this gentleman?
I don't know. I was trying to get gas. And he asked me about a mechanic. This car is perfectly fine.
You told him it was under warranty?
I'm low-key offended, because what you trying to say? I just watched it too. It's shiny.
Hey, he said he tried to get you with the provider protector shit. That's where it started. See, I fixed your car. I cleaned your gutters. He gonna say your gutters need cleaning.
Ask me, do I need a mechanic? Like I'm over here putting water in the engine or something. Like, what? I'm just getting gas.
Let me help you with that, Miss Thing.
I'm good.
Damn, that's crazy. Hey, I don't play with the gas station though. I already told y'all. That's why I can't. My wife can never go. I don't give a fuck. I told her I'm happy she got an electric. You said you what?
I said it's always something at the damn gas station.
The gas stations be too active for women, man. My wife, she got, she got an electric car, so she just got to go. She went to Target and charged up her car the other day. I like that. She threw the car on the charger. She went inside Target. She bought, went shopping or whatever, got her little shit, came out. Car was charged up. She came home. Hour later. You know what I'm saying? I like that. That fucking gas station shit. I don't like that shit. That shit sus. Every time women go to the gas station.
It's like, why is there a bunch of men like hanging out in front of the gas station anyways?
Because they know women be there.
It wasn't even one of those. It wasn't even one of those situations. It's just something about the gas station. I don't know what it is.
Because everybody be at the gas station. Because everybody got to go get gas. Everybody got to go get gas. Women, children, women and men got to go get gas. They got to go get gas.
As I said, I don't think that's really a safe place because if I point that gas nozzle at you, then what?
Hey, Suburban Bay said it's the fumes.
It gotta be. It's something about it. Like even if it ain't one of those gas stations where they, hanging out outside yelling at you, it's still gonna be somebody that gotta say something to you.
Hey, I gotta read this.
It's always Quick Trip too. She's not lying.
I gotta read this super chat.
That's exactly where I was.
Bumble said, Rose, I was very sheltered and married / divorced my first everything. Please look into creators Bourbon Bougie. Shout out to Bourbon Bougie and Cecilia Regina. Shout out to Cecilia Regina. I like her too. They have taught me so much. Yeah, I like them. They both got great content.
The creators like me.
Yeah, and watch out for people like Lynn. You're not safe around Lynn. She on next.
Right, Lynn don't be playing.
Oh, okay. I don't know your tags. I'm sorry. My fault.
Tori said all she trying to do is go on the gas station to get hot chips, and I'm like, right, that's correct.
That's y'all first problem. Why y'all going to the gas? Y'all need to stop eating junk food.
What's wrong with hot chips in Arizona tea? That's like women advice. Girl down right there. What you talking about?
Ain't nobody asked you.
I'm gonna tell you right now. That's your first problem right there. Get off of the processed foods. Step number one. They're gonna get you. They're gonna unalive you more ways than one. They either gonna get you at the gas station or they're gonna get you at the hospital. So lead them.
Please.
Leave them teas alone.
I'm not gonna lie, them calling Mr. Cedar been killing me the last couple weeks.
I don't even call him Public no more. I just say Mr. Cedar.
I be cackling every time I see it. Oh man, yeah, that's you.
What does that mean?
His wife.
Mr. Cedar. They call me Mr. Cedar.
Cedar. I thought you were saying Cedar.
No, Mr. Cedar, his wife.
Oh.
Mr. C-Dub is my gang name for my gang days.
It's another $500. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it this week. We already got 30 on Public's head. We need another. You said 250, Shawnee. We need another 220, y'all.
Exactly.
That was me from my ganger banger days.
It's crazy.
C-Dub is nasty work.
He gonna start
Not Public in the gang.
That's what it is, man. Damn. Why y'all on my head? Oh, where?
The gang of men, maybe. I don't know about
I definitely, well, Paul's on the gang of men stuff, but yeah, I definitely was in the gang. A gang of men is wild. Diner, is it Diner or Dine Rope? I'm sorry, I can't see your full name.
It's Daenerys Barbiana. I wanted to join because
Daenerys Barbiana.
I felt like y'all were kind of bashing Rosemary because I'm a woman that grew up around a lot of men as well. So I don't want to say I see women's flaws, but I do see the things that women could improve on. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's more so what she was trying to say. We can identify it better.
Like what? Like what can women improve on as a group?
Just like self-awareness.
About what?
You think women aren't self-aware?
Yeah. About what? What aren't women self-aware about?
I think that I mean, we don't really hold ourselves accountable as much as we should. I think we blame a lot of things on men and other people around us when it's things that we could work on as a whole, as ourselves. We can work on.
We can take accountability, or what are things that we don't take accountability as a whole?
Rose just showed a lot of accountability and self-awareness. Kudos to you, Rose.
Mm-hmm.
She really did. But
that's what I'm saying. I agree. She took accountability, but I'm saying that it's nothing wrong with. I feel like women that are raised more so around men, we have a different perspective than people who are raised more so by women. I think that a lot of women should take more accountability instead of blaming the trauma specifically.
Yeah, I think the question would be, De Niro, what should women take accountability for specifically? Like, what are some examples of women not taking accountability? You know, like, how do women not take accountability typically?
I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like women just blame. I feel like because I'm not just saying women, because I do it too. I do it myself. Like even though I'm raised by men and stuff, but I feel like I blame a lot of things that go on all men. But it's like just holding men to a certain standard when it's like we got to hold ourselves to a certain standard.
But can you name? But can you
be able to come across the?
But can you name the thing? Like name the. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm like, cause yeah. Can you be a little bit more specific? Out of curiosity, could you like name the thing?
So y'all asking me. I understand y'all want to be specific, but it's not just one thing. It's not.
You kind of breaking up, De Niro. You got. You cutting out a little bit in there. You got some bad service. It would be like here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Go ahead. I can hear you now. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I would say relationship wise, a lot of women don't take accountability for the men they choose. That's more so what I'm saying. And it's like that's why I was saying I understand Rose having a man's perspective on certain things because I have a man's perspective too. So I understand that just like relationship wise, choosing men, having that different perspective can help. It helps us be able to choose and identify what we're not looking for.
Do you think, and I'm gonna let the women respond to this because but do you think that a woman who do you think that like a woman who has decentered men and doesn't necessarily quote unquote think like a man, but thinks for herself and has self-awareness and things of that nature, do you think that woman is better at do you think that woman would have a better chance at picking a like a solid mate versus a woman who sees it quote unquote both ways and was raised by men and things of that nature?
I don't think anybody I don't think it's a competition to what one does it better than the other. I just think that those qualities, I feel like all qualities, I don't know, you just got to take into accountability that some people have different perspectives on things. That's all. I don't think that anybody does anything better. I don't think that a woman that has a man's perspective could choose a mate better than a woman who's just solely raised off women qualities. I don't think that they pick better. I just think that it depends on you.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that to even say that like you have a man's perspective is kind of weird to say as a woman because you don't. Like you have what men have told you. Like you've accepted the things that they've said to you. You've accepted the things they told you. You've accepted their worldview. But you're still a woman at the end of the day. Like you can't fully have a man's perspective because you're not a man. You can only take on what they tell you from their point of view. So you can because you are literally just repeating what a lot of men say. Like, oh, it's not the man, or it's not it's not the bad man. It's the men that you choose.
Men have to be held accountable too. I'm not saying at all that it's not the men. Men definitely have to be held accountable.
Let me finish real quick though. Yeah, let me finish real quick, and then you can respond. But as far as what he was asking or what he was getting at is that you saying that you grew up around men, you were raised by men, you have a male perspective, that actually puts you at a disadvantage when it comes to the picking and the choosing like you're talking about, because you are still very male-centered. So you're more likely to give a man the benefit of the doubt before you give a woman the benefit of the doubt. You're more likely to see a woman as the issue than you see a man as the issue, and you're more likely to ignore a lot of the things that they will do and say, and a lot of the manipulation tactics, because you see the world through their eyes, and that's in your own words.
I feel like I don't know. It's not that I see because I see both sides. Because I was definitely 100% raised around a lot of men, but I was raised around women too. And most of the women in my family, we don't go for just any old thing that a man tells us or anything like that. But I also was raised around a lot of real men. Let me say that, not just
And what is a real man, De Niro?
A provider. A real man is a provider, and a real man takes accountability, and a real man also knows how to treat women.
Somebody said, did a man tell you that you were different from other women?
That I was different from? I don't think I'm different from other women at all. I think exactly like other women, but I feel like I just have a different perspective on things because I've seen a lot of things based off my family.
Okay.
But I still feel like she didn't really give a real answer to what we need to be taking accountability for. Like I still I haven't. Well,
choosing better was the answer, Lux. Women need to choose better.
But like that's a whole. You already know. There's 30 questions after choosing.
Yeah, better. After choosing better, we got to unpack the choosing better shit. So
we gotta unpack choose better if that's the case.
Unpack choose better. I feel like choose better definitely sums it up.
Well, let me ask you. I think it doesn't, but I got it. I think more. Let me be more specific. I think what we want to know is what do women do, right? That you can point to that like most women do. You know what I mean? It's a common thing that women do that harms men. I think that's a better question. What do women do
that harms men? I feel like what women do is that they don't hold men accountable, and they take a lot of things that men do. And I'm not saying that harms them. I'm saying that harms the way men think. If we don't hold men accountable for their actions, they still gonna run through and do the same thing that they've been doing. Because nobody is holding them to a standard.
De Niro, genuine question. So it's women's fault that men are not being held accountable for men's actions? Is that what you just said out your mouth?
Because who is the only we are the only people that can hold men accountable.
Yes and no. Is that just what came out your mouth? It's literally my only question.
No, that's not true, De Niro.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Women are at fault for not holding men accountable for men's actions, is what you just said.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's the thing.
That's nasty work. I don't know about that one.
Here's the thing, though. You can only do so much. Like, I can address a problem, and if it doesn't get solved, then I know me as I have to take initiative to
knock their head between the washer and dryer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying.
That's not accountability though, because he's still me.
But it's holding yourself to a standard.
That's accountability because I didn't do anything.
Yeah. How are you holding?
That's not what y'all aren't getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like you said, once a man does something that you don't like or whatever, and they do it multiple times, and you remove yourself from the situation, that lets them know that you're not the one to be played with.
That has nothing to do with
anything because of me leaving don't matter. No, it doesn't. Me leaving does not matter if that man go off and keep doing the same.
Exactly. There's no accountability there.
So where's the accountability at?
There's no accountability.
You can't hold another person accountable. I've talked about this before. You really can't do stuff. Some things are just out of your control, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I think
you can hold yourself accountable
now. A lot of y'all got control issues, and y'all think everything's in y'all's control, and it's really not. You can't make nobody change.
I gotta read this Cash App. Hey, Ali said, does she do you work? De Niro, do you have a job?
Yeah, I do.
And are you in a relationship?
I'm not. No.
Okay.
I'm single.
Okay. And Osa said $5 on De Niro. You can't choose better when these niggas mask. You are just repeating their talking points. Pick me are the worst. This woman is dangerous. Tonight Joe said, "Damn, we finna bash you too." Oh my God. Hold on, wait. Extremists.
200K likes. It's 500 y'all in here. We chilling. We enjoying the convo. Hit the gift goal. It's 9 more claws. Y'all on the YouTubes. Get the likes up. I know a couple of y'all is over there. Go to the YouTube. Like up the live. When we get to 200K, y'all already know all the things. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask. I just want to make sure. 6. What are you doing, man?
Is that 6?
I think that's 6. What are you doing, fam? What are you doing, Crody?
You just coming here to talk crap about Haitians and Africans again?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh my God!
I'm screaming.
This the type of this the type of gaslighting I'll be talking about. Niggas be doing. This level of gaslighting is diabolical. Like, come on, bro.
That voice and that accent, 6. I don't care how many different profiles you come in on. You cannot hide that voice
At all.
It's you. We see you.
We see you, bro. Cheesing, fam. Okay, you go ahead, De Niro. Go ahead, De Niro.
I don't even.
I thought you wanted to respond to what Shawnee was saying.
I don't remember what she. I don't even remember what she said. It was a lot going on, but I know I was responding to one of the comments. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a pick me. Because I don't look for men, I don't seek men's attention, and I don't say the things that I say to get validation from men. I say the things I say because I have a different perspective. I just have a different perspective. I see through all the other things. I've seen the women in my family go through a lot of things that are escapable.
Interesting. I got to respond. Hold on, Shane. You can respond. I just want to read the super cash app. Khadijah's. Sorry. My fault. They put 20 on De Niro. You ain't learning shit. You ain't Rose. Go ahead, Shane. You can respond. My fault.
Oh yeah.
My fault.
No, you're good.
No, not you. I was apologizing to the cash app. My bad. They know what I'm talking about. My fault. Go ahead.
What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah. So yeah, you said that you wouldn't call yourself a pick me because you don't do what you do or say what you say for male attention. So I'm really not trying to be funny here, but that's what a lot of the other pick me's say. Like a lot of the other like women on this app in particular who go around like being super male centered and always like every talking point they have is, you know, the male perspective and, you know, like just hard down, even you by your definition would probably call them pick me. They say the same thing. I'm not doing this for male attention. I'm not doing this for male validation. This is just what I really believe. And I think it's because like, yeah, on the surface, it is what you really believe because that's what you've been indoctrinated into. That's what you've been taught to believe. That's what you've been raised to believe. Like that's what the patriarchy has told you to believe. So yes, you really do believe it. You're not making this up, but it comes from somewhere. And you got to go deeper to see where it comes from. And where it comes from is internalized misogyny, which is rooted in male validation. Like it's not on the surface. On the surface, yes, you believe everything that you're saying. You're not up here making stuff up. You really believe this, but it comes from somewhere, and you got to go deeper to figure out where that comes from. And when you go deeper, you'll realize, wait a minute, most of this stuff isn't even true to begin with.
Actual factuals. Did you want to respond to that, De Niro?
Yeah, I actually just have a question. So, I just want to know, do you all think that having or even saying, or even just knowing that I don't even want to say male perspective. I just had a lot of male influence. I'm not even gonna say influence. I've just grew up around a lot of men, so I've seen things and I know things that other women don't. But what I want to know is, do you all think that people with the male perspective, do you think that they are less than than women who just see what as women?
I don't think you have a male perspective. That's what I'm saying. You keep saying you grew up around men. We've all been around men. If that's the case, we all have a male perspective because because as women, you don't survive in this world without understanding how men operate in some way. That's just the reality for us all. So you don't have this like special male perspective because you surround yourself with men all the time. Because you don't need to do that to understand. Like, men come on here and they say the same shit. They spill the same lies. You got the same lies the rest of us got. You understand the same bullshit the rest of us been getting. You have just accepted it. That's the only difference. You don't have some special male perspective. You have accepted the lies they tell you, and some of us have not.
Speaking of that.
I disagree.
Hold on. I got you, De Niro. You can respond. Speaking of that, Nigel said, I used to be a pick me too. Then I realized it was really me just making excuses for men I cared about, which that's what sounds like what Shan was saying. Jocelyn said, if they're dedicated to not being shit, it doesn't matter what you do. They'll continue to be shit. You cannot change someone who doesn't want to change for themselves. That's facts too. They got to want to change. You can respond.
I just said I disagree. But I just feel like so what I mean when I say based off the women in my family, that they play a big part in why I have the perspective I have on things women go through, is because I've seen a lot of the women in my family go through things, like I said, that are escapable. They're like, I feel like a lot of women put themselves through things because they do seek male validation.
Those are one of the
things that I feel like
that's her projecting.
Wait.
The things that women need to be held accountable for is how they let a man treat them.
Can you tell us what is show us an example of something that they went through that you felt like was preventable?
Yeah, sure. I had a auntie that was in an abusive relationship.
Physically, emotionally?
Yeah, a physically and emotionally abusive relationship.
And how do you think she could have avoided that?
She could have left.
What if he threatened to unalive her?
My thing is, like, her family was around. You have family. We all care, and it's somewhere you could go. We have family in different states. If you wanted to move to a different state and escape, but women don't use their she didn't use her resources, is what I'm saying.
But you do know that, like, because okay, to be fair, y'all say those things like it's so easy to get up, pack up your whole livelihood and go to a different, like, that's not an easy scenario or an easy alternative of an option. You do understand that, right? Like, has anyone ever moved across states?
Yeah, I understand that, but if it's a life or death situation and you have to take physical abuse, would you rather stay where you're
not would you rather, it's what
it's self-preservation. Did this family member have children?
Yes.
Oh wow. Lord. Damn. Real quick,
based on that logic, why ain't you step in and help?
Well, I mean, around the time I was just a child, but I know my mother.
How you know? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me read this real quick. I'm sorry. Hold on. Somebody said, damn, where the fuck did it go? It said, oh, so you think you're better than your family members?
Do I think I'm better than my family? No, I mean, like I said, I was probably only 14 around the time.
Mm-hmm.
But just growing up, thinking about that.
They paid to drop her mid-sentence.
Nasty.
Oh, damn.
Damn, why y'all pay to drop? Y'all don't let the pick-me's rock. Y'all let the men write for hours.
Right, y'all do like that. Cause y'all be getting them women out of here way quicker than them.
Hold on. What we not gonna do is shame people for spending their money the way they want to spend their money. Nah, we not about to shame. We not about to. They want to drop people when they want to drop them. That's on them.
These Negroes out of here just to
hey, whatever. Anyway. Whatever's clever, but hey, we ain't.
Like, she was having a conversation. She wasn't screaming.
She wasn't. But some people didn't like that shit when she said that.
Come on, y'all some haters.
Hey, when she said that her family member was getting abused, and it was her fault.
No,
that type of shit. That type of shit to send people, bro. I was like, yo.
But she admitted the fact that she blamed women for the actions of men directly. Like, that was where the nasty work really began. Like, I asked explicitly, so you are saying women are responsible for the actions of men? And she said, yeah. Like, she dead ass said, yeah, absolutely. Like as if I was confused. Yeah. Like, whoa, okay. Y'all got it.
Gal said,
before she dropped, I was about to say, it sounds like, oh, y'all, I got a delay. My bad. Go ahead.
Gal said, and when he unalives her while y'all on the way, then what? Exactly. Exactly. Hey. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Before she dropped, I was about to say, it sounds like she witnessed a lot of like abuse and terrible things happen to the women in her family. Like growing up, she witnessed the women in her family being terrorized by the men in her family. And instead of blaming the men who were terrorizing them, she blamed the women.
Yep.
And I think that it's a lot of trauma there, obviously, that she really needs to work through. But she grew up watching, a lot of trauma and watching women get terrorized, and she didn't know what to do with those feelings. And then being raised by, like she said, being raised around a lot of men and having all these brothers or whatever, you're going to identify more closely with the assailant, with the abuser, than you are their victims, because you feel like that's what you needed to do to keep you safe. That's what you did to keep you safe. You identified more with the abuser than you did with their victims, because that's what made you feel safer, and that's what you're still doing. You feel safer. You feel like you're protecting yourself by identifying more with the abuser, because if I identify with you, maybe I won't be your next victim.
Yep.
And that you're still doing that, and you need to unpack that, and you need to work through it.
I really don't be understanding why women be talking about like this male perspective, but then you're getting the male perspective and you act like you know so much from men who also, they lack self-awareness and they have emotional intelligence. So what type of game are they really putting y'all on? They really don't be putting y'all on game, because y'all be
they be the most abused. They be the most abused.
Y'all be the main ones being caught up in the okie doke, but you know so much from men, but they ain't tell you nothing growing up. So if anything, I feel like the men really failed you, but you value their perspective so much, but they ain't put you on the game or nothing. Like, make it make sense.
Miss Larry said, women are most likely to be unalive when trying to leave an abusive relationship. Check the stats. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then also, saying you were a child and acting like you knew what was going on as a child is wild. Like, you didn't know.
Like, talking about, so she got all these options, but ma'am, you was 14. You didn't know what was happening in that woman's household. You didn't know if he put a weapon to her temple every day at pew point, telling her, don't leave her, I'm gonna do so. You don't know who. This is the thing. Like, y'all be so quick to be like, they can just leave. Y'all don't understand the actions of abusers.
Who want to stay in an abusive relationship? Please tell me that. Who want to stay getting their head knocked between the watch?
The hideous part, public, is this is why abusers are able to get away with stuff so easy. These abusers are behind closed doors, putting whole weapons to people's heads, threatening their family members. If you do this, I'm gonna do this to your mom, I'm gonna do this to your cousins, to your whoever's. And because these people are not going out loud and going, this abuser is threatening my family, you could just leave, you could just walk away. You don't know what that man threatened that woman with. You don't know what, and they had kids.
Yep. They be staying for the. That's why I asked, because they be staying for the kids. So that's why I was like, did they have kids? Oh, they had kids. Oh yeah, they be staying to protect the kids. Because where is she gonna go? She got to escape with the kids. Like, that's tough. That's hard.
Public, she's the same woman that if that woman picked up her kids and left them to another state, she would have been the first one to be like, that woman took her kids and took them away from that man. He wasn't allowed to be a father. She took those kids. That's the same thing. She wants to be the first person to scream. Clock it.
What up, Nikita?
Sat the crew.
Chilling. What's good with it?
I was about to call on her cat. I was like her. I was raised around 2 brothers and 7 cousins. I was the only girl till I was 15. And she chose to identify with them because they were her family. And she chose to ignore what they were doing to other people. You know, to give you an example, I remember my brother telling me that he hated me because I chose a girl that he beat up and threw in the bushes over him.
Damn.
Because I'm his sister. I was supposed to be on his side. I was the one who called the police on him.
Thank God.
I was like 15 years old then. So to say, you know, I can identify, that's bull.
Mm-hmm.
You're a girl first. I was a girl first. And if a boy had beat me up the way my brother beat that girl up,
you would want somebody to help you.
would have killed that boy.
Mm-hmm.
He would have killed him.
Unalive.
So why is it unalive? I'm sorry.
You good.
So why is it okay for you to do it to someone else's child, and it's not okay for someone to do it to me?
Mm.
You know, she has a brother, she has an uncle. So for her to say she can identify, no, you chose to hang with that crew and be one of the boys. That's what you chose to do.
Sadly.
But furthermore,
you're a woman now. And I heard my mom tell them that exact same thing several times. I'm a woman first. She says that to my brothers all the time. Like, I was a woman before I was your mama.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. And as a woman, rather than her doing the work so that she can bring herself back into womanhood or bring herself to womanhood in general, because I feel like she doesn't identify as a woman at all. And that's just listening to her and the stuff that was coming out of her mouth. But to not educate yourself and blame women for things that men do,
that's tough.
You said, Pop, that was wicked work. You had me over here talking like you. I was screaming at the phone and everything. I'm like, Pop, I'm getting up on that panel.
That was a bad one. That was a tough one to hear. I that's one of the things I don't like. I just don't like that. I don't like hearing people blame other, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I could never, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could never blame somebody. Like, I would never take accountability for some shit that somebody else did. I don't got that shit. I don't got that bone in me. You know what I mean? So.
And I wanted to say this really quick because I need to drop.
Comment real quick, please.
I can't even see it. 6 comment. Where he at?
He said, yo, you guys are tweaking. That guy wasn't me. You guys dropped an innocent.
That boy up here really trying to gaslight us. Sick. Disgusting. Go ahead, Shani.
But this goes back to what we said about like women, like we're socialized to internalize things that people do to us, and we always equate it back to like, oh, what did we potentially do? And I think we really need to get out of that, because y'all be letting men blame y'all for things that ain't got nothing to do.
Facts.
That ain't got nothing to do with you. Like I bring up all the time, because men got that Arrested Development, so they love to bring up stuff that happened in their childhood, and they get in a relationship and they try to blame all their childhood trauma on you. And it's like, I ain't your mama. Like, what I got to do with how you grew up in your household or how women treated you in high school, that they ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, we didn't even go to the same high school.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just weird to even hear women try to like, oh, well, you need to take accountability. And it's like, y'all always got higher expectations for women than y'all do for the men that y'all be hunching on. And that's crazy to me. Like, crazy.
That's societal.
And you know why a lot of them are single? Is because they don't want to have to really see and witness the BS most women go through. That's why they single.
Mm-hmm. Let me read the super chat, and then I want Bree and Bougie Burb to get in here. Nigel said, "That's the mask. Women are born as our titles, while men dress up theirs. They get to be a good dad, fun uncle, cool brother, while also being abusive husbands, boyfriends, co-workers, bosses, etc." Jesus Christ. That's spot on. What up, Bree? What up, Bert?
Hey, can Bert go before me real quick? Sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead, Bert.
You ain't got to say nothing but a word. What I really don't like is how we're using the word accountability. There is like literally how we use accountability is so, I think what people want to say is responsibility, because accountability means there is some kind of goal or something that you're working for towards, and you fall short of it, and then you're like, okay, now I need to examine. Like, you're taking accountability for you're on a diet.
you start eating bad, you fall short, you re-examine where you went wrong, and then you change things, or you don't, or you blame somebody else for it, the reasons why you didn't hit those goals.
Mm-hmm.
But the way people talk about accountability is like there's supposed to be some kind of group accountability. Like, women don't take accountability. What are we supposed to
for? What? That's what I always be asking, Burb. I'm like, what are they taking accountability for?
It's like, but all of this should be a personal, like, things that you are falling short on, but you had a specific thing in mind. Mm-hmm. You have this specific thing in mind, you fell short of it. Now you're either going to take accountability for fixing that thing, or you're not. You're going to shift blame. I believe, like I really need us to drill down on why we keep using this word so wrong, and why we keep thinking that accountability is a group project. Number one, why is this a group project? And number two, why do people keep wanting to assign accountability to women for women's behaviors and men's behaviors? Like, how are we supposed to be doing all of this while living in a sexist, patriarchal world, while trying to stay alive, while trying to be the main caretakers of ourselves and our parents, while trying to hydrate? Like, why do we have to take accountability and responsibility and the blame for women, all of the women, all of us, mm-hmm. and we got to take group accountability for men? Like, mm-hmm. when do they have to take accountability for anything? Like, can we get to a place where we can use accountability correctly?
Yep.
And I just needed to say that because it's been weighing on my chest.
Mm-hmm.
And I need y'all to really use some examples and role play what accountability is before you keep on assigning accountability to all women, for women, and for men. Can we just get to that point?
Maybe
some graphics. Put up some graphics or something on how to use the word accountability, because it should be crossed off and erased out of our lexicon until people can use it correctly.
I'm taking accountability
to blame
for some shit. I'm taking accountability for some shit you did. Like, what the fuck? That be the thing, and that's why I always be asking. I'm like, I'm okay with, like, on an individual level, like Burb is saying, what are women doing individually where you can say, like, oh, this is a problem that women need to correct? And to me, short of saying, like, women should just abstain from being in relationships with men altogether, or in close concert with men altogether, I don't have an answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, then that's not my answer either, but I'm saying, like, I really don't have nothing because when I cannot for the life of me rationalize blaming a group of people for the actions of another group of people, and then saying that, well, you let that happen to them. Because every time I think about that, I don't even got to go this far, but, like, if you ever want to understand what I'm saying, it's literally like blaming slaves for slavery. It's the same concept to me. Like, well, you let them enslave you. Why'd you let them do that? You let them abuse you. Like, nah, I'm not. That's wild. That just doesn't, everything like that for me is like a real easy way to, like, if I ever like slip into that thought process, it's real easy for me to get out of it. Cause I'm like, that don't make no fucking sense, right? How do you blame the abused for being abused? Like, how do you blame? Do we blame children for being abused? We do. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was damn. I had to clock that. A lot of people do. But rationally, can you blame children for being abused? No, right? That don't make no fucking sense. They're kids. That's wild. I don't understand how men can constantly be putting this on, because women got this from men, by the way. So that's why I'm gonna shift it to men. Women got the notion of, we need to hold ourselves accountable for the shitty men we choose. They got that from us. Like, we told women that. Well, you chose me. You knew I wasn't shit when I'm like that. That's what men did to, like, throw women off the scent, to deflect our to deflect from us taking accountability, right? It was like, nah, you knew I wasn't shit when you met me. Why would you date me then? I still fuck, like whatever we say, you know what I mean? Like that's how but because we don't want to take any accountability, right? And when women adopt that, you know, that thought process, it to me, it never makes sense. It never makes sense. I just don't get it. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. So when you were dogged out by your ex, you blamed yourself? When he cheated on you 3 times, like you really was like, well, I should have known better. Like how would you have known? Like even like, and I want to say this, even if you give a motherfucker grace, that ain't your fault. That's what I think people like, that be the shit also, because the same people that if we was to come out here and just be like if I was to turn into one of these weird dudes that be on there like, I'm gonna help women out. My only message to women would be, if I was gonna be honest, my only message to women would be, don't fuck with men ever. Like that would be my message. Like don't, because that's the only way I could safely give advice to women would be, hey, if you asking me what you should do, don't never fuck with women. And that would be my whole fucking thing, right? Like that's all I could say, because anything short of that, I'm putting women in harm's way, because because if they give you grace and y'all fuck them, then it's like, why did you give me, like, that's your fault. And then if they don't give you grace, you be like, well, we all people. Y'all turn into John Legend. We all ordinary people. So you don't leave them any choice. So what choice do you leave a person like me? Like, okay, well, cool. Fuck it. I'm just going to say stay away then, because y'all not really giving them an option of not getting abused or not walking, or if they do get abused, y'all going to blame them. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least, here's what I'm saying. At least if women get abused, can we not blame them for getting abused? Like, can we, you know what I mean? Like, can we at the very least acknowledge that, like, we, like, all right, it wasn't their fault? That's what, like, that should be easy, right? Like, that's par for the course. I mean, that should be par for the course. Hey, you know what? It ain't their fault that they got abused. That's, like, can we just get to there? Or are we still stuck on, like, nope, he knocked her head between the washer and dryer. Why did she choose him? She should have walked away, even though she had kids too. Like, what? He told her he was going to unalive her grandma, but so what?
Nasty word.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay.
Also add real quick, not only are they like blaming women for giving men a chance, but it's like you're also using women's like empathetic nature against them. Like not nature, but like y'all socialize us to be more empathetic. Y'all socialize us to be servers. Y'all socialize us to care for other people, just to use that against us in adulthood when all of that plays out in our relationships. So when you're blaming a woman for choosing a man or giving him grace or, you know, quote unquote ignoring red flags and thinking that he's a better person than what he's showing her to be, and that, you know, this is just temporary, or, you know, whatever it is that women are telling themselves when they do this, you're weaponizing women's like empathy towards them, just to then turn around and say, oh no, women aren't empathetic, women don't care, women hate men. Like, it's just this constant contradictory loop. So when you're blaming women to say, like, her biggest crime is that she gave somebody grace, her biggest crime is that she gave somebody a chance, her biggest crime is that she loves somebody enough to not only take them, you know, for the worst parts of him. Because let's not act like these men that get in these relationships and they end up, you know, not being the greatest men. Let's not act like they're always just all horrible. Like they are doing no good things. They never say a nice word to these women. They just walk into the relationship knocking their head around, and they do it the whole time. Like, no, that's not how it works. So y'all are weaponizing women's empathy towards them, and y'all train and socialize women to be that way. Y'all train them to be people pleasers. We socialize them to be caring and empathetic and loving and blah blah blah, nurturing, all the things. And then when that plays, the women are like that in adulthood, and men take advantage of it because they know women are socialized to be like that. That's still her fault too. It's like, it's deeply, deeply, deeply insidious. I just want y'all to know that.
Shan, I need to piggyback off of you real quick. That's the reason why people like me and you and some of these other women content creators are so dangerous, because we talk about things like boundaries, being assertive in our communication, and not seeking their validation for like head pats. Because if we try to deprogram all of that indoctrination that we have been grown up with, deprogram all of that and just let these MFers fail and flail, like make them fail and flail, because we have to deprogram all of that indoctrination with knowing and understanding who we are and what we value, having some boundaries, being able to properly communicate those boundaries and being assertive. We could take care of a lot of this situation. Like for me, I block a lot of men on my pages because they come in and they want to derail the conversations. So we have to take a lot of their voices out of the conversation because men want to derail, and women listen to men more than women. So we have got to take them out of the equation really, really early on, so we can get to the point where women are, number one, understanding boundaries, being assertive in our communication, and you know, not looking to get the head pats from them. And with that, I do want to say thanks for letting me up real quick to say all of that, but I do need to go.
Okay, Bert.
But
that's
yes,
the other part.
Appreciate
That's
you.
the other part too, real
That
quick.
was a bar.
Real quick, I got it because I forgot to add that part too. That's all a part of it as well. Like them pointing to women like me, women like you, with all of us up here that speak the way we do, they make us the enemy, right? So they point to us and they say, you don't want to be anything like those women. Those women are bitter. Those women are going to be lonely. Those women can't get a man or can't keep a man. You know, that's not the way you should be. Like, it's all a part of it. That's also a part of it too. So you tell them, again, you blame them for who they choose when they were weak and submissive and nurturing and docile and all of that. But then you point to the women who are the exact opposite of that and you say, don't be like that because you can never get a man that way. You see how it's confusing? You see how it's evil as hell? Like, you see the mixed messaging? You're telling them, don't have boundaries. Don't say things like decenter men. Don't have feminist ideals because you're not going to be able to get a man like that. And those are the bitter women. Those are the masculine women. Don't be like them. Be softer, be submissive, be all of the things that make you easy prey for an abusive man. And then when that abusive man preys on you, they say that's your fault because you shouldn't have chosen.
Yep. Hey, let me read these.
Shan, I gotta go, pup.
Okay, Bird. Appreciate you. Oh, somebody had a message for you, Bird. Hold on. They said over here on the YouTube, they said, go off, Bird. Let's reshape the conversation. That's facts. Valerie said, they say both sides are to blame in an abusive situation or try to find any reason to diffuse the responsibility. Exactly. That was Valerie. Valerie said both of those things, by the way. And Charnay said, I swear I never told you that are words that only come from guys when you do right by them and they F you over. What accountability? Ali said,
Let's get to 250K likes. It's 400 of y'all in here. It's a couple of y'all on the YouTubes, a couple hundred of y'all on the YouTubes. If you over there on the YouTubes, make sure you are liking the live. Make sure you are liking the live here. If you are on the TikToks, hey y'all, make sure y'all checking out Public's content because I don't know if y'all realize, but Public's been dropping some bangers the last couple days and the last couple weeks, both on YouTube and TikTok. So just go ahead and interact with them videos. I'd love to see more likes on those, more comments, more interactions. Just whatever y'all could do, we really, really appreciate it. As always, bang the Cash Apps. It's always $50 or 10 galaxies to drop, or you can always just support the Cash App. As always, we just love the support. And yeah, just keep coming back. We love y'all. We love the community. We appreciate all y'all. So all the things.
Appreciate you.
Hey, Pup, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah. Oh, so hold on. I think Bree wanted to go, but y'all could go. I don't care what order y'all go if y'all good with it. I just want to read this Cash App. Ali said, you can tell who didn't watch the Prince of Egypt. The Prince of Egypt. Go ahead, Bree, and then Osa. Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Go. You got it.
No, I just want to tell y'all, I don't agree with anything any of y'all said. I think women do take
I got 20 on her head already.
I just think y'all need to take accountability for men's behavior. I really feel like if men
Men are going around asking for women to cook for them on their first date because women don't rob men, and that's the problem. Like we need to be. We got the man perspective too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have the male perspective. I was raised with a lot of men, so I know exactly, how to raise them because it is our job as women to raise men. This is why when Six was up here, he was talking about how it's not abuse if you don't do it in anger. And this is why when I beat my husband, I never do it in anger. I do it because out of necessity. That's what helps men learn. If you notice that they normally result into violence because they're kinesthetic learners. Men need to have the hands placed on them for them to understand lessons. And this is why I always tell ladies, like if you want a good man, you're going to have to shape them. And by shaping them, I mean reframing their face. Every now and then, you're going to have to be a little physical. But also, again, like Six was saying, don't do it in anger. It's important for their development. But when it comes down to this discussion about, women, what am I trying to say? Oh, when it comes to being attractive to men love problems. That's their favorite, and that's why they create so many of them. So my thing is just be bigger problems. The reality of it is like when it comes down to this question, like on Public's live, like Public, I love your work, but I feel like you've fallen short today. The reality of it is misandry is a bigger issue than misogyny because I'm a part of this group, the misandrous group. I can't put it out there because we're top secret. But basically what we do is we go around and we try to get on my nerves. I ain't gonna hold you. You about to get on my nerves.
You're doing this a little too well. I'm concerned. You're about
to irritate me.
You're a little too good at this. I ain't even gonna lie to you. That's concerning. I'm concerned.
Because y'all keep saying, go ahead.
Yeah, you can rock. We gonna let you rock, but just letting you know you're too good at this.
I'm being for real, you guys.
Too good at this.
Y'all are so bitter because y'all won't even let me finish. And that's the problem with women. Y'all don't like to listen. But anyway, long story short, a part of our women hate men group. What we do is we go around these vans and we collect as many men at Home Depot, Lowe's. We like to try to go in the woods, catch them. I like to do the frisbee games a lot. And what we do is we collect them all and we take them to our house and chain them to riding lawnmowers. Because honestly, that's the only way that women can get our grass cut or our gutters cleaned as if a man do it, because that's really what they do. So what we do is we go ahead and collect them in. And the problem is that y'all are not doing it enough. I feel like if women became a bigger issue in the community, we'll probably get more attention to our issues. So I just want to drop that on y'all. Who was next? K1. Go ahead, K1. I think Bree done.
Shenanigans. I'm so triggered right now. Shan said I ain't listening to no more of this shit. Enough. Be gone. You sound like Penelope. There's Penelope in the comments.
Dude, I was ready to join her club. I learned a lot from Penelope. I've been studying her school of thought. I just thought I would take it a little step further. She handles.
You valedictorian.
Yeah, she's like my inspiration. But honestly, I think that's what we need to start doing as women. But yeah, we can go on. But I just really hope that you guys become more demure, mindful, because you guys don't sound, y'all are not taking this seriously. But yeah.
It ain't. Anyways, go ahead, K1.
Okay, good.
Barely. It's kind of low. Let me mute.
Yeah. You got headphones in or something?
Hello?
You hear us? We hear you.
No, okay. Should I put headphones on?
If you have headphones, you sound muffled. If not, it just might be your hand above your phone speaker or something.
Okay, 1 second. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of you. Give me 1 second, guys.
I just wanna go real quick, and I'll drop down. But That was really good, Bree.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip you.
That's okay, Shan. I'm really enjoying the panel, guys. You guys are doing a wonderful job. I just wanted to say that I was definitely triggered by Bree just now, but with pick-me's, the things that somebody had asked a question earlier that why do the women get dropped first or get dropped so fast? Yes, and I think because people are. I know for me, especially, I'm expecting for women to know better, right? Like to know, like if I expect for you to know, like the game that men are playing, right? So if to say that you've been raised by men, like what does that even mean? When we know that men are not raising kids, right? Like or that you're only around men. Like it's like you never want to give credit to the women that are in your lives. Good, bad, or indifferent. Like women are going to make mistakes, but it's like we don't forgive the mistakes that women make, and that's problematic, right? Like this young lady, I'm pretty sure she has men in her life who she's seen harm women and have done things to women, but it's like you excuse that, you know. And again, I don't want to like create stories around what I think is happening in her life, but we've been there before. We've all had men in our lives where you're like, oh, that didn't quite sit right. Whatever they said didn't sit right with me. But we make excuses for it. But then we want to jump down our mom's throat. We want to jump down our sister's throat, whatever it is. You know, it's like we don't give each other that grace. 100%. And then the last point I want to make is sometimes I feel like with pick-me's especially, and like male-centered women, there's this like arrogance that's behind a lot of the things that they're saying. It's like, you know, well, she should know better, or you should choose better, or whatever the other talking points that they have. There's as if they were in that situation, they would do better. And the one thing I've learned out of my 42 years of being on this earth is men are very dishonest. They mask, and it's very hard. They're very deceptive. It's like everything is stemming from like usually starts from with lies with them. Not obviously not all, but a majority of them, it's always stemming from a lie. So how do you really, you know, really get to vet these people properly when they're not being, you know, forthcoming, you know? Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much what I want to say. It's just this, it never fails that these pick-me's are always coming from a place of like arrogance and ego. Like they would actually do better if they were in these particular situations. Very easy to say what you're going to do when you're the outsider looking in, right? But when your emotions are in it and you are, you know, you want to give a person the benefit of the doubt, it's very hard to see some of these things, you know? I love that Elsa brought that point up. Oh, go ahead, Chef.
No, you go ahead. I've been still in the mic. You got it.
I mean, we modded up here, so it's we cool. But I'm gonna go super quick. To Osa's point that she just made, I love that Osa made that point. And I ain't even gonna be one of them people to try to generalize all of them. But personally, I think women like that, to what Osa just said, think that they're superior to other women. Like, yes. Even when you ask them and they go, no, I don't think I'm superior, the way that they speak lets you know it. Because when you say things like, I have a male perspective because I was raised by so-and-so and so, one, to Osa's point, most men don't raise kids. So let's say your father or grandfather or uncle, whoever the fuck that was male, did so happen to raise you. How does that give you a male perspective? You're still a woman, like you're still a woman in a woman's body, living a woman's life, having women interactions with other people, yes, but as a woman, or as at least as whatever you identify as, which is, for the sake of this conversation, woman. But you're trying to tell me that on the other flip side of it, other women can't have the same knowledge or insight or whatever the fuck that you have. What makes you so special?
You can understand the male perspective, but you can't have one.
Exactly.
You're not a man.
Like that was crazy to me.
I think what Osa was talking about, that's kind of what Public was getting at when he asked that question. And I was trying to like reiterate the question, but she never really like answered it. But yeah, that's what he was getting at when he said, do you think somebody who has like decentered men and like unpacked all of their like internalized misogyny and like, you know, has like more feminist ideals, do you think they're better at weeding out, you know, the bad choices or the bad men or whatever than somebody who is still very male-centered and somebody who thinks that they have the male perspective or whatever. And she didn't, I don't think anyone is better than the no, one literally is, though, because your male perspective, quote unquote, or you thinking you have the male perspective is what's going to get you to continuously pick the wrong people because you think that you are above that shit happening to you. You think that it's not these men that are doing it, it's the women choosing them, and the women just made a bad choice, and I'm exempt because I'm too smart. I'm not going to make a choice like that, and that's exactly what's going to get you banged up. Because you think that you're above it.
They think they're too smart or too good for it to happen to them.
You're not the exception.
They think they're too smart for it to happen to them. And it's like, but if you think you're too smart for it to happen to you, you are then by saying everyone else that it happened to was stupid. And that's not the case.
Because everybody loves to think they're the exception until they find out, nope, you're just like everybody else. And it's not you at all, actually. It's him.
That's what we call golden punani syndrome. We call that golden punani syndrome.
Correct.
Thank you, ladies. So yeah, also brought up some fire ass points. I definitely agree. K1, are you back? I know you unmuted at one point. I have muted you earlier.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I don't know if you can hear me now.
But yeah, we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay, good. So basically, I've been watching public offenders post for so long and his videos, and I feel like he has a good point on just both male and women perspective. But this topic tonight hit home, especially because I saw my mum go through it as a child. So I think when I first experienced how the other side of my dad was to my mum, it changed my perception from the age of maybe 10 of how I looked at men. I was very close to my dad when I was younger. And, there was times when I would hear arguments between my parents and my mum would come out and you could tell that there was something wrong, but she used to put on a front. And I feel like with my mum's sister, it would be so easy to kind of say, for example, leave him if he's abusing you or he's hit you or he's cursing you, whether it's emotionally, physically, mentally, leave. But like you said, it's not that easy. And I feel like the first time I saw that side of my dad, like I said, it changed my perception of how I see men, because I know they can be very manipulative and vindictive. So, for example, when we used to go to family events, he would put on a front like he's a perfect dad and a perfect partner. And then behind closed doors, it was a completely different person.
That was the other thing that really tripped me out about what she was saying, because you are in this, because she said it was like she saw a lot of women in her family make these bad choices of men. So you're in a family where, like I said, the men are terrorizing, probably the men, women, and children, they terrorizing every damn body in the family. And you're looking to that and you think, I'm going to blame the women in this family for being in relationships with these men. So I'm going to, you rationalize in your brain that all the women in my family are bad pickers and not, maybe it's something going on with the men. Because it seems like no matter which woman in my family goes out and gets into a relationship, that man seems to be the problem. Are all of them bad at picking, or do we have a problem with the men? Do we have a problem with the choices to begin with? Because if everybody's making a bad choice, we ain't got no good choices.
Ain't no good choices, baby.
Not just that, but when the abuser is vindicated by societal norms, all he's doing is reinforcing what society tells them on a daily basis, that they're not smart enough to make decisions for themselves, that they are emotional, so therefore their decisions are erratic, that they're weak and so they can't survive alone. And society is pushing this narrative, and then the husband or boyfriend or baby daddy is only verifying it. What makes them think that, somehow these women are supposed to just snap out of it just because there's a physical contact with their face? I don't want to say the word, but DV basically. I just don't understand why they don't see that the conditioning is meant for us to endure these types of conditions, to endure abuse. So, it works, nigga. It was effective. How are they not getting that?
Did you know why I think
when we see things like that, especially in our families, we think that we're going to be better than that. Because I know when my mom was being abused by the men she was with, I looked at it the same way, but I was a child. It's like, why she keep letting that man spend all her money? Why she keep letting that man do this and do that? But again, it's only seeing one side of the situation. And for me, when I saw that, I was like, shoot, when I get big, I ain't doing that. I ain't gonna let no man talk to me like that. I ain't gonna let no man do this, do these things. But, as I got older, I understood the flip side. Oh, that guy was actually manipulating my mom. He was going to work, telling her he was going to work. Meantime, he was going to her ATM, taking money out of her account every Friday and telling her he got paid. Like, I wasn't seeing the other side of the manipulation and, what the men were doing. I was just seeing how my mom, quote unquote, was allowing them men to treat her. So I think some of us just don't get out of that childhood where we see what's going on, but we see one side. And I'm not going to be like that. I'm not going to be like my mom, or my auntie or whomever.
This is why I always say I was literally born this way. Because the way I was side-eyeing the men from day one. I was 3 years old looking at them like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Right, and I did that after I saw the other side. Like, when everything started to come out, and I'm like, so you mean to tell me this dude ain't had no job the whole time he was taking my mom an ATM card on Friday and taking money out of her account and then telling her he got paid? Like, so, yeah, but it's
let me
cut you off.
What's up, huh?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure thanks, LJ. I just wanted to make sure everybody got a chance to speak. I just had to pick up my son real quick. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to speak, and then I want to get.
Can I just say this real quick before you end it, real quick, Tom?
Oh, I wasn't about to end it, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Real quick, I totally agree with everyone. My dad was terribly abusive, and I was like, I would never be with a man like my dad. But I'm gonna tell y'all what ended up happening. It's kind of like a maze. We can go down one alley, but there still could be a dead end at the other one. So in other words, like, I was clocking men who were abusive like my father, not realizing that there are plenty of shades of abuse. So I ran away from one, running into another. And I feel like, I think we don't make room for that as well. Like most red flags we only learn through experience. We have to know what they look like ahead of time. Because somebody can say, oh, like a while ago we were talking about this on BBG's Live about like this man who was tightening up jars, like the tops of jars, so that the woman will always, need him to open up a jar. What type of red flag would you call, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would you know ahead of time that he's going to be doing it throughout the relationship, like tightening up jars? You know what I'm saying? Most women are looking for, or she might be, this person might be looking for, red flags like him putting his phone face down during dinner, or him maybe, you know what I'm saying, like not opening up the car door or something like that. Who the hell notices things like, you know what I'm saying, purposely leaving their shoes in the front door so that she trips over it just for his own amusement? These are the kind of things that these women are talking about in these types of relationships, where men are just doing just little aggravating things to remind women that they're inferior to them. So again, like I said, growing up, I was never gonna get married. I'm not gonna be with no man, because my father, he was abusive and broke. So I was just like, well, at least let him have a bag. I had no clue what financial abuse would look like. My dad didn't ever have no money. So then I walked into it thinking, oh yeah, I'm just getting a man who gets the bag. Perfect. That's gonna fix that. And he ended up being financially abusive. Wow, who would have thunk it? You know what I mean? So it's like, we need to throw that out there too. Like, it's very hard to clock all types of abuse, because here's the thing. All men may not be cheaters, physical abusers, financially abusive, verbally abusive. They might not be all of those, but I can guarantee you they one or two, they be having,
they on the spectrum. We on the spectrum. Yeah, we're on the spectrum for sure. Kay said, my outfit is giving get off my lawn. I don't know why I got it, you know, with friends like these.
Crazy kids, get off.
They put $1 on me for leaving y'all home alone. I had to go pick up my baby. It was early day in school. You know what I'm saying? It's in the middle of the live. You know what I mean? Y'all know I don't normally like this. I was gonna end it, and I was like, you know what? I'll be ending it abruptly. They be yelling at me. Today I'm gonna let it rock. You know what I'm saying? I'll let it rock out.
Eating food. That was quick.
Yeah. Well, my oldest son came home. He get dropped off by the bus, and then I got to go pick up my younger son. But it's cool. Tim, and you know, it's a 12 minutes.
Just like some kids, they ain't know that you was gone till you said it. They was over here. They was just fine. As soon as you said you went to go pick up your son, you left us. We were hungry. I was not complaining.
Hey, Pub, they asking if you wearing New Balances.
Nah, not today. I got on some Timberlands today. But yeah.
The fit would have 8 with a New Balance. Don't even lie. The fit would have 8 with a New Balance.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want it to be too. I don't want to look too much like Seinfeld in the 90s. Yeah, I gotta keep the Timbs on to keep it spicy to throw niggas off the case. Ali said it's giving Stanley from Friday. Y'all wicked. I just want to tell y'all that right now. Let's get to Twan. What's good with it, Twan?
Hey, how you doing? I think the Foes Fines was in here first. I don't know if you want to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they had spoke. Go ahead, Foes.
Super quick. Get the likes of y'all. 300K.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been in the live I've been rocking with y'all for a little bit in the live, in the comments, acting up and such, but I want to tell y'all how much these lives are impactful for women or young women who may be watching who don't know, because me at my big age, I am still actively learning stuff, especially about men and the things they can do and the ways they can act. And for me, I just personally say that I was naive to a lot of things on like clock and stuff and the different ways that people, you know, or that men can show up in relationships and how things they like to do and how they like to act. And so I've learned so much. And to like Bree's point, a lot of stuff you won't learn except through experience for the most of us. Because like when I was growing up, I saw my mom in an abusive relationship with my dad. Like I saw it one time and my mom, you know, kind of got rid of him, but like she never really talked to me about any of those kind of things. So for myself, I just had to learn being married and going through the stuff, right? So this live is more impactful than y'all think. I know we giggle and cut up, but like it really is helping some people who are just sitting back in the cut learning some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've even seen my daughter, my oldest daughter, in life say, I don't want to ever get married because she's seen what me and her dad have gone through. And I don't blame her, you know what I mean, whatever. But I do actively just kind of try to talk to her and tell her about different things that she can look out for. Now, of course, I'm not going to negate that some of this stuff she may or may not ever see, and then it may be something totally different. But I still like to try to talk to her about stuff and be just upfront as possible and let her know I'm not perfect. I've done some stuff, but also this is the stuff that you need to clock. If somebody's doing this kind of stuff, it's not love, it's not this, it's not that. And I appreciate all you ladies who ever come up and give any kind of feedback, information, personal life experiences. It's helped me tremendously. I don't know how many other people it's helped, but I just want to let y'all know it's helped quite a bit in opening my eyes, especially the clock and the BS that goes on.
Right. Shout out to all the.
Welcome. And if you want to be a part of my club, just go ahead and DM me. We do need more drivers for our sprinter for the men that we're trying to collect. So definitely hit me up, girl. I'll go ahead and send you the application, okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to pull up for sure.
All right. Okay, girl.
Osa said, it's not your fault, folks. Keep doing the work. Okay, go ahead, Twan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to address the topic, I think that it's very much a difference when women hate men than when men hate women, because, or I don't know if I can say that word, but
yeah,
because to me, it's like the way, I guess, society is set up, like the hierarchy that's placed. I think if women hated men, it wouldn't affect, like me as a guy, it wouldn't affect me on my day-to-day life. Like they couldn't pass any like legislation. They couldn't, like, they don't police men, and there's no like history of women, I guess, going out of their way to be violent towards men. So I don't think that it'll affect men, but like when men hate women, it's the same as like, I guess you could say like white supremacy, like there's so much, I guess, like evidence of men being violent towards women. There's also just men are mostly in power when it comes to law, courts, police forces, legislators, all that. So I think if men hate women, or like it would affect women more just because of like the hierarchy in society.
I totally agree.
Ding, ding, ding. Correct.
Yes, and we got to work on that, ladies. What's his name? Time. What state you are? Let me see if I can open up a chapter of my people, because we really.
I'm from Florida. I'm in Florida right now. I'm in college.
Don't answer her question. Don't. It's a trick. They're gonna take you.
That girl where you from?
They're gonna kidnap you. Don't.
Yeah, y'all see, that's what I'm talking about. Right. Y'all don't know how to. We don't know how to collaborate. Right. This is the reason why men are taking over, because women don't know how to work together.
Especially you gotta run. They're gonna snatch you up.
That's it.
In the white man.
And that's what needs to happen. Y'all don't understand what's at stake here. Okay, we need to be bigger problems. You said Florida. Let me get on my zone.
Don't. They're gonna get you, Swan. I'm warning you. I'm telling you. Hey, y'all say women never do nothing for y'all. I'm telling y'all they're gonna take you.
I'm not about to play with Bree today. I'm really not.
Answer at your own discretion, Swan. I'm just saying that they take you in the middle of the night and Bree is driving that white van. I told you so.
I just want to back and check on you. I know you're going to have your appointment.
I'm definitely pulling up.
Hey.
Assignment.
She gets the assignment for real. Kay, are you down? Are you with the club too?
He's lost, Bree. You gotta explain it to him.
He's down with OPP. Yeah, you know me.
Oh yeah, Twan. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to catch up with misogyny. Misandry really isn't that big of a deal, and we need to make it a bigger deal by just being menaces to society as men misogynists are. So basically, I'm a part of a group, a misandrist group. I don't want to put the name out there because it's private and it's a secret chapter. But basically, what we do is we go around in a Sprinter van and we go hang out at like Lowe's and Home Depot, and we collect as many men as possible.
Home Depot.
Yeah, we got a Home Depot. We also got a players club. You know, any type of gentlemen's clubs too. We like to hang out there. But we've recruited so many of the dancers there, so that it'll be easier for them to agree to just get in the Sprinter van. It's just less work.
Hey, but Home Depot and Lowe's is where the good men's is at, though. That's the ones that'll fix your, clean out your gutters and cut your grass and stuff.
Yeah, you gotta go to work. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as that. No such thing as good men.
Facts.
Yeah. So I just wanted to catch you up on that.
Facts.
But so what we do is we just, we do things like tie them or like chain them down to riding lawnmowers so that we can get our grass done on a timely manner. We normally or put them on a roof, make sure our gutters are clean. We keep them under our cars or in garages so that they exchange oil. Manly things. And so
not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I don't think so, because normally when men are taking women, it's a little more gory. If you
how do I sign my man up? I'm screaming.
DM me, girl. I got you.
Hey, keep me far away from that van. I don't want to do I'm not doing no manual labor. I hate it. Only manual labor I do is cook and clean and that type of shit. I don't want to do no fixing or nothing.
I'll put you in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'll cook and clean. That's about it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I miss what you were saying, Twan. But what was the can you give me like a synopsis?
I just compared it to like basically if women were to just hate men, it wouldn't affect us in our day-to-day lives because they don't have, due to the way society is set up, they don't have the power to I guess you would say oppress us. So
yeah,
they wouldn't pass any laws telling us we can't do this or that, or they wouldn't, I don't know, over police us or things like that. And I don't think there's any that I know of. I don't think there's any historical recollection of women just outwardly being violent towards men. So when men hate women, no, it's the opposite. It's the same thing I tell people with white supremacy. It's we have seen in history that this has been a problem, but also men, they have the power to pass laws that will affect them in their day-to-day lives, to not give them raises at jobs. Just every sector of society, almost, I want to say.
Yeah.
I think every sector of society is affected.
Because
men have the power due to hierarchy, not nature.
Yeah.
Political hierarchy.
Because of the system. Angel said $2 on Bree for leaving out the sexual objectification. No, that's facts though. That's facts, Swan. See?
She right. I just didn't want to put that on. That's you have to be a part of the group to know exactly what we do. This is just an outline. You know what I mean? I didn't want to put all
the ins and outs. No, I respect that. But hey, I do. I do. I respect that a lot. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we've come to our destination, y'all. I gotta go.
Y'all, do you think we got enough time to get 300 pub? You think we got a minute or two just to
maybe? All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna give y'all my synopsis of what happened yesterday on Benny's Live. That's gonna be, and y'all, we get 300. How about that? I appreciate y'all. Thanks for everybody coming up on the panel. Thanks for holding me down when I went and stepped out with my babies. I had to go get my babies. So, because YouTube, y'all didn't know, because I had to go. I did it. I went on somebody else's platform. Appreciate you, Kay. I went on 3 hours. I'm scared to leave y'all alone for 3 hours. But anyways, Benny the baby. Did they tell you the male sounding board was going off? What's that? So anyways, I went on Benny's Live and we started to we went on Benny's Live and we started talking about the whole Drew Follow thing. And essentially this is what I came up with this prompt is, like I said at the beginning of the live, there is a large demographic of men who they have made it their life's mission to push back against misandry, right? They don't try to understand why women are reacting the way women are reacting. They aren't trying to understand the systemic oppression because, yes, Lux, thank you. Check out the bios. Check out the links. Check out the bio for the links. But so they don't want to understand any of like the systemic oppression that Twan was talking about right now. Like they don't want to understand any of that. They just want to get to women fuck up too. And this is how women fuck up. Can we focus on that? Right. And in our discussion, Benny said he conceded a lot of times to the things that I said, but that's because the things that I said were unequivocally true. So he had to concede. And he was disappointed that I didn't concede to many of his points. And I did concede to some things, but not really any of his major points, because the things that I think these dudes are so delusional. I know they're so delusional that they honestly believe that the shit they're saying makes sense. Like when I'm talking to, this is just like a part of what I remember. Yesterday, it came to a place where I started talking about, I got something in my eye, where I started talking about he was saying that women want men to provide for them and protect and all of that bullshit. And, I was like, that's not true, because look at the numbers. Look at the majority of women. Look at the majority of relationships that people are in. It doesn't reflect that women are out here, making this like hard line stance on like, you got to protect, you got to provide for me. Like, I don't, and because that's how they want to frame it. But they try to hide it behind like, well, women want a man to provide for them. And I'm like, I want a woman to provide for me. Like, what are you talking? Like, we all got wants that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I would love to be married to Beyonce. And I'm not even saying like the actual person. I'm saying like the woman who makes $300 million. Yeah, fuck, of course. What do you mean? Yeah, I would love that. What are you saying? Like I'm not taking a hard line stance on like, oh, I won't be with a woman who doesn't make, or who makes less than $700 million a year, some shit like that. Is like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's not what women are saying. If women have any expectations of men, they try to act like, oh, that's them. What he said was that's women dipping their toe in the patriarchy and like trying to have it both ways. And I was like, but it's not though. But even if women wanted a provider, so what? So what? Like what are we talking about? That would still be a cause of the patriarchy. That's not up like so. And I made this distinction before. I've drawn this this example before. Okay, so I am anti-capitalist, right? I'm an anti-capitalist. By that, what I'm saying is I know that the system that is capitalism does not benefit the vast majority of the people on this planet. Therefore, I am against the system. And so I'm against it. We need a better system. We need a new system, whatever. We need a system that puts people over profit, right? Okay, cool. Everybody gets that. Now, does that mean that while I have to still exist in a capitalist system, that I have to denounce making money? That's dumb, right? Because I still got to feed my family. I still got to eat. I still like Jordans. I still like, you know what I'm saying? But like, would I put any of those things over? Like, if it was a trade-off, it was like, well, you got to give those things up so that we can have a more equitable system. And I'm sitting there like, no, I don't want to give up my Jordans. Like, take these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And the socks and the paint. Like, I don't care. That's what I'm saying. So you're not being a hypocrite. That's not hypocritical to be like, I need money in a society that is ruled by money and capital. I need money, while simultaneously acknowledging that the system that is in place is fucked up and doesn't benefit most people. So let's relate it back to the women dipping their toe in the patriarchy. If women want men to provide for them, while simultaneously understanding that the patriarchy is fucked up, that is not them being a contradiction. It's not. The patriarchy still exists. They're still at a disadvantage in the workplace. They still have to have kids. They still have to sacrifice a bunch of shit. So if they feel like, hey, I want a man, I'm saying worst case scenario, which is them drawing a hard line in the sand going, I will not be with a man who cannot 100% provide for me. What the fuck is the problem? How does that hurt men? How was that them being hypocritical? But a man who thinks that it is a woman's duty to cook, clean, suck, fuck, raise kids, and keep their mouths closed, they're trying to act like, well, if I do this, then you got to do that. That's the difference. That's why when women play the game, that is the patriarchal game, it's not hurtful to men the vast majority of the time, if ever. But when men play the game, because the system is set up in such a way that it's always meant to hurt women, when men buy into the patriarchy, it always ends up being destructive for women. Always. Always. A woman saying, I won't be with a man unless he can completely provide for me, doesn't put any more pressure on men, to be honest with you. Because you can just say, nah, I'm good on that woman. There are plenty of women who don't think that. Right? Like this shit, like that, like that was his whole argument. When you go watch his content now that I'm saying this, whoever, if you want to watch his content now, watch his content through that lens. That's his whole shit. Is like he's trying to act like women are hypocritical because the system is still in place and they still got to play by the rules to some extent. The system is still in place, so they're just doing what they got to do to get by. He's acting like, oh, see, hypocrite. That's what he was trying to do with Drew. Drew recognizes that most men ain't shit. She said she hated men up until she met a good one, which she was a child when she met this guy, right? She was a teenager when she met this dude, right? But nonetheless, which I said yesterday, it doesn't matter what she could have experienced traumas from men at like Rosemary was talking about what happened to her. That now I'm not saying like that, but she could have just experienced negative interactions with men her whole life up until that point and not liked men already as a teenager. That's not crazy. That's not crazy at all. And then she got into a relationship with a boy because she was a girl, right? They got into a relationship and they grew together and they grew up to be decent human beings. And now they're getting married. And she said she hated men until she didn't. Now she doesn't. And since she did hate men, she's not telling everyone. That would be hypocritical of her, because for her to turn around and be like, nope, you can't hate men. That's not okay. That's a problem. That's what she's saying. She's like, nah, that's fine, because once again, how does women hating men hurt men? How does it hurt men as a group? How does women hating us hurt us? So Drew hates me. So fucking what? Couldn't care less. If she did, which she doesn't, which she said several times, I don't hate men. I don't hate men. I hated men, but I don't hate men now. That's what she said. She has a whole fiance. She's getting married. She said, I don't hate him. But I did up until my soon-to-be husband showed me that it ain't all men. What's wrong with that? She said in another video, all men are innocent, are guilty until proven innocent. Once again, what's wrong with that? How does that hurt men? Y'all, Benny and men like Benny, they want women to not to have the lowest of standards and the lowest of expectations of men. That's all they want. They want the lowest of standards and the lowest expectations of men, so that those women can end up in relationships with harmful, dangerous, and toxic men. And then when those women end up in those relationships, men like Benny will tell those women, choose better, you should have known better. So how do you want it? What Casey and JoJo say? How do you want it? How does it feel? Right? How do you want it? Like we can't be pulling women in all of these different directions. We got to make a choice. My choice is empathy. My choice is, oh, I see what's going on. Okay, I see what they're saying. My choice is, I'm not about to sit here and even pretend like women hating men has any real world impact on me or my children or my sons or my wife. Like, that shit don't matter to us one bit. That shit don't affect us one bit. The only person, the vast majority of the time, who is affected by a woman hating a man is that very woman. That's it. It's only her. She's the only person affected by it 99.9% of the time. So who am I to come and tell her, well, you don't have, it's not all men. I'm not going to tell her that. And that's what Drew said. Drew said, yeah, you should hate all men. The way that I interpret that is she's just saying it is okay if you hate men as a woman, because you're reacting to the way you've been treated by men, or the way that women as a collective have been treated by men, right? But it is a safety mechanism. It is a precaution. So why am I going to tell them to not protect themselves? Like, I'm not understanding. If there's a war going on outside, right, and there are bullets flying everywhere, and my wife comes in the house and says, I'm going to wear a goddamn bulletproof vest all day long because bullets are flying everywhere indiscriminately, I'm going to wear a bulletproof vest. I'm not going to be like, well, not most people aren't actually getting hit by those bullets. Yeah, I know a lot of people have unalived by the war outside, but you don't wearing a vest. I mean, it's cumbersome. It's going to hold you down. It's going to drag you down. It weighs a lot. It just, yeah, okay. But those are the cons. What are the pros? I won't be unalived by a bullet. Cool. I'm wearing a fucking jacket. And that's what it is. Y'all, he's not doing a risk analysis. He's not doing a risk analysis assessment. Simple as that. He's not doing a risk. He's not doing a risk analysis assessment. He's not looking at it going, what are the pros to women hating men for women? What are the pros? Avoid all hurt and damage of men from men, pretty much, right? Cool. What are the cons? What are the cons? I'll wait. I can't think of any. So if she decides to do that, guess who's not going to say anything about it? And guess who shouldn't say anything about it? Us, me, men. Shut the fuck up. Just be quiet. It's okay. It's okay. I don't see the beef. I don't see the problem. I'm not, y'all will never catch me arguing with a woman about some, you shouldn't really hate all men. Nah, I'm good. Submissive provider said being broke is also financial abuse. DB said when women hate men, we avoid them. When men hate women, we lose our lives. Absolutely. To Nigel said, how much for the membership, Bree? Do you have package deals or bundles? Thank you, Yasmin. Also said, it's your fault, folks. Oh, it's not your fault. Never mind. That was the last one. Okay, cool. But we have arrived. So, yep. That's pretty much what it was. I'm going to, when I get the footage, I'm going to post it onto YouTube's. So YouTube, you guys should be able to see it, hopefully, when I get it. Thanks, JP. It was fun. Yeah, I like that. That was a good time. And that's why I told those dudes, it was a dude who he added me in one of my comments. Oh, no, he added Benny in my comments and was like, cook, or like Ben, he like added and was like, cook or something like that. Like he wanted Benny to cook me. And I told him, I said, it ain't going to go the way you think it's going to go. Like, I was like, I trust and believe it ain't going to go the way you think it's going to go. Right. And it didn't go the way. So I being petty, I went back and hit him in the comments and said, did it go the way that you thought it would go? Because it didn't. It never does. And that's why I don't care. I could talk to Benny. I could talk to Drizzle. I could talk to 20 of those dudes at one time, and it's going to be the same outcome. You know what I'm saying? As long as they're respectful, like Benny was, which he was respectful. As long as we're having a respectful conversation, the outcome will be exactly the same. I guarantee you. They could grill me all they want. It'll never change. It's the same shit. They got the same 6 talking points. I've debunked every last one of them. Everybody has. Everybody over here has debunked every last one of their talking points. And they think they're original. What do you want women to be accountable for? Their choices in their poor choices in men. What do you why let me see. Women, why is lesbian divorce rate so high? Why is lesbian abuse so much higher than cishet abuse? All this stuff. Why are men who identify as gay married longer than men? Why? Like, it's the same stuff. What Sunshine Anderson say? See, I've heard it all before. I've heard it all before. That's the advantage that I have over them. They have never heard me. They have never heard my takes. That's the problem. They've never heard my takes. I've heard all of their takes 1,000 times, not just one time. And I've heard it from men and people that are smarter than them sometimes. Right. So I've dealt with the top level bosses in this space. It's nothing new. They're not saying anything new. The only thing that's different is the size of the platforms and the delivery. That's it. Stats in a hat is dangerous. I like that. Stats in a hat is dangerous. Random arbitrary stats. Yeah, and why and why is that? Benny fake and predictable. Oh, and then at the end, y'all gonna like this. At the end, they got off and they was, oh my God, they came up there. That boy, I don't know if y'all ever been in a fight and got beat up. But like, if you ever like been around a person that got beat up or been beat up yourself, how your homies will rally around you and be like, hey man, that was a good fade, man. Don't hey man, but you got some good ones in, man. Don't worry about it, man. You all right. You did all right, man. You did all right. You did all right. That's what they was doing to that boy. What up, E?
Hey, I know you're about to leave, but how you doing?
Good.
Good. I just wanted to say to what you're just talking about quickly is, like, we've known each other like since maybe like 13-ish or something, right? And like, yeah, I live across the map, so like, our friendship isn't like day to day, but it is scary, wild, lame, crazy that when you left out of that live, like, they were literally making things up that even though I don't see and talk to you every single day, it's like, I know it not to be true, right? It's almost like I always say, like, I feel like they need to be like writers or something, because they can create this whole narrative and this whole story. And it was also kind of pissing me off because I'm like, that shit ain't true. Like, but really saying it truthfully so people who don't know are going to follow and listen and then go with it however or wherever they go with it. But it just was like really just, it was upsetting me because I'm like, that is literally a lie. And that's all you guys can do because you don't have anything else to really, quote unquote, get him for. You know what I mean? It was lame. And they definitely were like, it was like a care team. They were like hella coddling him and like.
I too was hurt by public one day. I too was hurt by public in the middle of June in 2023. Like, them niggas was all coming together telling they scary stories about me. I was like, I'm really the boogeyman in this motherfucker. What's wrong with y'all?
And it's like, why? Because he's like open to speak the truth, and it's a truth that you just don't like.
Pretty much.
And it's like proving the point of how men can lie to be comfortable and to just be on top of whatever it is they're doing. But it was maddening me, and yeah, it was lame. It was hella lame.
It was bad.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yep. Appreciate it. I was up there. I wasn't up there. I was listening. On the back end, we was, like I said, we was in the summer jam room. We was laughing. We was cackling. But the way that I look at it is like the people who are going to believe that, they wanted to believe that, right? Like, they were going to believe that anyway. They believe all that shit about me anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I just found it funny how we got done. We was talking for like 2 hours. Had to be somewhere around there, right? Easily. Maybe, yeah, whatever it was. You mean to tell me you went on to talk about me for another hour and you never refuted any of my points? You never addressed any of my points? You never said like, oh, well, I disagree here. Like, none of that stuff. You instantly went to, I got to attack him personally, which showed.
And allow others to do the same.
Yeah. And allow
like, literal lies. It just was like, yo, y'all are like
weird.
I always just say like, and I'm gonna stop saying it because shit, little boys be way better than them. But I always feel like they're so like elementary in the way that they
immature
or look at stuff. Right? It's just kind of like y'all grown men. Like it's wild.
Oh yeah, you know I see this dude gets up here and says all of this stuff, and then what is your rebuttal to it? It goes both ways. See, he just lying and saying like, I'm not lying about that. When I was on Benny's live, they tried to bring up abuse after the fact, right? It was like, oh, he admitted to being.
That was wild, man. That was pissing me off.
I said, okay. And then Benny was like, what? He said that? I was like, dude, I said it in front of you. I said it in the live. I talked to Benny about it. I said, if you understood the will of the like the cycle of abuse, then you would, if you actually examined it, you would see a lot of things that you do or have done on that list. I guarantee you. I promise you, if every man took that shit, looked at it and broke it down and was honest, they would be like, yep, I've done X, Y, and Z on there. And I'm not saying that, I'm not talking about hitting your wife or, you know what I'm saying, physically abusing her. I'm talking about manipulation. I'm talking about lying. I'm talking about gaslighting. Like, you know what I mean? I'm talking about controlling behavior. Like, I guarantee you 90% of men can identify something, and the rest of the men are lying about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. So that's all I was saying. And they think that because in their mind they're a good guy, so they hide from the truth. So when I say that most men are abusive, they don't understand because they have to relegate abuse to the ends of the only example of abuse is physical.
Right. That's so narrow-minded. And that was what was kind of, and he let it just kind of just fly and take a life of its own. It was like, that's not the abuse he was speaking to you about in your life.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. I didn't even know. I was like, this is funny, but that's what I'm saying though. Once again, Drew said it in her video. She said, she was talking about Benny specifically.
Was that the lady who was on the panel?
No, that lady is nuts.
Oh, no. I know you're talking about that lady. She's, yeah.
Yeah, she's off. Drew will follow the lady.
Yeah,
other
okay,
lady.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drew said these motherfuckers will make up fan fiction about you.
For real.
And I was like, yep. I was like, that's exactly what this is. This is just made up. This is like comic book level, anime level, fictional, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how can I be the same two people at the exact same time? And then he was like, oh, he's just like the Medusa, whatever. No, but I'm not though. I'm not. I've never done that to a woman. I've never done anything like that to a woman. He physically abused that woman. and
you know, jealousy don't look good on nobody, but it definitely don't look good on grown ass men. I'm sorry.
That's for real. It looked real weird on adult men. And the constant, he did the same thing with Drew. It was the pocket watching, it was the making millions of dollars. Brother, if you got it, look, I'm sorry, sir, that your platform on TikTok is 5 times bigger than mine, and you making a fraction of the money. That's your fault, right? Because you host lives that are boring and nobody likes them. You got 200,000 followers, and your lives be having 16 people in there still. And I'm not that's no shade, no tea. That's just the reality. When I went to his live the other day, it was like 100 people in that motherfucker. I'm like, you got 200,000 followers, and you be live for hours with 115 people in there. I know people that got 10,000 followers, and they be having 200 people in their live. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you're doing something wrong. Also, your page is monetized.
Well, and that was the other thing. I'm like, I don't know what the statistics are, but I imagine there's a smaller percentage of folks who are just on here for fun, right? And they're like not even, but at some point when you're on here consistently, you understand like, oh,
I can make money
and all that, you know. And it's like, who ain't on here trying to make the most of their time?
Yeah, that's
who ain't doing nothing that the next that most of the people who come across my page is doing anyway. Like, that's the whole point of this app. So like that just sounds silly to me. Like, it just never makes sense. And they were flat out lying, and they're just like little schoolboys. And it was lame. I didn't know who he was prior. So that was the first time. And then the lady who was on his panel, like, girl.
Yeah, and it's funny how a lot of the women, the pick-me women, they sound exactly the same. Like, I mean, like the vote, it's exactly the same. Like how they speak, their cadence, their patterns. I'm like, damn, this is crazy, man. It's really like some carbon copy shit. But yeah, it was interesting. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. But I enjoyed it though thoroughly. I had fun. I appreciate everybody that you know, we was rocking out in there. I couldn't read any of the comments the whole live. My comments were cut off for whatever reason. I know she cut the comments off a lot, but I couldn't see any comments like that. Nothing was on my screen. Nothing was on my screen, but I had a blast though. I would love to do that more often. I would love for like every day that I do a live, it just be like that, like with a person like him, and I'm just like doing that. That'd be great. That's what I want to do. But
and they don't realize
that like you do enjoy that, right?
Yeah.
And you're not like you won't fawn from that, right?
Mm-mm.
And like it's just all I can just chalk it up is like jealous grown-ups, and it's weird because this is an app, and if I don't know, it's a really weird thing, but the way and the extent that they show their disdain is concerning.
Mm-hmm.
It's concerning because it's like it feels very real, and I'm like, this is an app. Y'all need to relax.
While trying to act like, my thing be the disrespect of my intelligence.
Right.
The like,
right.
I don't hate women. I'm like, bro, are you serious? Are you listening to anything that you're saying? Like the difference between Benny and Drew is this. Benny and Drew have the same platforms on different ends, right? Mm-hmm. To me, here's the difference. Drew doesn't hate men, but understands women who hate men.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Benny, so she'll actually like kind of lean into like, I hate men or fuck these men or, you know, stuff like that, right? She's honest about it. She's like, yeah, I really don't fuck with y'all like that. She's honest about it, right? She leans into that. Benny, his platform is, I hate women, but I'm not gonna say it overtly. All of my rhetoric will be steeped in the disdain that I have for women, but I will never actually say it. I will only dog whistle it. I will only both sides everything or obfuscate, right? Like, you know, I will weaken the argument that women are making against men. I will try to do my best to weaken that argument. You know what I'm saying? And Drew is strengthening the argument of men need to change, women need to choose themselves, they need to center themselves. That's her platform. Women, center yourselves. These men ain't worth it. They gonna hurt you. Benny is women, center men, allow men in. Yeah, men are dangerous. I even have to acknowledge that, but you still need us because we still need you. So I'll lie to you. I'll gaslight you. I'll make you seem like you're crazy for being like, yeah, I don't know where the drama coming from, so I'm just gonna stay away. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's so to me, they are the same platform, just on different ends. You know what I'm saying? They have the same agenda, similar agendas as far as what they're, you know, the messages they're trying to push, or the people, you know what I mean, who they're trying to how they're trying to convince the people or whatever. But like, you know, they're worlds apart at the exact same time, because she's just on some like, yeah, I'll stand on, I don't fuck with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll stand on that. I'm trying to tell women to move away from men. And then Benny is on some like, I'm trying to convince women that it ain't that bad, while also validating men's experiences and bigging them up and telling them you not that bad. Like, right. It's wild. And I can see why he looks at her like a villain. You know what I'm saying? Like I can see why to him, she's the Joker, he's Batman. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, it's the other way around. In reality, he's the villain and she's the hero, right? She's the one that's like, I'm trying to protect as many people as possible. Benny is the one that's trying to put as many people as possible in harm's way, all for the validation of other men and money, because Benny's just not good at anything else on any of these platforms outside of them boring ass videos he be making.
Right.
He has a personality of a wet napkin. So he can't, so him, like his charisma, he has zero charisma. And the only reason his platform, see, he got an ego because these men don't know. These red pill men, they actually start to believe that they're entertaining because they have a following. Right? They actually start to believe like they're cool. They're in the cool clique or whatever the case may be, because they have a following and they get bigged up, right? But in reality, those men, those desperate men, those miserable men, they will seek men like Benny out. They will they will give him the attention he wants, no matter how boring he is, no matter how wrong he is, no matter how uneducated and undereducated he is. They don't care. They don't have any scruples. They don't have any morals. So all they want to hear is, I'm right, you're wrong. My worldview is my worldview, and that's the way the world works. And don't ever challenge it. And Benny never challenges it. And he's a rest haven for hoe ass niggas. So they gonna gravitate towards that. They love that shit. That's all it is. They love it. They love it. They go over there. And then he steps into an arena with a fucking lion, and the nigga he like, oh shit, I don't know what this is.
And that's the thing I observed because I only caught maybe the last 30 minutes while you were on there. But it was very much like they demand that you're able to articulate yourself in a way that is received by logical people, right? And they always because they were trying to make it as if you have these tactics, the way that you speak, and that it's no, it's straight shooting, and it's very clear you don't want to understand.
But he did.
Very much
He did. He conceded to so many points, and that's what was making. That's what he was saying. He was at the end. He was so frustrated because he had conceded to so many points of mine, but by the end, I hadn't conceded to any of his, and he tried to act like I was being disingenuous. But I was like, bro, you're not making any points. I know it seems crazy. I've been trying to tell you, y'all don't have a leg to stand on. You really thought that the shit you were saying was logical, but it never was. So what did you want me to say? The only shit that I conceded to was when he was like, yeah, scary niggas got that fire and they be upping it too. And I was like, you right. Scary niggas do be popping people. You're right. It was shit like that. But whenever he would try to make this point that women hating men is just as dangerous. No, I'm not. I'm never conceding to that. What? So you're saying that women don't want men to be providers. Bro, that's so fucking vague. The way you're trying to frame that though, I know what you're trying to say. So no. No, that's not what they want. If you, like I said, we all got preferences. Everybody has a preference. A preference and a fucking need are two completely different things. I want to make I want a woman who is 6 feet tall and so I could have basketball playing sons or some stupid shit, whatever that is. That's my preference or whatever, right? Let's say. Cool. My wife is 5'2". I'm happy. I'm not, that shit don't bother me. You know what I'm saying? Which that ain't my preference, is FYI. I like short girls, to be honest with you. But anyway, but 6 foot. But yeah, that's my cool, whatever the case may be. Nothing is that don't mean that I'm shallow. That don't mean that I like that's the difference when men argue preferences, and they try to hide behind being colorist, right? Or being, you know what I'm saying? They'll try to be like, what do you mean? I just prefer light-skinned women. And I'm like, nah, that's not the same. That's really not what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? We could tolerate a certain, you know what I mean? Yeah, preference is a preference, but that type of shit, no, you're just colorist. You're just sexist. And I'm not, that's not a woman saying that I want a man who can provide, and I laid it all out for him. And then he tried to pivot and say, what about women in relationships? Because I was like, the numbers say that 70% of women in marriages work. The vast majority of people who are in relationships or in marriages date within their same socioeconomic class or whatever. And then he was like, oh, well, that's just marriages. What about relationships? And I'm sitting there going, you think that it's worse? Whatever, I want to put this out there for anybody listening. Whatever the numbers are in marriages, they're worse in relationships or better. And what I'm saying is, abuse, for an example, right? Abuse happens more in relationships than they do in marriages. Abandonment happens more in non-marital relationships than in marital relationships. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if if we talk about cheating, it was like 20% cheating in a marriage. It was men cheat 20% of the time, women cheat 13% of the time. I was like, that's in a marriage though, where people are more committed, right? Because I don't care what you say about marriages. No marriage is perfect, but typically the people in marriages are more committed to one another. They are. Right. And there's more to lose in a marriage. So it kind of has like a baked in deterrent to not cheat a lot of times in marriages, right? So less people cheat. But if you, all men, let's just take all men, right? You think it's 20%? You think a boyfriend is, I cheated on my girlfriend. I'm not cheating on my fucking wife. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about when my wife was my girlfriend. I'm saying like I've cheated on a girlfriend before, but I'm not gonna cheat on my fucking wife, right? That's age too, but also like no matter though. But like a lot of people do that. They might have cheated one time. Cool. I've grown up. I'm mature. You get married, it's even like, nah, I'm definitely not cheating on my fucking wife. Fuck that. I'm definitely not cheating on my husband.
That they couldn't. They was like, it was like, and this is why these Negroes like can't grow and won't grow, because you can talk about how you carried on once upon a time, and you can also talk about how you carry on today, right? And there'd be two different things, and like it's called growth, it's called maturing, and all the things that we can label it. And it's proof that they don't want to do that, because they're always saying how how you going to talk about men and you used to da 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 da. And it's like, you can call a spade, whether you're participating in what you're calling out or not. It's just, it's lame. They're lame.
It's tiresome. He was beat down by the end. I was just getting started. That was a funny thing. He was just like, man. And I was like energized. Like I was really starting to really get into it more at the end, but I felt bad for him. I know, honestly, I did feel bad for him. That's why I'll be honest, when I told him, and I was honest about it, but I went out of my way to be like, hey man, I respect the fact that you didn't crash out, because most of the time I can't have this conversation with men like you. Like usually they crash out, and I was like, I definitely respect you for that. You know what I'm saying? Just to let him know, like, it was good, bro. Like I pat you on the back. It was a valiant effort. You know what I'm saying? It was what it was, but the way that he handled it afterwards, I was just like, and then he made a video, and I got to cook him in his video. But I'm glad, what Ice Cube say, goddamn, I'm glad they set it off, because I was going to let the shit go. But now, okay, I got you.
You ready, right?
I got you now. We cooking now. I like that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm actually get off right now. I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna get on and make that video and do, I still got some content to make and shit like that. But I appreciate you coming up, E.
All right, I see you.
All right. A and B, what's good? Real quick. A and B, what's good with it? I heard you up there yesterday.
I was gonna, you know what?
Hold on.
I think from I got to give you the science. So from a behavioral standpoint, I feel like sometimes you all have to take into consideration that a person's world intelligence and view is limited, and no matter how you slice the cake, they don't have the physical or mental ability to see. In essence, some people's floor are other people's ceilings. Mm-hmm. So if I'm at a place and you say, oh, you can't do that, or they literally think you can't do something above this because they don't have the experience, nobody in their family. So literally they feel it cannot be done. But when you say, no, I did that. Oh, nah, you didn't do that. Nah, they lying. No, then you just extra special. No, nigga, you could do it. You just don't have the understanding to be able to do it. So I felt like when I had to speak with him, I was like, you really don't want me to speak, because the same way Pub be saying, there's not women out there who listen. Every man I dated was a millionaire. I don't do Dusties or Brokies. I can't do it. And everyone, but in that same respect, not trying to low-key brag, but in that same respect, I've never asked them for anything. The person I met, I thought I'm just meeting some regular degular, and come to find out he 110 mil in. Okay, player, I'm not gonna hold you. I'll take it. because I liked you anyway. You see what I'm saying? But he wants to take, exactly. He wanted to take everything you said and make it seem as if you living on Pluto and he living here. So somehow you're not making a connection. No, bitch, you living on Pluto and I'm living here. And that's why you can't make the connection. So two things that pissed me off. One, when he said, I forgot who this clown was that said, oh yeah, you didn't hear. Public has said that he abused his wife. And then the little critters, what? Really? He said that? No, yeah, for real. You should have saw me. I had so many capital stop lions. His pick me turned off my comments. I was like, yo, but she let seriously. You up, no, I know, but she got pissed when I went back in the comment section because she was like, I ain't trying to.
Yeah, you went first, and then I remember.
Yes. Then afterwards, she was like, "Nah, I ain't trying to hear all that logic with you." Because when I asked her how old her son was, and well, is it okay for little boys? Yes. Don't teach your son to walk up to some girl. No, you should teach him to protect himself, just like we're going to teach those girls to protect themselves. And you worrying about some future event, these children now are going to associate with each other differently. So you thinking because grown women now are saying these F-boys from 20, 30 years in the past done something crazy. And so now I'm warning my girls the same way we're all saying our grandmothers, our aunties told us not to mess with y'all. Listen, that's just how it is. So if you don't teach your sons to grow up and have that basic respect, if the little girl says, oh, she hates him and don't want to play with him, tell your son, I said, get over it.
Yeah.
You ain't going to like it because you're going to be like, that's all y'all want to say. Get over it then.
Hey,
or teach him better.
Hey, Teddy, get down. I don't know if you clocked it, but when they was like, how do you teach? I teach my son. One of the dudes was like, I teach my son how to deal with women. This man said a bunch of random shit. He was talking about rejection. He never mentioned consent. He was talking about all this stuff he teaches his son. He never mentioned consent. When it comes to women, how to deal with women, I was like, see, clocked it. Like this is and I could tell, and I'm happy. I love when they talk about the things that they teaching their kids. I'll be listening to that shit because I know they're not teaching. That's why we at a deficit as men, because men not teaching their boys nothing. Y'all just passing on the same old bullshit. Oh, you gotta provide. You gotta learn.
They think it's lessons because they talked about something scandalous in the barbershop. That's not a lesson you teach a child. Like what you thought you were teaching him, but. This is where I think there was a little disconnect when you talk to men like that. They don't understand that to not get consent now is a problem. When they weren't getting consent in the 60s, that was a different problem. Now it's abusive. To cheat on your partner now, we consent because they don't understand the difference between then and now. If something wasn't a crime then, it doesn't mean it's not a crime now. Like I told boy, no, just keep talking. Because listen, I hate to hold y'all. I don't want to put you in on a secret, but listen, I have been on assignment to scour dating apps for terrorists. A lot of you jokers talking all that mess. I promise you, I got you on a watch list. So you keep talking. If you,
they sound just like they sound like the same dudes. They sound one
exactly. That's all right. I told little girl, I said, listen, when you all make Homeland Security's watch list, just I'm gonna say thank you because that's overtime. Oh, no worries, don't worry about it. Just keep talking.
Benny, a platform that big, they definitely got him. They definitely watch.
Oh yeah. And see, they don't want to heed things like that, but it's okay. Listen, it don't matter to me whether you behind the bar or outside the bar. And the same way they go, yeah, y'all saying all that about Puffy, but you know he ain't locked up. Well, he locked up today. Bitch, he locked up today. So what you said? You said, well, if they had something on, he's locked up today because we don't do cases until we have all the facts. And by the time we have all the facts, you can't cover anything up. We got you already. So keep talking.
That's how they go.
Some of them are limited. You have to understand. The reason they don't understand it is because they can't understand it. Like it's almost like a palpable thing that they cannot understand it. So I just, I know you know spicy, but sometimes you gotta be like, oh, okay. He's limited.
Yeah, I'll get better at that. But I appreciate you coming up. And
no worries.
That was great. Everything you said yesterday, I was like, oh, she cooking. I know they was mad, but appreciate you.
No worries.
All right. What's good, Rick?
What's up? Who's somebody on the watch list?
Yeah, probably you. Probably you.
I don't know watch list. If somebody watching me, all they getting is practice, because all they gonna see me doing is walking around the house in my underwear.
Well, that's what. Hey, they watching your socials. They watching you. They any of that weird rhetoric y'all be on. They watching it, man. They clocking it. If you black, you on the watch list anyway. Don't even worry about that.
I just want everybody to be treated fair. That's all.
Do you?
That's all I want is for everybody to be treated fair.
What does that mean?
I would like what fair means. Whatever I can do, whatever I can do, you can do. That's fair.
What about equity?
Equity is fair if we're talking about like in societal aspects. Yeah, if your community was disadvantaged, they should use it.
I'm sorry, your phone broke up. What'd you say?
I said if somebody has done something to hinder you and they do something to give you a little extra to put you back on level, by all means, they should do that.
All right. Yeah. But I don't, the reason why I don't be thinking you really mean that is because you often, what do you think? I think, you said what?
I don't think the rhetoric is fair. Like my biggest beef is that I don't think the way
it's not supposed to be fair, sir. That's what I'm saying. I'm about equity, not fairness. I'm about equity.
So if your equity calls for you to hate a demographic of people,
how is that? How is the equity cause you to hate? That doesn't even make sense. The reason why women hate men is because of the actions of men. So if men care so much about women hating them, change our behavior. That's the solution.
Hold on, public. If I, as a man, have not done anything to harm anybody,
you have.
I'm giving you an example. If I have done nothing to harm anybody, you're hating me out of bounds because I have done nothing to you. You can hate my demographic of people, but you hating me as an individual is ridiculous because you don't know me. I have done nothing to you.
People who fight against that are harmful. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People who try to manipulate people. And because what is your purpose? And hold on, you are. So my question to you is this: how does that affect your material world? That if a woman hates you,
my material depends on the situation. I've been in situations.
Any situation. Name the situation. How does? Huh?
I could lose a job behind that.
Sir, hold on. Let me take it back. How can if that a random woman hate? How does it matter if a random woman hates you? How does that affect you?
It depends on what she does with that hate.
So you don't have an example.
Because any example I give you, you're going to reject.
No, don't, sir.
If a random woman hates me and doesn't know me, she just says, you know what, I hate him. She could put a false claim on me. She could do that. The odds of her actually doing it are rare, but it's something she could do.
So let me rephrase the question because maybe my English is bad. What do you think is likely? What is the likely outcome of a woman hating a man? What is the likely outcome of that situation?
The same thing it would be for anybody hating anybody for no reason.
Okay? So when women hate men, you're saying that the likelihood that they're going to abuse men, is just as high as when men hate women.
Women can be abusive.
I didn't say that, Rick. I didn't say they couldn't be. Let me ask the question again. Maybe you can understand it.
I said yes.
Huh? Yes, what?
If you hate somebody, you're willing to do anything to harm them, you're going to do whatever you can.
That's not, you don't have to add a caveat because you have to add the caveat of if you want to do anything to harm them. But Rick, hold on, brother. Hold on. Rick, can you hear me?
What you're talking about.
I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, please. What I'm saying is the reason why what you're saying doesn't make sense is you have to add a caveat of if you want to do, I'm saying, once again, if a woman or a group of women hate men in general, how does that affect What is the most likely scenario to play out in that case? I can't hear you. Your phone, you got really bad.
Everybody else does. Like,
sir, be specific. What do you think the outcome will be?
I've hated plenty of people and not done anything to them.
Okay, so the outcome, so you're saying the outcomes of, sir, you got to listen. So the outcomes of women hating men is nothing.
No, that's not what I said. I said it can be the outcome.
What is the most likely outcome?
The same thing it is if I
be specific. Be specific.
I just answered you.
You didn't. Be specific. Name it. Name the thing.
If a woman hates me, the outcome can be the same as whatever it is.
Oh my God. This is what I'm saying. This is why you are on a watch list. Because you're clearly, sir, I'm sorry. You clearly have an agenda, and your agenda is to obfuscate. Your agenda is to muddy the waters. That is you are an agent. You're trying, you can't, I'm not allowing you to, what I'm saying, but you're trying to, right? You're trying to do it. Because you won't even answer a direct question. You're playing stupid. Are you? So which one is it? I'm asked. No, sir, you haven't. Rick, I promise you haven't answered the question one time.
I answered you 3 times, brother.
You haven't. Give me an example of what that looks like. That's the question.
I just told you, and then you said,
what is it? What's the example?
I just said, if a woman hates me, she can put a false rape allegation on me. You said, okay, but what is the likelihood of that happening? I said, okay. I said, I can acknowledge that that's real, but a lot of people hate a lot of people and nothing happens to them. Dudes are out here just beating on women randomly all the time.
And that's the obfuscation, because I'm not even talking about men. I said, what is the likelihood? What is the most likely scenario to play out if a woman or a group of women, or if every woman hated a man, hated men in general? What would be the most likely outcome? And you said they might put a case on me, which that's a weird thing to say. I've never been afraid of getting a false allegation put against me, because I know that A, that shit almost never happens, and B, I'll never be in that situation, right? But niggas that be up to no good, y'all be worried about shit like that. Because why the fuck are you worried about that? That's the last thing I'm worried about, sir, from a woman. I'm more worried about a woman. I'm not worried about any of this stuff, but I'm just saying, if there's a hierarchy of what I'm worried about, I'm more worried about a woman just committing a random act of violence against me than I am her putting a false DV case against me. I'm way more concerned with that than I am with fucking a false DV case.
You just acknowledge that if a woman hates you, she can harm you.
Okay, but what is the likelihood that she would, and what does that look like? A child can harm me. My son can harm me. He's 8 years old. He can harm me. He could go there. He could get a weapon in the middle of the night, come in the room and do something to me and his mother if he wanted to.
Okay.
What is the likelihood of that happening? Fucking damn near zero. That's the point. So what are we talking about? Can we talk in reality? Can we talk about reality, or you want to talk about fairy tale fucking fictional world?
You asked me a question. You said,
sir, I asked you the question. I rephrased it because you were playing stupid. So I rephrased it so you couldn't play stupid. And then hold on, Rick. You said something that was very ignorant. Your example was dumb. The false allegation. So I reworded it. Hold on, sir. I reworded it so that you can get a clearer picture, and you have thus to answer the question. I said, what is the most likely thing to happen if every woman hated men? What is the new answer? Because the old answer doesn't suffice.
If every woman hated men,
yes,
I think there would be a lot more men getting shot in the streets.
Okay.
You asked me.
All right, yeah.
I think if women actually hated men the way they claim they do, there would be a lot more of us getting unalived by them.
Okay. Tonight just said, I hate Rick right now, but he's still alive.
I hate you and you're still alive. You see how that works?
I don't think you had a point.
At the watch list thing, when you brought me up here, I was like, niggas is on watch list now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. You can read about it.
So only point with the hating on men thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
A woman hating me might not affect me because I'm a grown man. What's she gonna do to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if a woman has a thing where she just hates men in general, does that extend to is that all males or just grown men? Because that could extend to children.
Children, yeah. You guys always, I've heard this argument 1,000 times, as if you guys care so much about the kids. If you care, I don't think you do.
I work with kids.
That's scary, but I don't think you care about the kids that much.
Explain to me how that's scary.
Okay, so a man who is unwilling to recognize the harm and the difference between, or should I say, the difference between women hating men and men hating women, and trying and being willfully obtuse and trying to obfuscate and muddy the waters when we have this conversation, right? That man, to me, clearly doesn't care about women. And if you don't care about women, you don't care about kids, because you can't care about the kids if you don't care about the women. That's my takeaway from it.
And may I respond?
Yeah, of course you can respond.
All right, so here's my response, Pug. People hating people in general is bad. Can we at least agree to that?
No. Bad for who?
Random hating. Without reason.
Who is it bad for?
It's not good for people to, because that's how they come.
You got a crazy echo, fam. You got a crazy echo. Crazy.
You hear me? It's my phone. I need a new phone.
Okay.
So me and you had a conversation a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about dudes being upset and how your emotions can fester and all this and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And what you told me, because if dudes are upset is too close to anger, which can lead to hate, and hate leads to violence. Did you not say that?
For men, yeah. From men to everybody else, yeah. Not from women to men.
That applies to women.
It doesn't apply to women, because when women are socialized differently than men, stop thinking everything is the fuck. Are men and women the same? Are we socialized the same? Are we raised the same? Are we taught the same things? If we are, because I just want to understand, because if that is the case, then why is there a disconnect between men and women? If women are just like men and men are just like women, right, in the way that we're socialized, then why is there such a disconnect? Obviously, we're different. So when women, but for many reasons, but women don't have a whole system behind them. They don't have an apparatus to oppress us with behind them, which is the patriarchy, which is capitalism, which is sexism, right? They don't have a whole system behind them to support their hate, right? They can't. There's nothing on the docket. There's nothing on the docket where women can even vote on that would hurt men, like specifically men, or more men than women type shit. Vastly more. There's nothing being voted on in 2024 where it's like that's gonna hurt men and not hurt women. That's gonna hurt 80-20 men to women. Not one fucking thing. So men and women are not the same. We don't have the same access. We don't have the same privileges, and we don't have the same social conditioning. So a woman hating a man typically results in her leaving men alone. Men hating women typically results in men abusing women. Like, what is so hard to understand about that?
In order for me to harm, I have to be in proximity to you, correct?
No, you can. I just pointed out a major way you can harm women. Politically, you can harm women.
You're talking about systems. I'm talking about on the individual level, bro.
Let's not do that. Let's talk about it holistically. Say that again. I can't hear you. Your phone's going out. What'd you say?
I said you're talking about it. We're talking. I don't have. I'm conceding this point to you. So can you hear me?
Barely.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
I mean, your levels are cool. It just sounds like you on an alien spaceship or something. It sounds like that movie Aliens. Like, it just sounds weird. It's like you in the ocean. It's like whoop, 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 like it's some weird shit. Jackson Carter, shh, be quiet. So, yeah, no.
If you're talking about a system that I don't have a leg to stand on, but if we're talking about in an individual level, then yes.
Then you don't have a leg to stand on then. And even if you're talking about individually, what I said still stands. That doesn't even make sense. What you're saying doesn't even make sense. When women hate men, they avoid men. When women hate men, they stay far away from men. They don't seek men out. Women who hate men do not seek men out. They don't try to date men. They don't try to sleep with men. They go abstinent. They go zero. What?
The same women who claim they hate men all have boyfriends.
That's not true. You're lying. You don't know shit about what women say. You don't listen to them. How do you know? Show me a video of a woman saying, I hate all men, but she got a boyfriend. She didn't say that, see?
If a woman says she hates all men, I tell her, yes, okay, hate all men.
Yeah, and then she said, I hated all men until I met my man. So she doesn't hate all men. See? See?
That's not what she's saying. She might say that now, but for a long time it was hate all men, screw these dudes, which is cool. Like, get your hate men content out, do what you do, make your money.
You guys lying about Drew Afalo is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Every video that men have said that she said that in, she repeated the same fucking thing that you just said. Yeah, I hated men until I got a man. Yeah, I understand women hating men. You should. But I don't. She said, this is what she said. All men are guilty until proven innocent. What the fuck is wrong with that?
That's not how things should work.
Huh?
That's not how things should work.
That's bullshit. Of course things should work just like that. That don't make no fucking sense.
That is crazy.
It's crazy to try to gaslight women into thinking that it's not all men when it's 90% of men. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's not all men, but it's you, Rick.
I don't do shit. I'm sitting in the house.
It's not all men, but it's you.
Okay, if you say so.
It's not all men, but it always seems to be the men who claim that it's not all men. Meanwhile, it's motherfuckers over here working on not being that man, and we can acknowledge, yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, we get the whole notion that it's all men till it's no men. Why do we understand that? But the men who actually ain't doing none of the work, who actually are the most terrible human beings, all of a sudden it ain't all men. So who are you defending? Me? I don't need your defense.
I'm not defending nobody.
You are. You're not making the case for yourself. You're making the case for all men. You're saying most men aren't this. You literally are speaking for most men. And you're not even included in the men you're talking about because you are problematic. So you can't even include yourself in that group of the unproblematic men or the less problematic men. I'm telling you, you are problematic though. So when you say that it's not all men, I'm like, who is he defending right now? Because it ain't him. Are you defending me? I don't want your defense. I'm okay. Include me in the all men. I'm perfectly okay with that. It's okay. It's fine. Because I would rather women be protected than my ego be protected. See what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if a woman hates me. Who cares? Doesn't affect me one bit. She ain't gonna hurt me. She's gonna stay far away from me. She ain't gonna come in my life. She ain't gonna nothing. None of that's gonna happen. I'm not talking. That's my son.
I'm saying you was giving him the down.
I'm done. I've been done talking. My son is in the background having a good old time.
If we're talking about a system, then yeah, I don't have a leg to stand up. I just the notion that it's okay to hate people.
Was it okay for slaves to hate the slavers?
Yes, because the slaves were actually enslaved. Like,
so they were oppressed. Is it okay for the Palestinians to hate the Zionists?
All right, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know enough about that situation to answer, but from what
Okay.
I hear,
Was it okay for the Jews to hate the Schmatzis? Okay, cool. Then it's okay for women to hate men. Because that's the relationship between men and women. You got an oppressed group versus the oppressors. It's perfectly okay for the oppressors to hate the oppressed. It's perfectly okay for the oppressed to hate the oppressors. Makes perfect sense to me.
in the case of the Palestine Israel, I'm not
Sir, you just said you don't understand it. No need to talk about it. It's okay.
So with the Nazis, I don't think the Jews are just looking at and the Germans.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that today and during the wars when that was going on, the World War II, and they were being put in camps for all that. That's not okay for you to hate that group of people who's doing that to you. But now, 50 years later, the people who are here who haven't done those things to you, you hate them.
They can still hate Nazis, still, because Nazis are still around. What are you talking about?
Okay, but to treat every person like that is crazy.
It's not. If you live in a state full of Nazis, then it's not. It makes perfect sense. That's men. That's what are you not understanding? Men are the Smotsies to women. Women are the Jews. Women are the Smotsies. That's how it works. Because and every man is a part of the problem. Every man is. That's the issue. What the fuck are you not getting about that? Every man, not just you don't get to say, not me, it's you. Especially the men who say not me. By the way, the men. Then why are you talking then?
You brought me up here.
So what? That's a dumbass excuse. You could have not came. What are you talking about? Why are you? If you don't care, why are you talking about it? If you don't care, why are you lying? If you don't care, why are you being willfully obtuse? If you don't care, you clearly care. You care to lie. You care enough to lie about. You mean you just lie about shit you don't care about? You care to be willfully ignorant about stuff you don't give a fuck about. You just gonna be willfully ignorant, but I don't give a fuck. You lying right now. You can't not lie. You've been lying this whole time. All you do is lie. To me, I don't know in your real life. Every time I talk to you, telling me bold-faced lie after bold-faced lie. Every single time. Come on, Rick. You've been lying this whole time.
This is where me and you get messed up at, right? Let's stick on that. The thing about this analogy is that during the time when the Germans were doing that to them, it made perfect sense. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them. By all means, take them and put them all in camps. Cool. And now today, to these women.
Most men contribute to the oppression of women. That's the point. You keep saying this. You can try to like refute it. Huh?
Rick.
What up, Julio?
What's going on? You're not gonna win this one. I came up here just to save you from this. You're not winning this one.
No, so Julio, that's the point, right? He's talking about it on a systematic level. If he's talking about it on a systematic level, then there's nothing I can say. He got it.
That's the only, Rick. What I'm trying to tell you is that is the only way that
on an individual level.
No. But hear what I'm saying. That's the reason I came up here to save you from this. The only public does not speak of shit on an individual level because the argument falls on an individual level. It can always fall on an individual level from a systemic level, which is how he speaks. Every time he comes on live, no man wins. Not even me. I don't have the time. I can't.
But
nobody wins.
But I think
when you look at things from a systemic, you can't win. Like even I have to say, you know what? Fuck.
But I think hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna mute you up, Rick. Your background is killing me. But Julio, I think the problem is this. It starts at a systemic level and it permeates throughout individuals. Like the way that the system is upheld is by individuals. The way that people are oppressed are by individuals. So, for example, like black women being unaliving after childbirth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Why does that happen? Because typically doctors don't listen to black women when they tell them they're in pain, right?
No, right. I mean, yeah.
But wait. Hold on, wait. I know. I just want to lay it out for Rick though. So, black women are unalived after childbirth. The rate is really high for black women because of implicit bias. Where does the implicit bias come from? The system. So everything funnels down to the individual, and they have to execute it on an individual level, right? And then when you couple that with, like I said, now you back up. Now, in 1993, they banned marital rape became a thing in 1993, right? Like it wasn't a thing before 1993. So men in marriages could just rape their wives, and it was like, nope, that's his vagina. You owe him that vagina, right? And up until 1993, right? Jodeci was out in 1993. Tupac was out in 1993. Motherfucking Boyz II Men was singing. Like, it was shit going on. I was alive and well in 1993. Like, I remember the year. I remember the year very well, right? It wasn't that long ago. So up until 1993, men were able to grape their wives. That individually, men were graping their wives because the system told men it's okay to grape your wife. So it's all connected. If the system is telling men it's okay to grape, if the system is telling white tea people it's okay not to listen to black women, if the system is telling police it's okay not to respect this person's sovereignty and this person's rights and violate their rights, then the individuals will execute it. So they're one and the same. I'm not separating. The argument falls short all the way on every level. Individually, men do more harm to women individually. And systemically, men do more harm to women. It don't fucking matter. But it's not about being perfect.
The disagreement that I would use, that I would come with in that instance, and me and Rick go back to Clubhouse, which is why I'm surprised he lost this debate like this. But
we talk about two different things. But go ahead, Julio.
Well, Rick, you have to understand from a individual perspective, I'm going to make the argument, because if we start talking about individualism, to me, I know what I have done to women. I know what I haven't done. But again, to Public's point, where he is correct on this, and anyone with a brain has to acknowledge it, everything starts from the laws that are put in place or not put in place. So if there are laws that make it legal for me to essay my wife or slap her, which wasn't illegal until 1924, by the way, and that was only in certain states, where spousal abuse was even acknowledged in 1924 to any degree. He's correct, and you have to acknowledge that we all play a part in it to some degree. The goal is, based on the way that current laws are written, is to be the least offensive man possible. And again, the only men that have ever been able to influence or change the law, or the only people that have been able to write or change the laws, are men. Women were excluded from political power till 1979. Mm-hmm. So they didn't even have a fair voice at the damn table.
And those laws from 1979, a lot of them motherfuckers are still in place. Like from 79 and prior to that, they're still here. Like they have, it ain't like we got a whole new constitution after 19. No, it's the same constitution. The rules are still the same. The politics are. Here's why I don't rock with people who I differ on politically. I'm like, I really don't, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we could be cordial, but I don't really fuck with you like that. To anybody, it's to anybody. It's nobody's, because politics is the code to life. In our society, right? It's the fucking code that makes all this shit move, right? And men and people who belong to the oppressive class, they actively make sure that they maintain an advantage. The vast majority of men do that, whether through apathy or through activity. It don't matter, but we all do that, right? So Rick saying I don't care and not acknowledging that it's a problem means when he goes into the booth, he don't care about what's going on with women and children. He don't give a fuck, right? He gonna vote however he want to vote. It don't fucking matter. When they talking about donating to this cause or rallying behind this cause or talking about this cause, he don't give a fuck because he don't see it as a problem, right? He not gonna amplify the voice. He not gonna do his part to change any fucking thing, because how does it affect me? And that's how most men act. Most men uphold the status quo, and the sole purpose of men in 2024, right? And for the foreseeable future and for the last fucking 100 years, it has been to uphold those systems of oppression. That's our number one function, to uphold the patriarchy, to uphold capitalism, to uphold racism, that to uphold colonialism. That is our function as men, right? And it is up to every individual man to choose not to indulge and not to buy into that shit. But as long as you do, you are a part of the fucking problem. And I don't want to hear no ifs, ands, or buts. I don't want to hear no excuses. I don't want to hear no but women. I don't give a fuck. That shit is irrelevant. I don't care about none of that shit. I'm talking about real world violence. I'm talking about neglect. I'm talking about abuse. I'm talking about starvation, houselessness, homelessness, no education, low education. You know what I'm saying? Food insecurity.
You're not going to get attempt to refute that because, I mean, again, the facts of the data show what they show. I mean,
Jackson.
I don't, I'm not going to refute that. I don't attempt to refute that because I'm a participant in the power structure. So I'll be damned if I'm gonna sit there and lie like I don't benefit from it. The
exactly.
And what I would submit to go ahead, Ray.
He was talking about a random woman hating me. I'm like, for the most part, I do not care. He's talking about voting and shit. Like, he's mixing it into something completely different.
I asked you, Rick.
The thing is this. So if I make public, and I'm going to shut the hell up because I'm about to go hoop in a second. So
go, you can go. I'm frustrated now with you, but this shit is...
The thing is, the core of the question is what he's asking. All of it's interconnected. That's how public speaks, Rick. The intersectionality would be the proper term to use, right?
Mm-hmm.
So an average woman on the street hating me, don't really do shit. The only way I'm gonna put it to you in this plain English, Rick, and you know this story. The only way that a woman hating me can affect me is if I have a kid with this lady, right? That's all, or if I'm married to her or something like that. If you can interfere with my pockets to some degree, all right, you got a little bit of power. But in the grand scheme of things, a woman hating me don't change shit because it's 7 women for every one of me. If one woman hate me, it's 6 more that love me. Swear to God, I got the data to prove that. But if I hated women, Rick, that fucks up everything. Because if I hate women, I have more physical strength than them. I have more political power than them. I have more economic, typically speaking, even though it's small margin,
generally,
more economic power than them, right?
And you can,
cool.
And if you hate the woman and you have a child with her, you can abandon your kids. you can abandon that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, men just have it. We have way more avenues of abuse than women do. Period. Point blank.
And that's what public is getting at, Rick. So when you take all that in totality, that's why. And again, me and public don't agree on jack shit.
That's not true.
But I gotta give him his credit when he's right.
Neither one of y'all. You know that I've been arguing with you since 2020.
Yeah.
Our points have been largely the same.
I don't be understanding. I don't understand why you would argue against something that is so black and white at this point. You just want to argue. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I pick it. It don't matter. Niggas just, that's what I'm sorry. This is when I get into calling motherfuckers liars. This is why I be calling y'all liars. Cause I'm like, there ain't no, like, I'm talking to you. You're not dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were dumb, like if you just couldn't comprehend it, I would be like, okay, you're not stupid. It's not like you don't understand the words. It's not that. It's, you are willingly like, nope, I'm just gonna disagree. Like, what? That's some weird shit. That's some strange shit, bro. You couldn't pay me to disagree with a motherfucker just because. Just because? If you right, you right. Oh, you right. Easy. Done.
Did not have no preparations for it? Yeah, no, you can't do that.
You're talking about a system that I don't have a leg to stand. I told you we're right about this.
All right, man. You got it. Y'all got it. What you want to say, God? Man, damn, this background noise is crazy. Oh, it's you too. Hold on. Rick, mute up. Mute up, brother. Mute up, Rick. Oh, it's God. It's God that got the background noise. Go ahead.
Who was that one? No, I love the conversation though, man. I was gonna say, like brother said, that, I was gonna come up in here to see what not necessarily to be oppositional about, but to see what different minds had to say and see if there were certain things that we could compromise on at the end of the day maturely, but respectfully disagree or just have a discussion or a
would you compromise with a racist white person that was telling you about racism? Would you be like, no, I see your point? Or would you always forever be like, nah, bro, I'm not ever conceding a point to you because that shit is wrong? 2 days. Okay. 2 days.
I wouldn't do it disrespectfully. I would try to have as much composure as I possibly can. If it's not pointed towards, if they're not pointing hate towards me, I definitely would still even more keep it more mature and composed. But I would respectfully disagree with them. That's as simple as I can make it.
But if they're being disrespectful by lying to your face, you don't think that's disrespectful?
It is, but then I still got to keep composure as a man at the end of the day.
I'm composed. I'm composed. What you want me to do? I'm at my wit's end. I've tried when a person is just like, nope, I'm not gonna see. Like, I can't imagine. Seriously, I can't imagine what it must be like dealing with men in relationships. I said this earlier. I'm really happy that I'm a man. Like my privilege is definitely there in that regard, because the way that men just lie and double down and triple down and never concede is disturbing. It really is. Like it really, and I'm not saying no woman does that. Yep, I've seen some women be like that. I know some women in my family that's like that even. But by and large, that has not been my experience with women, and that's not the experience that most men have with women. But with us, that shit is like fucking waking up and scratching our nuts in the morning. It's normal. It's par for the course. Like lying, obfuscating, doubling down, gaslighting, acting real dumb. Like when you know the truth is right there. I thought it was the system. What the fuck is you talking about? It's the same fucking thing. I done took all this time to explain it to you, and you still talking about, no, I ain't got a leg to stand on. If it's a system, then you don't have a leg to stand on. That's the point. So just say that. Say, damn, I didn't think about it. Instead of just saying that, right? The most honest response would be, I didn't think about it that way. I should look at it from a more holistic standpoint and not through a fucking micro lens. I should look at it from a macro level, right? Nope. I'm gonna look at it like, well, a woman could call the police on me for walking down the street. See, got you. Like what? That just proves to me that you aren't trying to have an honest conversation. You literally just came up here to lie to me, and that's frustrating. It is. The difference is with me, I'm not Rick's wife, so I can kick him from the live. I cannot let him up. I ain't never got to talk to my brother again, even though I won't do that. But like, that's my privilege. I don't got to deal with men in that way. Thank God. Thank God. I got sons, and I'm hoping that my son don't grow up to be that man. But for now, he's not. But thank God, because I cannot fucking imagine that shit. I'm telling y'all, man, like I would be on some fucking Bin Laden type shit for men, kamikaze mission type shit for men at this point, because y'all motherfuckers are I can't deal with it. I'm like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Like, how hard is this to understand? You know exactly what it is. You done heard Dulio explain it. You done heard me explain it. Whatever come in, I'm just saying, I don't agree with none of y'all because I just got to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. Oh my God. Imagine being a man's, imagine that as a human being hearing that shit from a fucking person you're dealing with in a relationship or a person on the job.
Yeah, no, that is facts.
Like, God damn, bro. Like, what? Bro, I'm telling you, I would, oh my God. I'm out. To be oppositional. I'm out. I'm out. I'm gone. I can't fuck with it, bro. I don't got it in me. I don't got the energy. I don't got it. I got it for the lives. I got it. But in real life, I don't got it. I don't even fuck with niggas like that. Like y'all get to acting like that, I'm gone. Like, yep, I'm good. I can't talk to you. Homies come to me for advice. I give them advice. They fucking fighting me on their advice. You got it. You got it. Next time they calling me, I'm ignoring. I'm not about to sit here and keep talking to you, spinning the block with you with the same fucking bullshit. Nah, you got it. You got it. It's only so many times. You know what I'm saying? I give it to you. Yeah, okay. I get that third or fourth time. Nah, you got it. You got it, fam. You just want me to tell you you right, and I ain't here to do that. So I'd rather just live. And that's what most men want. They want you to tell them they right all the fucking time, no matter what.
Yep, kiss their ass. Yep.
Kiss their ass. I'm right, you wrong. Yep, I got a point. I can't just admit that I don't have no fucking point. I'm just gonna argue for the sake of arguing. Like, my fucking 8-year-old don't do that shit. I can't even say that's little boy shit. That ain't even little boy.
What's worse about it nowadays is people like that could go way more and go all day, every day more than people that are educated, that actually have preparations for a debate or a conversation mentally. I can't do that.
Well, I see. I'm your Huckleberry though. That's the problem. I'm the nigga because I don't know what's wrong with me. When it comes, I can do it in these arenas, in these spaces. I live for that shit. But like I said, when I disconnect from this app and these social medias, I cannot do it. I don't have it. My patience is this thin for motherfuckers in real. Like, I don't got it, man. That's why I told niggas this all my whole life. This is nothing new. My whole life, I've been the same person in this regard. If you come to me, you got a problem, or you want my advice, you want my take on some shit, just know I'm gonna give it to you 100%. Like, I'm not about to pull no punches. I ain't about to pussyfoot around. I ain't gonna lie to you. And also people come come to me because they know I ain't no fucking hater. I don't hate on nobody. I don't be out here on some like trying to set you up for disaster. I'm gonna give you the best assessment I possibly can, right? But people will reserve their motherfucking right to come to me until the very end. I'll be they ripcord after they done went through, they done burned through their whole Rolodex of friends to cyber slurp them and do whatever they got to do. And they finally want to talk to me because when they want the real, and this is ironclad 100% evidence I've heard from many people. Yeah, man, I done talked to 100 people, man, but I was afraid to talk to you because I already know what you gonna say. But give it to me, man. What you think about Booty? You think I'm tripping? You tripping? Yep. You was tripping. Yep. You wrong. Yep. Oh, see, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, nigga. The fuck? You already knew. And they know that when I be if I tell them like, nah, you got it, you right, then they know that they probably ain't tripping most of the time. Cause I don't give a fuck. I'm out here to set nobody up for disaster. I'm out here to lead nobody into a problem or an issue. What up, Iman?
Hey, Public, how are you?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, so I just needed, I had a question. I just had somebody tell me that misandry doesn't exist. And I just wanted to ask you about that. I know what your answer is probably going to be, but I want to know why. Because when I was told that, it kind of made me feel a certain way. I don't know.
No, misandry doesn't exist devoid of misogyny. Just like reverse racism isn't a real thing. So like I've been saying, if women hate men, it's justified. Right? So how is that misandry? It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not, that every word is made up, but I'm saying that concept is like one that I don't even dabble in, right? I'm saying from men to women. I do think misandry exists. I do. I really do. But it's not from women to men. It is from men to men. Men hate men. Men hate. Look at the state of man. There's no way you gonna tell me we don't. Y'all, the people who constructed this shit don't hate us. Look at us failing and flailing and undereducated and bitter and mad and unhappy and incontent and not human, not able to feel, no empathy, no emotional regulation. Seem like they hate us. Somebody hate us.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Well, I just
discontent. I said incontent.
I just thought that it did though. I'm not like, it doesn't really affect me because I've never really experienced it as a man. But I thought that it does exist. I thought that it's like, a form of sexism, and that it can be,
yeah, like
at men in various ways.
Yeah, like racism. That's what I'm saying. Reverse racism can't exist. Doesn't make any sense, right?
Is it not different to racism then?
How? Let's hold on. Let's do an exercise. You stop me at where it's different at. Okay, cool. Right. So you have the patriarchy, which is a system of oppression that where men hold pretty much all the power and they exclude everybody else that doesn't look like them or have a penis, right? Essentially, just boiling it down. You got the patriarchy, right? You have racism, a system of oppression that basically excludes everybody that isn't white, right? And it doesn't look like them or hold their, I mean, it's based on a phenotype pretty much. If you're white, you're white, right? Like that's all it is. Cool. Patriarchy based on if you got a penis or if you're masculine presenting, it's also how you look. And racism is based on the phenotype, how you look, right? Both of them. 1-to-1 so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Both systems of oppression exploit. They exploit marginalized groups of people. They marginalize people, right? The patriarchy marginalizes women in this exercise. Racism marginalizes everybody that isn't white, right? Another function of both systems is the patriarchy dehumanizes women so that they can justify the exploitation. Racism dehumanizes everybody that isn't white so they could justify the exploitation.
Okay.
Right? Okay, cool. Now you get to the exploitation. The patriarchy exploits women. They exploit their labor. They exploit their body. racism exploits everybody that's not black. It exploits their resources in their countries. It exploits their labor. It exploits their bodies. Everything's a one-to-one so far, from what I can tell. You stop me when it's not. You stop me when it's not right. You say you let me know when it deviates. Right? Where does it deviate at? Right? And then so that's how the system is crafted. Right? Okay, that's how both systems are crafted, and they're both on top of each other. But whatever, the systems are crafted in that way. Okay, cool. Now, how do these systems play out in real life? Right? So on an individual level, cool. The patriarchy. Since men have all the keys and they have all the power, they have all the resources, and we live in capitalism, which is another system of oppression. But since we live in a capitalist society, the men have all the capital. So they control all the resources. They control the jobs and access to wealth and all of that stuff. Cool. White people control Linux. Be quiet, baby. Racism says that white people have all the resources, they have the power, they have all that stuff, right? Same fucking thing. And they say, and then the patriarchy says, a woman walks up to the patriarchy and says, "Hey, patriarchy, I want a job." And they go, "Okay, where do you want a job in?" They go, "I want to be a scientist." And the patriarchy says, "That's not really a job for you." And they go, "Well, how about a dentist?" They go, "That's not really a job for you." And they go, "Well, what do you think my job should be?" And they go, "Well, you could either be a teacher, you could be a nail tech, or you could be a secretary. You choose." And they go, "Okay, I guess I'll choose from one of those jobs," and they pick a job and they move on. And then racism goes, black people, now white people walk up to the door of racism. They go, "Hey, white people, we want a job." "Well, what do you want to do?" "I want to be a scientist." "No, science really isn't for non-white people, especially you black people." And they go, "Oh, damn. Okay. Well, what do you think I could be?" "Well, you could be a farmer. You could be you could work in a factory. You could work and you can deliver packages for Amazon. Which one do you choose?" "Fuck, I'll be a farmer." "Okay, cool." That's how that shit works.
I had a question about this when you're done.
Go ahead, I'm done.
So, at what point in time does one's individual choice come into play? So, I understand, like, for centuries, people have been locked out of jobs, but now it's getting better. At what point in time will we just say, this gonna sound super messed up, but like, dudes like to play sports. They just try to play. Dudes just want to be athletes. It has nothing to do with how they're conditioned. They just want to do that. At what point in time will that's just what they want to do? It's not a system attached to it. That's just what they chose to do.
When the system doesn't exist.
Okay.
Because how would you know that that's not? How would every decision you make is because of the system? Because how would you know otherwise? Everything you do is within the confines of the system. So every choice you make has to be within the confines of the system. Therefore, the system affects every decision you make. Right?
Yeah, you did make a good point. Like, I couldn't really not really disagree, because obviously I do agree that, laws and social norms have favored men in positions, economic, in the corporate world, still the same. It's in favor of men, and politically. I just, without the system, misandry wouldn't exist.
Yeah. If we didn't have this system, misandry wouldn't exist. So if you want to fight against misandry, you got to fight against misogyny. The only way to get rid of misandry is to get rid of misogyny. But if you get rid of misandry, misogyny will still exist. See what I'm saying? So there's no need to even fighting against misandry. It doesn't make any sense.
Same with racism, kind of.
Exactly the same as racism. Like I've been telling you, it's the same thing. Yeah. If you want to get rid of reverse racism, get rid of racism. And it won't exist anymore. But if you got rid of reverse racism, racism will still exist. The only difference is that the people who was doing the reverse racism, now they don't have, because reverse racism, the same as misandry for women, if you want, in this context, women hating men, it is a order of protection. It's a cloak, right? It's a shield. So if black people say, "I hate all white people," stay away, white people. Doesn't that protect them from a lot of the harms that white people can visit upon them?
In a way, yeah.
Right? Okay, cool. If women say, I hate men, stay away, men, back up, give me 10 feet, right? Doesn't that protect women from the harms that can be visited upon them from men for the most part? Especially considering the vast majority of violence that women succumb to is perpetuated or committed interpersonally by their partners, by their fathers, by their, you know what I'm saying? So if women if all women were shipped off to an island, all women moved to Texas, because Texas is big enough to house every person on this planet. So, but if all women were to move to Texas, and you took every man out of Texas and moved them somewhere else, they could live anywhere else they wanted to outside of Texas, right? Women would be exponentially safer than they are right now. They would almost never get unalived because women almost never commit unalivings. Even in this system, even in this repressive, oppressive system, women almost never commit unalivings. So imagine in a world where they have freedom. Imagine a world where women only commit 2% of violent acts around the world. Imagine in a world where there was equity. Imagine if men left them alone. Like, imagine if they didn't have to unalive a man. Imagine that. It would be 0.0001% of the time women would be unaliving one another.
Considering your point that you made earlier, why does misandry, why does that, even up for discussion if that's the case? Because
men like Rick like to obfuscate and act like misandry and misogyny are equal. So they play this game of like, I just want fairness. If you're going to call out men for hating women, you got to call out women for hating men. That's the whole game. They just, that's all it is.
I'll do equity with you then.
Huh?
Let's do equity then. And I'm not even going to tell you how to control your platform. It's your thing. You do your thing. You want to spend 90% of your time calling out men, do your thing.
Yes.
But at least 10% of the time, can you at least acknowledge like, all right, dudes, I understand that sometimes this S word happens to you. Because a lot of times for dudes, it's like, dog, I can acknowledge that a lot of the things you're saying, like dudes do a lot of BS. Cool, but anytime a dude goes, all right, yeah, I know that's happening, but like this chick just stabbed me in my back. Can we talk about that for a second? That's how it goes.
That is between you and your therapist. Why am I your therapist? I'm not your therapist. I'm talking about real world shit, bro. Like that most men aren't being stabbed in their back by women. That's what I'm saying. So like, yeah, that's fucked up that your girl stabbed you in the back, bro. I hope you go get help for that. That's crazy. You think I'm gonna invalidate that? Of course I'm gonna be like, Rick, damn, that's wild, bro. That's nuts. No, I know, but Rick, listen to what I'm saying. I'll acknowledge your extreme example, but why in the fuck would I ever make that a point to talk about when that ain't happening it ain't even happening to 10% of men. It's happening to 0.1% of men. You want me to talk about the 0.1% of men 10% of the time? Why? Why would I do that? That's what I'm saying. It has to be rooted in you don't actually want to fix the problem. Because I know how y'all motherfuckers work. If you give y'all an inch, y'all gonna take a goddamn country mile. So I'm not gonna give you an inch. What my niggas saying, remember the Titans? I don't want to see them get another inch. I'm not giving y'all another inch. Y'all get no wins over here. None. You get no concessions. You get none because you give none.
I definitely give concessions.
I mean,
I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong about something because I've seen. Oh, you just heard me do it. Right? Don't do it.
I'm about to snap. I gotta go. I'm getting hungry. I might be getting hangry. I'm sorry. You know what? I need a Snickers. You was right. You right, Rick. My fault. Whoever came up here earlier, God, my fault, bro. You was right. I gotta keep my cool. It's because I'm hungrier than a hostage. My bad.
You just didn't like the way I said, bro, if you're talking about a system, then I don't have a leg to stand on. When I came up here, I thought I was talking about individuals because you was talking about a list. But we can stop talking about that.
Rick, leave me alone, Rick. Stop. Leave me alone, bro. You trying to make me upset. You good at that shit. I can tell you one of them. You one of them. Leave me the fuck alone.
I understand where you're coming from, but
like I always say, I understand where the dudes be coming from too. And
You can't have it both ways. You don't understand. You can't understand if you say you understand the other. You can't. You cannot, bro. I am a fucking Black Panther talking about racism is terrible. We need to upend racism, and the whole system needs to be done away with. And you up here talking about white people got a point too, though. Nigga, what? No, they don't.
that's what I'm saying. You don't make me say some stuff I don't want to say.
Say what you need to say.
Because it's gonna make it sound like I'm caping for the white people. Now.
You are.
I'm not.
You are. If you caping for the patriarchy, you caping for white tea people, and you are caping for the patriarchy.
Let's go to the Black community, right?
Okay.
There are a lot of things that are done in the Black community that are messed up. There are a lot of things that were done to us. Correct?
Yep. What?
I don't think I would be wrong.
You sound like a baby in the womb. That's what you sound like. You sound like you trapped in the womb. That's the best way I could describe it. You know when your wife got that ultrasound and you can hear the heartbeat? That's what your shit sound like right now.
The little tape with the jump with a little disc with I can hear it. But anyways,
You too old not to be able to get it. Get you a new phone. You ordered it or something? It's on the way?
No, I'm just lazy, bro.
Nah, bro. It ain't no excuse because you can order it online, fam. You don't even need to go in. You can order that shit.
But what I'm saying is, if like in the Black community, I don't think I would be wrong for going, hey, I understand that a lot of things happen to us that were wrong, but we don't have to participate in the negative aspects of the culture. I don't think I would be wrong for saying that.
You think that's the same thing?
I don't think if a white person said, hey, I understand a lot of stuff was messed up, but
Iman, hold on. This is a perfect example of how racism, this is how racism is different than sexism. This is a perfect example. I'm glad you said this, Rick, because now Black men have destroyed the Black community. We have had a hand in destroying the Black community. We're not the only people who destroy, don't get me wrong, but we have a hand in destroying the Black. A big part is our Black men, right? We definitely, right? It's us. Okay. So to Rick's point, I would agree. Go to Black men and be like, yo, we need to stop, indulging in X, Y, and Z and participating in A, B, and C and yada, 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 right? Stop selling smugs, stop raping, stop pillaging, stop robbing, stop stealing, stop, whatever. Cool. I'm with you, right? But here's how the intersectionality works. The reason why Black men are capable to do that is not because we're Black, it's because we're men. So we have that power and influence and access in our community from being men, not from being Black. That's why you would go to men, Black men, and say, hey, Black men, stop participating in the destruction of our community. You don't need to talk to Black women because they're not contributing to the part. Black women are net positive on the Black community. Black men are net negative on the Black community, but all men are net negative on humanity. So that's not, let's whatever, but Black men are net negative in the Black community, right? So you go to Black men, you say, hey, Black man, stop participating in the destruction of the community. You cannot do that with women. Fuck Black women, fuck Asian, just with women in general. You cannot make that same argument and say, hey, women, stop contributing to your own destruction. Because how do they? On what level? The only way that women contribute to their own destruction is by dealing with men at all. That's the only way. If you want to blame them for that, then blame them for that. I'm not. Because I wouldn't be here if they didn't, and I wouldn't have a wife if they didn't, and I wouldn't have kids, and my life would be exponentially worse. So I'm not going to do that. I feel like that I'm not going to do, not me. Y'all can do that if you want to. I'm definitely going, it's too personal to me to do that shit. But y'all can. But that's the only thing that's the only blame you can put on women is dealing with men at all. That's it. That's all you can say to them. Go ahead, Iman.
Black people part of the problem for the Black community because of their masculinity, or
Black men are part of the problem because we're men, not because of our masculinity. It's because we're men. Because we're conditioned to be hyper violent. We're conditioned to not have empathy, lack compunction, lack regulation. We're undereducated. We're not conditioned to be intellectuals. We're conditioned to be anti-intellectual. We are conditioned to get it by any means. We're conditioned to be short-sighted. We don't see the long haul, the bigger picture. We're conditioned to be very self-centered. Don't think about anybody but ourselves. That is how Black men and men in general are conditioned. So that's how we end up ultimately destroying our community by we don't, you know what I mean? We don't have our community's best interest at heart. The same way men don't have the global community, right? Humanity, we don't have humanity's best interest at heart. We don't. We uphold the systems that keep humanity down and hurt humanity. That's the problem. That's the whole thing. And in every community, the men are the ones fucking up the community. In the Asian community, it's the Asian men. In the white community, it's the white men. In the American community, it's the American men. In the Mexican community, it's the Mexican men. In the Dominican Republic, it's Dominican Republican men. Like in every single fucking community, it's the men. In the Congo, it's the men. In Australia, it's the men. In Israel, it's the men. It's the men. And everywhere you go, it's the men. I'm not understanding why the fuck would y'all expect me to turn a blind eye to that and act like you don't see that and I don't see that and start talking about women. For what? To make you feel better?
Here's my response to that. So I agree with you with the men need to do better than that. Like, cool. My only disagreement is if I'm trying to better the community, it's gonna take help. So if I, like, for example, I had a coworker, right? He has a bunch of kids. I went to a few of these women and said, hey, do not mess with this man. They chose to do so, right? At that point in time, I don't feel like I should be, as a man, I should be held responsible for his individual choice. Because he was warned, he was told, they were warned, they were told, they still chose to do that. That's why my big thing is individual. Like, it don't matter what I do. If that's what that person chooses to do, that's what they're going to do. So
why would you go to the women?
I went to him too.
Hold on. Only go to him and say, hey, you need to do better. Because here's the thing. Once again, I said it at the beginning. The only thing you can blame women for, is dealing with men. And that's a weird thing to blame women for. That's my point. So you just proved my point, even on an individual level, because you keep talking about individually. On an individual level, the only thing men can say, well, yep, if they didn't do that, this wouldn't have happened, is them dealing with men at all. And even then, I know that that's not true, but I'm just saying for the sake of argument, because here's the truth of the matter. If women collectively stop dealing with men, men would just imprison women and take it from them. We would just enslave them like they did Black people. If you think at any point in time, men would just allow women to just be free and be frolic in the woods and get away from us, you got a whole nother thing coming. You don't know shit about men.
Hold on. I agree with you on that one. Like, I say that all the time. Like, if dude, that it would be crazy.
So stop talking to women. Wait, hold on. Wait. No. Fuck that. We have arrived at the point. That's the point. There, you cannot agree with that, Rick, and then say but. I just want you to know that. You cannot acknowledge that right now and then say, but. Where's the but?
If I talk to this man and he does what he does anyway, right? I've done everything I need. I say, bro, you need to get a vasectomy. You need to stop. You need to wear a condom. And he keeps doing it. At that point in time, you don't think I should take it a step further and warn the people he's dealing with?
Sure, Rick.
Like that's what I don't understand. I'm not saying the dude is like, I've talked to this man like, yo, bro, stop, please stop. You gotta, like, you don't think this is crazy? And he's like, well, everybody keep trying to tell me how to live my life. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Okay, at that point in time, the next step, in my opinion, would be to go to the people he's dealing with and be like, hey, yo, bro, y'all like, stop. If they're gonna do what they're gonna do regardless, I don't think, like, that has nothing to do with me. I did what I was supposed to do. And you see people say, how about mind your own business? That's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not even blaming them. I'm saying at some point in time, if I have to be able to say, hey, bro, you have to stop. Cool. If that doesn't work, there should be a next step. Just like if a woman's dealing with me and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, there should be a next step.
You know what? I recently heard this this word. And I could be wrong, but I think you would be referred to as a white knight. I think that because it's performative, because you don't really care.
No, I really do.
I don't think you do. Nothing you're saying is making me think you care. What you're saying is making me think you actually don't care. Because if you cared, once again, why the fuck are you're talking about my platform, by the way. Right? So we're talking about my platform again, because you this is how we got on this right now. You said, I'm not telling you how to run your platform, but basically, why don't I talk about what the things that women do? Okay, cool. So I know I got it. But I acknowledge that women ain't perfect. I acknowledge that women fuck up too. What more do you want me to acknowledge? That's all I got for you. I don't got much more. I don't got women out here oppressing men. I don't got that. I got women aren't perfect. Sometimes women can be annoying. Sometimes women are wrong. Sometimes like common sense shit. That's all I got for you, brother. I don't got like I'm not putting any fucking energy into talking about the Karens of the world. Like I'm not gonna do it. It's not my place. I don't have the energy. I don't have it. I don't got it in me. I'm too busy fighting against you fucking behemoth Goliath size fucking misogynist. Like you sneaky covert. You niggas is like the most evasive type of cancer. Like y'all like are hard to get rid of. Like I don't know how the fuck we need to get the little nanobots, get them motherfuckers, deploy them in the body. Like that's the only way I could get to a motherfucker like Rick. Cause you just bury in and you hide and you move and you know what I'm saying? Like goddamn nigga, this shit ain't that serious.
This whole time, bro. That's all I've been trying to get you to understand.
You've been trying to get me to say that women ain't perfect when I said that shit 10 hours ago, and I've said it every single time a man has asked me. Of course, women ain't perfect. What are we talking about? That's it. That's your big. That's the crescendo, right? Men, women ain't perfect. You got it, Rick. Women ain't perfect.
But no one's perfect.
Exactly. I thought we all knew that.
You've convinced me, public. Now I just want to know how can I, as a man, do anything about this, or can I not?
You can. The number one thing you can do is you yourself. Don't be problematic. That's it, man. You ain't got to get on no pulpit. You ain't got to start no live. You ain't got to do nothing. All you got to do is make sure that when the shit come up around you, you chop it down like I'm doing, like, right? You bring it up and somebody talks about misandry and you go, what the fuck is misandry? And you question them the same way and you try to help them. You educate them. And then if you don't, and then beyond that, you yourself just make sure you're not a problem. You make sure that you do your own, unpacking and growing and all of that stuff. That's it. The shit is, we making this shit up to be like everybody got to be Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or some shit. And it's not that. Like all you got to do is, it's hard enough to get us as individuals to not be problematic as men, right? That's tough. So just don't be problematic. You don't, you know what I'm saying? Like you just, you be nice to the women around you. When you go in the voting booth, you make sure you vote with everybody's best interest at heart. When somebody asks you to support a cause, you know what I'm saying? That's bigger than you. You support the cause, but it's all you. Like nobody. I'm not asking you to start an organization. I'm not saying make all your content like nah, man. Keep posting about cats or fucking quarterbacks or soccer or whatever else you want to. Like nobody's saying that. Like you ain't got to be no superhero, but don't be an asshole. Don't be counterproductive. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't come in people's spaces that's trying to make progress and just argue with them for the sake of arguing and never, you know what I'm saying? And keep saying, but. Don't do that. Like that's the problem. Like that every time men get in front of other men and they say, but a fairy loses its wings, bro. Like this shit is crazy. It's like, we got to stop that shit because that's what men love to hear. That's all they need is a little bit of butt. You know what I'm saying? Men love butt. Go ahead, bro. Go get your tissue.
Yeah, I'm just a little. Well, I wouldn't say that I've been taught to believe that misandry is real. I was just under the assumption that misandry existed, which is why I was shocked when that person told me, and then I asked you about it, and you kind of explained it to me.
Yeah.
That's all I need to do, just not be problematic. It's easier said than done. But
It is, see what I'm saying? That's my point. It's easier said than done. That's why I don't tell people to do more than that, because that's fucking hard enough. Like, for you yourself to not be problematic, trust me, that's you're gonna need all the energy and effort in the world just for you and me to not be problematic. That's extremely difficult to do as men, because it's in our, I won't say it's in our nature, but for all intents and purposes, it's our second nature, right? It's so ingrained in us. So yeah, it's a tough thing. So let's avoid it. Let's peel it back. Let's learn. Let's listen. Right? An example, when women tell you pervasive, exactly. When women tell you stuff, how about we listen to them? How about we not need to listen to a man to validate it? How about we listen to women? Because who else is better to tell you that misandry isn't real but a woman? The same way, who else is better to tell white tea people that reverse racism isn't real but black people? Right? Though they need a white, yes, because they're racist, they need a white person to tell them, to validate it, because they don't believe us. Because of course we gonna say it, because we're the oppressed, right? But moving forward, just listen to the women. That's your man. Hey, you want a crash course? I give men the easiest route to the end game, right? To the goal line. Crash course. If you listen to women, and I'm not saying you got to go talk to them and ask them to do the labor. I'm just saying, if you just go in their spaces and listen to them, or just listen to your mom, or listen to your whoever with women are, if you just listen to them, you can kind of like get acclimated fairly quickly, right? If you listen to them and you respect what they're saying and take them seriously, you'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I think that's men's like number one problem when it comes to this stuff, even when they're trying to unpack it, is we don't listen to women. For me, that was in the beginning, it was like, I was like, yeah, that shit is wrong, but I still wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I still wasn't really listening to my wife. I still wasn't really listening to the women around me. I be going in women's spaces, and I really, and then and lo and behold, I fell off into Jazzy space. Woman Jazzy Reloaded. I don't know if you ever seen her. Fell off into one of Jazzy's lives one day. I was like, this motherfucker spitting. I was like, damn, you can't deny this shit. I don't know if it was the energy. I don't know if it was the day. I must have been hydrated, or I was dehydrated, one of the two. But I just know when I fell off into her live, I was like, I could get jiggy with this. This I like. You know what I'm saying? Mind you, I had already agreed with a lot of stuff that my wife had said prior to that too. But I'm saying, like, when I started to expand out and just listening to women in general, because we listen to your wife a lot of times, it's like, of course you're going to listen to your wife because that's your wife. You know what I mean? But when I started listening to Jazzy, it was like, this is like some random woman I don't even fucking know. I don't even know what the fuck she looked like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting here listening to her, and I'm like, God damn. She like, yeah, it reinforced exactly, Jay. It reinforced what my wife was telling me. And I was like, okay. And from then it was like, it was like a whole new world. I was like, okay, I got a crash course in it. Last 2 years. I'm like, damn, look at all this shit. Now I'm here, and I'm like, I can't go back. Like, I can never go back to the person I was. Like, I'm ruined for life now. I can never like go back to being like some extremely misogynistic man. I can never go back to not seeing things the way that I see them now. It's only one option for me is to move forward. So I just been moving forward. That's it. I don't really have nowhere else to go. It's impossible, man. You cannot put everything. You cannot put the jack back in the box. You know what I'm saying? In this particular case, it's gone. Like, it's already out. I can't do it. Like, everything that I've seen, I'm like, yep, damn, that's true. God damn, yep, misandry don't exist. Yep, this don't, like, look how these motherfuckers, women, my wife been telling me, look how you talk to me. For 10, 12, 13 years, she been telling me that shit. I'm like, what you talking about? I'm like, Then I jump on the live with Rick, and I'm like, God damn. Whoo, shit. That's how I've been talking to you? Okay.
I want to understand Rick's argument and other men who like disagree with you. I want to know what their arguments are like against.
My issue with public is he talks about systems and I talk about individuals. I think individuals are more responsible for their outcomes than the system a lot of times, especially if they're making bad decisions. That's my that.
To Nigel said, mean, annoying, stubborn, selfish, average looking, bad built, musty, Dead toenail. Who you talking about exactly? Because some of them hit me.
My toenails are dead. I used to be a kickboxer. My joints fucked up. I ain't gonna lie to you. My feet look horrible.
Bonji Baby said, just got here. Who's saying something stupid today? Everybody. There is no marginalized group that has the sole responsibility of making the world a better place for them to exist. That's real fact. Marine said, did you expect to be further along with men by now? I had no expectations, Marine. I think that's how I stay sane. I have no expectations for men whatsoever. I have, when I tell y'all this, I really want y'all to clock this shit. You can record this shit and write it down. I have zero expectations for men. Zero. If we get better, we get better. If we don't, we fucked. But do my expectation? I have none. Now, do I think men can? Yes. That's a different discussion. Do I think men can get better? Absolutely. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Do I think we have to get better? Absolutely. Once again, do I think we will? The jury is out. Do I hope we will? Yes. Do I expect we will? Nope. Nope.
That's another thing I disagree with you on. Like, you honestly, bro.
We are better. I do think we're better, but I think that it's hard to say men have gotten better. I think what happened is the conditions have changed, which have forced men. It gives this false sense of men getting better. But I don't think men have actually gotten better. Like at our core, I don't think we gotten better. I think we are absolutely still just as corrupt as we've ever been. Right. But I do think that we've made some like ancillary concessions. I do. I really do. But like I said, or like I repeated from Malcolm X, like the brother Brother Malcolm said, if you plunge a knife in my back 12 inches and pull it out 6, that's not progress. So I am very, reluctant to say that men have gotten better. I'm very reluctant. I want to say we've gotten better. I do. I really do. But I'm very reluctant to say we've gotten better, though.
Acknowledgement of going forward would do wonders, bro. We had this conversation about positive reinforcement the last time. We don't gotta get back into it.
It won't.
I honestly think
it won't. Men have enough positive reinforcement. Men cyber slurp men and circle jerk men all day long. We got enough reinforcement as it is. What men need is we do have for that. We need men get cookies for the smallest amount of progress. Men get cookies for going outside with their kids. Trust me, men get enough pats on the back. We don't need any. You don't need one more hand on that proverbial penis to circle jerk. I'm good. I'm gonna leave my hands over here, right? Y'all can circle jerk all you want to. I'm good right over here. You got it. The circle jerk is wicked. If y'all want to get in a circle of men and jerk, you can do that. My hands is over here. I don't masturbate. I'll leave that to y'all. You got it.
There's nothing wrong with telling your homies doing check that out.
I tell my homies they're doing a good job. I don't tell my wait. I tell my homies they're doing a good job when they're doing a good job. I do not tell my homies they're doing a good job when they're doing the things that they're expected to do. I fucking refuse. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. You taking care of your family? Oh man, you doing such a good job working and coming home. Fuck out of here. For what? Like what? What? You do it. You keep going, brother. You're not beating on your wife. You go, brother. You go, brother. I mean, if you want, Rick, if you want to do that, do it. You got it.
I'm not giving nobody cookies for putting their hands on their wife. That commentary.
That is, Iman, that's true, man. They be wanting these cookies. I don't give, y'all be want, hey, man, the same way men beg for a vagina, they be wanting that here, huh, vagina. They want that here, huh, damn. Take your ass to sleep now. That's how niggas want cookies. Begging for cookies. Here, man, damn. Here, man. Here. Huh. Here. God damn.
You can frame it however you want to frame it, but I think positive reinforcement on any level is good for everybody. Like,
Positive. What do you mean positive reinforcement? Like just supporting men.
Like if you're doing the right thing, yeah, I'm not gonna support you if you're out here messing stuff up. But if you're doing the right thing, good job. I see you doing like.
I got a question. Go ahead. I'm listening. Oh, I thought somebody was talking. Nigel said, quote unquote, you don't think men are better, quote unquote, Mr. Not All Men. It's not all men. Oh my God. All right, man. On some real shit. My stomach is eating itself. My stomach is eating itself. And I have to go. I don't have enough mucus inside of my stomach right now. I think it has eaten away the lining in my stomach. So I gotta go. It's been a pleasure. It's been real. A 6 hour and 43-minute live. How the fuck did y'all keep me on for this long, man? That was wild. Wicked work. Wicked work. I know. Shout out to the best mods in the business, man. Bonji, baby. Thanks for the super chats. Marine, DB, submissive provider. Damn, that's a funny ass name. Yasmin. Damn, that shit funny. Charnay, Valerie. I missed Go Off Pub. Oh, no. That's old. Okay, we got it. We rocking out. Shout out to the best mods in the business on TikTok and on the YouTubes. Shout out to all the new subs, all the old subs, everybody that joined the panel. I fucks with y'all. I love y'all. Man, I gotta go eat.